Of course, he still felt uncomfortable. He turned around and stared at the man as he asked with a deep voice, "Who are you?" "I am Chi Huan, leader of the God Crafting Valley." The man cupped his fists and smiled. God Casting Valley? This name is very impressive, but you, Valley Master, do not look like such a magnanimous person. He had long since lost his previous politeness. The origin of the name was decided by the founder. Our descendants have no right to change it, so we can only push ourselves up. Chi Huan replied without any trace of fear. It was obvious that she was someone of great character. However, Chigo was still as stubborn as ever. "Well said, but even Valley Master Chi Huan has such ambition. Why can't my True Devil sect fight against the Supreme Sect alone?" When everyone heard this, their eyebrows twitched. 8 teeth, this was completely unreasonable. Chi Huan stopped talking. She had already said all that she wanted to say. Everyone knew that no matter what they said, it would be of no use at this moment. This was because at this time, Chigo had already made his decision. With just a few words, these people would not be able to change his mind. He wasn't afraid of these people, and even with the strength of these people, he couldn't contend against him. But the reason why he was so courteous to them was because the things they were questioning about right now were the matters that were of common concern to the countless tigers eyeing them. Since the eight-toothed sect master has said it like that, there is no need for us to say anymore, but no matter what, this does not concern one person. The Supreme Sect is not an enemy of a single force from the Real Devil Sect. We will be preparing to support the Real Devil Sect at any time, even if the Real Devil Sect is no match for them. Master Bai spoke with a solemn voice and face. "I'm afraid that won't happen." Octagon Aniseed answered in a serious tone. "Good. If that was the case, it would be for the best. I have said all that I need to say, so I will not stay any longer." Sect Head Bai stood up and said while cupping his fists. With that, he turned and left. Seeing this, the others no longer wanted to say anything. They all stood up and bid their farewells to Chi-Chi. Shigo didn't say a word as he quietly watched these people walk away. The round demon stood up, wanting to say something, but after thinking for a while, he still did not speak. Not long after, the only two remaining in the entire White Bone Temple were the Eight-Tooth Demon and the Circle Demon. They had once again restored their coolness, only leaving behind a cool breeze. "Vice Sect Leader, why did you reject their assistance? If we are worried that they are sending reinforcements to probe the situation inside Supreme Sect, we don't need to worry. We can find excuses to support them or delay their reinforcements to buy more time." The fiend spoke up. "It's useless." Octagon Aniseed shook his head. "Since they have decided to do this, it means that they are already suspicious of the Supreme Sect. They will send out reinforcements, but they will not send out much, and if I agree to send them in, then they will have an excuse and cover, and they will swagger into the world of the Supreme Realm. When that time comes, even more spies will be sent out, and the matters of the Supreme Sect will be exposed. But this? Aren't they even more suspicious? Which one will you choose to doubt and implement? Right now, it is not only them who are suspecting us, I am afraid countless people in the Heavenly Mystery Realm are doubting us. If they can still give us some time to realize their suspicions, then that would be terrible." Octagon Aniseed rose from his chair and looked at the Circle Demon. "Is there any movement within the Supreme Realm?" "Nothing." The Round Demon said, but he seemed to have thought of something, and said, "But there is something very strange, I do not know why, but suddenly there is wind inside the Supreme Sect, although it is not big, but it is very hot. The Sky Spirit Master's Devil Cultivator cannot handle it. If you want to work inside, you have to work 2 shifts, otherwise you will be blown to death by the hot wind." "Hot air?" Shigo's eyebrows immediately tightened. Could it be this hot wind? The Round Demon said in a deep voice. "How far is the project already?" "It will be completed this afternoon. After you are done, quickly bring your people to quickly evacuate the Supreme One World Gate. Afterwards, set up the Demon Transformation Formation to seal the World Gate. Then, evacuate all Devil Cultivators from the Supreme One World Gate and return to the True Devil Realm to prepare their defenses. Octagon Aniseed grit his teeth and said. Upon hearing that, a trace of sullenness flashed across the eyes of the Yuan demon. Could it be? Has the other side already begun moving? 8, 9 on 10. His speed is faster than I thought it would be. I didn't expect. Inside the ice prison, Suyun was sitting cross-legged on a chair, reciting the Tranquil Heart Sutra in a low voice, while simultaneously channeling the power of the Wutong tree around his body. The temperature of the Jianghan realm was extremely cold, so it was beneficial to the suppression of the evil aura. Adding the power of Feng Qi, even if Suyun activated the profound Qi, he would not be able to trigger the evil aura. At that moment, Princess Bing and Prince Consort Li were locked in their cells, their medallions also being taken away by Suyun. Hey, you stinking bastard, quickly let us out, you will not die a good death, you beast, you bastard. When I get out, I will definitely pull your tendons and skin, refine your soul to fight for your soul, and throw your body into the oil pan, and seal your soul within the body of the insect, so that you can be a stinky insect for all eternity. Bastard, quickly let me out. Princess Bing grabbed the ice prison's bars, and shouted at Suyun, who was outside with all her might. Suyun opened his eyes slightly, looked at the princess, then closed his eyes and continued to meditate, ignoring her. Who knew that the princess' scolding only got worse, worse and worse? How could he bear such a racket when he was sitting in silence? Suyun immediately stood up and walked towards the ice prison. Seeing Suyun coming over, Princess Bing immediately stopped talking and glared at him. Suyun looked at Princess Bing Bing, and then looked at Prince Consort Li, who was recuperating on the ground, and asked, "This is your brother-in-law, right?" "So what?" Princess Bing said coldly, "This is the Han state. If you do something like this, you won't be able to leave the Han state alive. Just wait for your death." "Waiting for death?" Suyun sneered, and said, "I advise you to shut up immediately and be quiet. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." "You? What are you going to do? What for? You're a princess of the Frigid Kingdom, right? This is your territory, right?" Suyun revealed a fierce attitude, and laughed coldly. "I think you still have some looks. If you cackle again, I will strip you clean in front of your brother-in-law." "Scoundrel, do you believe me?" "Ah." Princess Bing was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale as she hurriedly covered her mouth. This move was indeed effective, as it struck the weak point of the princess. Although Suyun was not ugly, being abused by such a person, in front of his brother-in-law, Princess Bing would rather die immediately. "Stay honest and don't force me anymore. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying the flower ruthlessly." After Suyun finished, he returned back to his chair and meditated. This move was indeed extraordinary. Princess Bing was so frightened that her breathing became a little softer. Seeing her fidgeting, Suyun laughed in his heart, but he did not pay too much attention to her, and continued to focus on calming his mind. Not long after, the Qi meridian in his body suddenly became hot for no reason. Spirit core. Source. His internal organs instantly became hot, and the sudden heat almost caused his entire body to explode. With a whoosh sound, his skin turned crimson. Not good. This feeling was exactly the same as the time at the mouth of the Phoenix Pond. Could it be another breakthrough? Suyun was shocked. Didn't Sage Feng Qi and the Wutong tree suppress this power? Why is it happening again now? If not, he would truly die a horrible death, just like that princess had said. After kidnapping a princess and a prince consort, Suyun was now the mortal enemy of the entire Han Empire. He gritted his teeth and fell off his chair. Inside the cell, Princess Bing and Prince Consort Li were filled with bewilderment when they saw this. Brother-in-law, what happened to him? Not clear. However, it seems like Qi deviation? Prince Consort Li muttered, then revealed a happy expression. I'm afraid something went wrong with his cultivation, some kind of profound chi went wrong, and his chi meridian shattered. Bing Bing, we're saved. Really? Princess Bing was so happy that she nearly jumped up in joy. That's great. We've been saved again. She looked at Suyun hatefully, and a sinister look flashed past her eyes. Hopefully he won't die so easily. It's best if he gets seriously injured or something like that. Wait till I get out, we'll see how I torture him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 803. Suyun was in even more pain. The two people were naturally happy. As long as Suyun died, they were saved. Seeing Suyun rolling on the ground while hugging her trembling body, the smile on Princess Bing's small face became even happier. Die. Go to hell. Better die quickly. You bastard, do you know the pain? This is what you call an evil person's retribution. Her relatively large fists would occasionally hit the cage, as if she wanted to rush out of the cage and pull Suyun up to the sky and hack him into pieces. On the other hand, Prince Consort Li's expression slowly revealed traces of seriousness. He felt that his guess was wrong. A person who had a chi deviation shouldn't be acting this way. Just then, Suyun used all his strength to get up from the ground, and walked forward step by step. He staggered to the front of an empty cage, opened the door, and rushed in. After that, he extended his trembling hands and activated the array formation within the cage, and in that instant, incomparably cold snowflakes began drifting about in the cage. Waves of cold air, even more terrifying than the sharpest steel needles, directly poured into his body. Every cell was set up, and those prisoners in those human cells were suffering from this kind of cold. This kind of cold did not numb the feelings of others, much less freeze people, only freezing them with all of their strength, making them unable to resist as they silently endured the pain of the cold. Many of the prisoners in the cell were curled up on the ground, trembling. However, not many of them cried out. Their expressions were distorted and they wanted to die immediately but had no strength. It could be said that they were truly suffering from a fate worse than death. However, the Suyun at this time could actually endure this pain by himself. What was he going to do? Princess Bing was stunned. She had no idea what Suyun was trying to do. Consort Li, on the other hand, noticed something amiss. Looking at Suyun, his gaze grew more and more shocked. The array was activated, ice and frost was in place, but Suyun did not feel any pain. On the contrary, it was extremely comfortable, causing him to feel intoxicated. He almost forgot who he was. He tried his best to breathe, sat cross-legged, and focused on recuperating. As the cold continued to flow into his body, his scarlet skin also gradually returned to its original color. A large amount of white smoke seeped out from his skin, and at the same time, an even more mysterious body appeared. With a poo sound, 4 beams of light appeared from Suyun's left and right. After a while, they started to revolve around Suyun. The closer they rotated and closer to his body, and after who knows how long, these 4 light rays tang sound and directly entered Suyun's body. Suyun's face was gloomy. Suyun suddenly opened his eyes, a gold light shot out from his left eye and right eye. His entire body trembled, and then he suddenly straightened his body, and slowly floated up. His skin was filled with gold and white lines, like blood vessels in his entire body. Finally, they converged on the top of his head, spouted out of his body, passed through the ice wall, and shot up into the sky. In an instant, all of the cold energy within the prison of ice was absorbed by the light. The ice tables and chairs melted, and the cold energy spell formation lost its effect as well. It stopped spinning, freeing the prisoners from the pain of ice. The scene around them was mysterious. The change that happened to Suyun had shocked both Princess Bing and Prince Consort Li even more. The two of them looked at Suyun blankly, unable to say a single word as they watched him change. Slowly, the ice in the entire ice prison evaporated, revealing pitch-black rocks. The light that leaked out from Suyun's body also started to dim. A voice that sounded like an immortal singing in a light voice echoed throughout the entire ice city before quickly dispersing. The hearts of everyone in the city had unintentionally risen by a stage, becoming more mature and stable. After the phenomenon was over, Soo-Yun's body gently landed on the ground, and he opened his eyes. However, when he opened his eyes, he felt as if the sun and moon rotated 10,000 times, and spring and summer alternated countless times. It was a paradoxical feeling that was both old and young. One could not tell what it felt like. When Princess Bing saw this, her head was filled with fog. She no longer understood what was going on until Prince Consort Li whispered something to her. Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor? Princess Bing turned her head abruptly and widened her eyes that had never been seen before. She looked at her brother-in-law in astonishment. Brother-in-law, you said that this brat broke through? So far, you are already a Spirit Emperor cultivator? Prince Consort Li's facial expression changed drastically. After a long while, he finally nodded with great difficulty and said hoarsely, I'm afraid that it was this guy who made a breakthrough right before our eyes. He was only at the 10th stage of the Sky Spirit Master and Princess Bing was at the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. Even if the two of them worked together, they still wouldn't be able to harm Soo-Yun in the slightest, making escaping even more difficult. When Princess Bing heard that, her heart immediately died. She powerlessly sat on the ground, and looked at Soo-Yun who was at the other side, filled with deep fear. Not only the two of them, the other prisoners who had been freed from the pain of frost in the prison were also trembling as they looked at Soo-Yun in fear. They would not be grateful to Soo-Yun for stopping the ice formation, because the strong were all temperamental. If Soo-Yun wanted to kill them, they would not be able to retaliate at all. However, these criminals were thinking too much, even Princess Bing and Prince Consort Li were thinking too much. Soo-Yun's entire mind was focused on his own cultivation. Without a doubt, his cultivation had broken through again. How long had it been? Moreover, this breakthrough was a stage-crossing breakthrough. It was simply incomprehensible. He removed the plate from his waist and checked it. His fighting strength S had already reached the edge of 1,000,000. Now that he was at the first stage of the Spirit Emperor, he could enter into the millions with just a single level, but with his cultivation rising so fast, it was definitely not a good thing. He had to be fast in everything, and he had to train steadily, and now he was riding on a rocket. If this continued, the ruthless aura within his body would erupt ahead of time. The strength of Feng Qi, the saint of the Phoenix Pool, might not be able to suppress it. Every time he advanced to the next stage, he would immediately enter into a subversive state. This was a miracle bestowed by the Imperial battle armor, and such a rapid pace of advancement would definitely be caused by the main strength of the Supreme Sect, so it was best to find a way to quickly find the Dragon Abyss Pearl. Soo-Yun exhaled and stood up. He looked at Prince Consort Li and Princess Bing in the cage and immediately took out Lotus Star Sword S from the sword sheath S beside them. He chanted a change and in that instant, the Lotus Star Sword S reacted as a light enveloped his body. What a brilliant illusion technique! It was completely unintentional and had almost no flaws. The expression on Prince Consort Li's face was somewhat unsightly. He didn't know what Soo-Yun wanted to do after turning back into his current state, but he knew that something bad was definitely going to happen. Soo-Yun, who had transformed into princely Prince Consort, immediately opened the door and walked out. All the soldiers near the ice prison were opened by Soo-Yun, in order to prevent the things inside from getting leaked. Greetings, Prince Consort. Soo-Yun swaggered down the long corridor, came to the main hall of the mansion, and sat down. Someone, come. He picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and shouted loudly. Immediately, an old man with a goatee hastily ran in. He was the manager of the mansion. This little servant greets Lord Prince Consort. The man ran into the hall and immediately knelt down to kowtow. Where is the princess now? We've already passed the ice emblem. We should arrive at Ice City in 1 day. The old man nodded and bowed. A day? Then we must quickly arrange for the honor guard to receive us. Soo-Yun said. Prince Consort Ma's words are correct. This lowly one will immediately go and arrange it. Go. When the princess is about to enter the city, you must notify me immediately, do you understand? Yes, Prince Consort. Alright, you can go to see these matters later. Bring me to the mansion's enchantment and defense system. Suyun stood up and said indifferently. Check the barrier? The old man raised his head and looked at the consort prince with a puzzled expression. The princess is about to arrive at Bingchang. Although this is the prefecture lord's mansion, it's not the imperial city after all. I won't inspect it, but if there's a mishap, can you guys bear the burden? When the old man heard this, he didn't dare to go on any further. He hurriedly nodded and replied, Prince Consort Ma's words are true, Prince Consort's words are true. Prince Consort, please follow me. I'll immediately bring you there. Let's go. Suyun said indifferently. Afterwards, the old chief led Suyun to wander around the princess residence. Everywhere he went, Suyun would always open up the array formations there, and look carefully. His expression was extremely serious and meticulous, as though he was a scholar studying diligently. The old man looked on weirdly, but he didn't say anything. If anything were to happen to him, it would be because of the responsibility of the prince consort. He was merely following orders. What is this? Halfway there, the old man gave Suyun a unique array device that caught his attention. It landed on the treetop of an ice tree at the back of the residence. In this princess mansion, it did not attract too much attention, but this ice star gave Suyun a very peculiar feeling. It was as if there was limitless power hidden within. Divine Ice Star is the protective protector treasure bestowed by the king to our Princess Bing. The old man said with a smile. Tranquil Ice Divine Star? Suyun reached out to touch that ice star, and asked, what's the use of this? Of course it's to save my life. Once it is activated, the entire manor will be frozen in an instant. No matter who it is, unable to move, unable to speak, unable to activate the profound strength, much less die, and this frozen ice is no ordinary ice, but divine ice, incomparably heavy and incomparably sturdy, and it would be difficult to break through it with ease. If the princess is attacked, the princess only needs to activate this divine ice, and he and the thief will be able to live together. Prince Consort Ma, this item is the mansion's divine protection weapon. From here on out, no matter if it's a princess or a princess, they will all be safe. The old man chuckled. Hearing that, Suyun's face congealed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 804. When he returned to the prison, Suyun's expression was somewhat ugly. The county governor's mansion had a much tighter defensive system than he had expected, especially the silent ice star formation. If it was not removed, disaster would surely befall upon them. The great princess of Han was about to enter Ice City in less than a day, so she had to move quickly. Suyun ordered someone to find pen and paper, and used the profound chi to create an ice table, and draw something on it. Inside the cell, Princess Bing and Prince Consort Li hurriedly looked over. However, they could not see it clearly. Their hearts were filled with doubt. What was this fellow trying to do? Brother-in-law, what is this bastard doing now? Although Suyun had not done anything to them yet, the arrogance in her heart had completely vanished. The more Suyun did nothing, the more afraid she became, because this was the fear of the unknown. I don't know. Prince Consort Li shook his head, his face full of seriousness. Suyun did not pay attention to the people in the prison who were spying on him, thus the cultivation paper was placed randomly. He was fully focused on the drawing, and did not know what he was doing, and some of the paper fell to the ground but he did not notice, while Prince Consort Li, who was constantly watching on the other side, finally saw the contents of the paper clearly. They were all drawn very neatly and carefully. They looked like a formation, with many details drawn out, such as an eye, a pattern, a scripture, a line, and so on. Did this guy just draw them? To be able to draw such a thing in such a short period of time, he must be quite knowledgeable about formations and must be an expert at formations. Prince Consort Li pondered. Ha! At this moment, a surprised voice came from the side. Consort Li immediately turned his head, only to see that Princess Bing's face was filled with shock as she stared blankly at the cultivation paper on the ground. What's wrong, Bing Bing? Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, this fellow is painting. He's drawing a spirit formation diagram of the Princess Mansion. Princess Bing shouted in panic, her voice especially loud. What? Spirit formation map? Prince Consort Li was also shocked. The cackling sound pulled Su Yun back from his deep concentration. He raised his head and swept the two people in the cell with his eyes and frowned. Can't you guys be quieter? Are you drawing a spirit formation diagram of the Princess Mansion? He asked urgently. So what? Su Yun said impatiently. Do you want to break these enchantments? Damn you, what exactly do you want to do? This time, Prince Consort Li couldn't sit still. He grabbed the bars of the cage and growled. The fake news caused the first princess to immediately rush to Bingchang and draw a barrier enchantment map to break it. Prince Consort Li's heart skipped a beat when he saw Su Yun's actions, as he felt that the things this fellow was about to do would affect the entire Han state. Relax. I don't plan on breaking this Princess Palace's spirit diagram. It's too easy to break it. Do you still need to draw it? Su Yun drew on a piece of paper with the pen in his hand. While drawing, he said, the easiest way to break the barrier is to break it by force. The easiest way is to destroy the source of the barrier. A person who doesn't understand anything about formations can do it by using his entire body's energy. Destroying the barrier is that simple, but the hardest thing is not to change the barrier, but to modify the barrier. What I want to do now is to change the barrier in this princess residence, and have them serve me, understand? He put down the brush, picked up the paper, arranged a piece, and held it in his hand. Damn it! Prince Consort Li gritted his teeth. Don't worry, I won't kill you. My goal in coming to the Jianghan territory is to retrieve something. Once I get it, I will leave immediately. Su Yun said, then turned and left the ice prison. Bastard! Prince Consort Li glared fiercely at Su Yun's back, his eyes revealing waves of malicious intent. This intent was very obscure, to the point where he did not let the ice princess beside him see it. After leaving the ice prison, Su Yun called for the manager. Prince Consort Ma, what orders do you have for me? The supervisor said while nodding and bowing. I roughly checked and found that there are still some flaws in the defense system of the county governor's mansion. If it can be repaired and improved, it would be a form of protection for the princess. Su Yun said impressively. The prince consort's words are extremely true, but this little one doesn't know anything about this, and I don't know how to improve it. The supervisor was in trouble. Prince Consort Ma, I, too, have a rough understanding of array techniques. I'll do these. This is the list I've just written down. Please go and purchase the materials according to the name written on the list and deliver these materials within 2 hours. Su Yun handed over a piece of cultivation paper. The steward took it, glanced at it, let out a cry, and immediately ran away. Not long later, the manager finished preparing the ingredients for Su Yun. Time was of the essence, and Su Yun did not waste any time on the old man. He immediately took the ingredients and opened up a part of the mansion's guards, and began to modify the enchantment. Transformation was a technical job. The formation arrays that Su Yun had previously studied were of a much lower level and much simpler than those in the ultimate martial world, but they were extremely different. Even if they were complicated, it would only make the surface more complicated, and the quality of the formation did not change. The other enchantment arrays were only a small problem. What Su Yun was most concerned about was naturally the divine ice that was hung on the large tree beside the princess' small garden. He had already finished the work of the arrays, and directly walked to the front of the divine ice, then looked at the silent ice divine star formation's array origin, Suyun's eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of infatuation. The divine star was extremely beautiful, it was not any inferior to the stars in the sky. However, what attracted Suyun's attention was not only its outer appearance, but also its inner self. Suyun was sure that the steward was talking about the power of the silent ice god star formation. He reached out his hand, caressed the god star array origin and poured a little of his profound chi into it. The god star immediately glowed, and the energy within it started to boil like boiling water. Suyun hastily removed his hand, stopping the profound chi from pouring into the divine star's array origin, and started to reminisce. This aura. It's the frigid aqua spirit chi, so in order to suppress it, the true divine spirit chi is more suitable according to the theory of the 5 elements. However, in order to control it, the wild sword chi is still the most suitable. With that thought, he called out the monarch occult force in his body, and transformed his own profound chi's attribute into wild sword chi, and then transferred it to the divine star's array origin. The profound chi was injected. This time, the power inside the divine star array origin did not become restless. Instead, it swayed gently, like a pendulum, and was very rhythmic. Seeing that, Suyun was ecstatic. Although he had not controlled the power, the fact that the wild sword chi could not resist, proved his conjecture. However, it was difficult to control such a huge formation through the array origin. You still had to find the core of the formation, cut it off, and temporarily destroy the formation. This way, controlling the array origin would be much easier, and a piece of scattered sand would definitely be easier to deal with than a piece of brick. Suyun took out the blueprint he drew and made a mark on it. After looking at it for a bit, he immediately ran towards Princess Bing's small garden. The core of the formation was in the small courtyard. The silent ice god star formation was bestowed upon her by the king of Han State. Naturally, it wasn't of a low level and wouldn't be easy to deal with. Suyun used the lotus star sword to transform into the appearance of the princess again, deceiving the guards and the maids, and quickly entered the little garden. After separating them, he began to explore the little garden. Holding the blueprints in his hand, he began to make his own judgment little by little. It had to be said that the divine ice star formation was ingeniously profound, and the scope of the formation just so happened to cover the entire princess mansion. The formation was divided into a main eye and 17 separate eyes, and each of the 17 main buildings had a separate eye, while the main eye was located below the ice princess' small garden. Suyun held the lotus star sword, cut open the ice ground beneath him, and activated the profound chi, separating them bit by bit. The formation aperture was not big. It was about the size of a big bowl, and Suyun had to cut a full 14 meters in length and width before he could find the main formation aperture. The main eye of the formation was located in the ice layer below the small garden. It was completely white in color and was somewhat different from the blue-colored ice block. After finding the main eye of the array, Suyun did not immediately destroy it. Instead, he took out a piece of ice and poured profound chi into it, then placed it above the main eye of the array. The chi was the true divine spirit chi that was used to restrain the frigid aqua spirit chi. Because it was extremely close to the main eye, thus affecting the effects of the main eye, the entire array's power instantly weakened to the point where there was no difference. Seeing that, Suyun immediately ran towards the immortal star. The true divine spirit chi that was sealed in ice would evaporate in 2 hours. Therefore, he only had 2 hours to control the divine ice star's array origin, which was almost no different from any other material. But when Suyun got close to the big tree, he saw the old manager running towards him in a hurry. He seemed to have turned a blind eye to the changes in the divine ice star's array origin, and directly shouted at Suyun, "Prince Consort Ma, Prince Consort Horse, come here, the princess has entered the city. The princess is here." What? Suyun was startled. He grabbed the old manager and asked, "Didn't you say you would come back one day? Why is it that the princess has come over after just half a day?" Small. This one doesn't know either. It said that the princess knew that something had happened to Princess Bing, so she rushed over without stopping. I had originally said that Her Highness would rest in the ice town for half a day before leaving, who knows? Unexpectedly, the princess didn't rest at ease and directly brought her people over to this place. The old steward wore a helpless expression on his face. Hearing that, Suyun's face became gloomy. He looked around and asked, "Where is Your Highness now?" "I just entered the city. Perhaps I'm walking towards the princess mansion now." "What about the honor guard?" "There's no time to send someone to greet them at the city gates. They're still waiting at the mansion." "Then send them to the entrance of the mansion to receive you, quickly. You have to make big movements and also make big movements, go and do it quickly." Suyun shouted. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 805. When the first princess arrived, the people of Bingcheng were extremely surprised. They did not know why the first princess had come all the way from the imperial city. After all, Suyun had only asked the first princess to rush here in the name of Prince Consort Li. The people of the city were not aware of this. A cold sheep pulled a floating ice carriage into Ice City. There were over 100 people standing on both sides of the carriage. There were quite a few experts with terrifying cultivations among them. After everyone entered the city, they sped on their way, charging straight for the county governor's mansion. However, when the group rushed to the princess mansion, they had no choice but to slow down. They saw that a large number of guard troops had appeared outside the princess mansion, and there were more than 300 of them. They stood in a line and played a tune, welcoming the arrival of the princess devoutly and excitedly. The originally not very spacious street was filled to the brim with guards of honor, causing the carriage to be extremely inconvenient to walk on. "What's going on?" The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a lady wearing a gold-colored jeweled hairpin and a glazed top stuck her head out and asked the maid next to the carriage. This woman was extremely mature. She had a sexy figure, a protruding front and back, fair skin, and a pretty face. She could be considered quite a beauty. Hearing the eldest princess's question, the maidservant hurriedly responded, reporting to the princess, "It's the honor guard of the princess residence. They've specially come to welcome you." "Honor guard? What honor guard? My sister is wounded, and the situation is grim. Why are you doing this honor guard? Hurry up and disperse them, I want to enter the palace." The first princess shouted, her voice full of anxiety. "Yes." The maid nodded and shouted, "The princess has ordered everyone to move out of the way." When the honor guard heard this, who would dare to disobey? He quickly left and right to make way for the carriage. The carriage sped up as it sped towards the princess's residence. However, just as the carriage stopped at the county governor's mansion, a figure, accompanied by several high-ranking officials of the county governor's mansion, quickly walked towards the carriage. "Greetings, Prince Consort." When the people beside the carriage saw who had arrived, they all called out. Prince Consort Li smiled and indicated for everyone to stand up. He then walked over to the carriage and lifted the curtain, and seeing his husband standing next to the carriage, the Grand Princess's anxious heart finally calmed down a little. She placed her hand on Prince Li's large hand, and under his careful care, she got off the carriage. "My wife has worked hard all the way. Darling, don't talk about this. How is Bing Bing?" The eldest princess looked at Prince Consort Li, her face not smiling, and asked directly. "Bing Bing's injuries aren't serious. She's fine now, she's resting in her own small garden. You don't have to worry," Prince Consort Li said with a smile. "Is that so?" When the first princess heard this, her anxious heart finally calmed down. She heaved a sigh of relief and glanced at Prince Consort Li, her voice full of reproach. "I have something important to attend to. I've been back in the imperial city for some time. How did something like this happen? Didn't I tell you to look at Bing Bing properly? This is a long story. It's not an accident that Bing Bing was injured. She was injured because she wanted to capture a spy from Jiang country. Jiang was spy? The Grand Princess frowned. That's right, the spies are currently locked up in the ice prison. What can you ask? It hasn't been interrogated yet, I've been busy treating Bing Bing. My wife, if you're willing, you can interrogate him yourself. I'm not interested in that. I should first see Bing Bing, and then talk. For her injury, I even brought Royal Father's doctor over. Although you said that Bing Bing is fine, but to be safe, we should check it properly. With that, the Grand Princess waved her hand, and an elderly man in flowery robes walked over, preparing to enter the estate. You can't. Prince Consort Li immediately stood in front of her. The eldest princess frowned as she stared at Prince Consort Li with a serious expression. She then asked in a low voice, "What are you trying to do?" "My wife, Bing Bing, has just been treated and is still recovering. It's not appropriate to disturb her. I think you should come visit her later." Prince Consort Li's face broke into a smile as he whispered these words. Is that so? She felt that something was amiss with her dual cultivation partner today, but she was unable to say what was amiss. However, since he had said so, it would not be appropriate for her to head over, so she nodded and said, "All right, then we'll go watch it tomorrow." Right. Prince Consort Li smiled and turned around. "My wife, I've already ordered someone to arrange a room for you. You should go rest first. I'll go to the ice prison to interrogate that spy of Bing Bing." "Are you still thinking about that spy?" "I'll go with you." The eldest princess gave a deep harumph. "I'd like to see who dares to hurt my sister." "My wife, it's better if you don't go. After all, that's a prison cell. If there's any danger." "What are the dangers of a cell?" "Lead the way." "I still don't know where the cells of the princess residence are." The Grand Princess insisted. Prince Consort Li heard the voice and didn't insist. He led the way and headed straight for the ice prison in the county governor's mansion. A group of experts followed behind the first princess. There were about 7 or 8 of them, and all of them had dense cultivation bases. They looked around, not knowing what they were looking at. As they walked, some of them were already frowning, as if they had sensed something. A person quickly walked over and whispered into the princess' ear, "Princess, the princess defensive barrier seems to be a bit weak. There's almost no spirit formation aura in this area." "No? What do you want to say?" The first princess raised her eyebrows and asked. "Your subordinate is just a bit worried. If it's just that the barrier is broken, then it's fine, but if there's someone..." "Sir, you don't have to worry. In the past 2 days, the spirit formation was being refurbished because the eldest princess came and made people increase the strength of the spirit formation. After all, there will be experts from the Jiang country outside the ice city." Consort Li, who was walking in front, suddenly turned his head and smiled to the people behind him. When the person heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded and no longer said anything. The eldest princess looked at Prince Consort Li and did not say a word, but she lowered her head to think of something. Not long after, they arrived at the ice prison. However, what made the Grand Princess puzzled was that there weren't any guards outside the ice prison. "Isn't there a prison head in this ice prison?" "Yes." "Where is he?" "They've already been sent to be part of the honor guard. Otherwise, how else would the 300 people from the princess mansion be able to gather enough?" "You're just messing around." "Isn't it because of you?" Prince Consort Li said with a smile. The first princess harumphed. Her face was slightly flushed, and she no longer wore a stern expression like before. There was no woman who didn't like sweet talk. She didn't expect that such a usually dull fellow would have such delicate thoughts today. Consort Li pushed open the door to the ice prison, and the first princess walked in. Of course, the experts wanted to enter as well, but Consort Li stopped them. "Wait outside. Lord Prince Consort, we are the Grand Princess's personal bodyguards, appointed by Her Majesty. We cannot leave her even half a step. Prince Consort, please forgive me. What dogs hit personal guard? This is the princess mansion, why? Are you worried that the princess is in danger here? With me accompanying the first princess, how could she be in danger? Wait outside for me. Do you know? Prince Consort Li's expression suddenly turned solemn as he shouted loudly. Everyone was startled and a bit stupefied. Bang! The door to the ice prison was slammed shut. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. In the end, they did not persist. Each of them stood on either side of the prison door, guarding it. And inside the ice prison, the Grand Princess walked down the stairs, step by step. After a few steps, she realized that the ice prison wasn't as cold as she had imagined. There didn't seem to be much ice inside. The prisons in the Han state were all made of ice. It was incomparably cold, and only people in the Han state could get used to this kind of temperature. Other people definitely wouldn't be able to get used to it. What's going on? The first princess was puzzled. She turned her head to look behind her, and when she realized that Prince Consort Li had not followed behind, she immediately shouted, Yun Bai! What are you doing? Hurry up and come down. However, her voice didn't get a reply from Prince Consort Li. Instead, a faint sound drifted out from inside the prison. Sister, sister. His voice was extremely weak, but the first princess was an expert of the 10th rank of the Sky Spirit Master. Upon hearing his voice, her entire body trembled. This was the voice of the princess. She hurried down the steps to the cell, but the sight shocked her. In the front of the prison, his sister and his dual cultivation partner were locked up. She rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't mistaken. Her little sister was indeed locked up in the cell with her husband? Isn't he out there? Why did he suddenly appear in a cell? Prince Consort Li stood up, grabbing onto the bars of the cage as he shouted anxiously, Honor, be careful. That man disguised himself as me and tricked you into the ice prison. Don't let him harm you. What? Pretend to be you? Could it be that the one from before is fake? The Grand Princess was completely stunned. Fake? Facing so many people, with so many experts, what kind of profound technique could disguise him as Prince Consort Li without being seen through? Sister, quickly go. Call the experts of the royal capital here and capture that bandit. If not, we will all be finished. Sister, hurry up and leave. When she saw that the first princess was still standing there in a daze, she became even more anxious. However, her voice hadn't been heard for long before a voice drifted up from the top of the stairs. No need, she won't be able to leave. Upon hearing his words, a figure walked over. At first, this person only had the appearance of Prince Consort Li, but after the light surrounding his body faded, his appearance had completely changed. The first princess looked at the stranger in front of her with a blank look on her face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 806. Who the hell are you? The first princess retreated a few steps back, her back leaning on the wall as she stared at Su Yun warily. He's a spy from the Zheng country, shouted the prison's princess of ice. Are you an idiot or not? Deafness? How many times do I have to say that I'm not from Zheng country? Su Yun said somewhat helplessly. If it's not the people of Zheng, then why did you do this? Why did you lure us here? Prince Consort Li said solemnly. Of course it's because of me. I must admit that this method is indeed a bit despicable. However, as matters stand, I no longer have a choice. Su Yun shook his head. Do you want the profound coin? The Grand Princess said vigilantly, if you want the profound coin, I can give you as many as I want. But the condition is that you have to let us go. Profound coin? I don't like that stuff. What about the magic treasure? I can give you whatever magic treasure you want. Magic treasure? Hee, I have come this time for a magic treasure of your Han state. Su Yun laughed. Hearing these words, the first princess's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have thought of something bad and gritted her teeth as she said anxiously, I can give you any magic treasure, but only Long Mingzhu cannot. Then there's nothing to talk about. You really came here for the Dragon Abyss bead. I want to use it to save my life. Save whose life? My life. The Grand Princess fell silent. Su Yun walked over, opened up a cell, and said indifferently, Go in. Do you think I'll listen to you? The first princess raised her head and looked at Su Yun. It's fine if you want to run, but during the time you're running away, I can guarantee that your dual cultivation partner and your sister will both die. Su Yun pointed at the two people in the cell. When the first princess heard this, she gritted her teeth, despicable. Hurry up. Su Yun said. With the hostage in his hands, the eldest princess had no choice but to obey. She could only obediently walk towards the cell. However, the moment she neared Su Yun, she actually raised her hand abruptly, and a streak of snowy light burst out of her palm as she struck directly at Su Yun. Su Yun just stood there motionlessly, allowing the snow light to strike his body. He did not dodge or even defend. He's really confident. She was able to seal all existences below the fourth stage of the Spirit Emperor. Since she could not see through Su Yun's cultivation, she had already determined that Su Yun was in existence at the fourth stage of the Spirit Emperor. She did not believe that Su Yun was in existence at the fourth stage of the Spirit Emperor or above. The scene before her eyes caused the eldest princess to be completely dumbfounded. The snow light dispersed, and the cold air swirled around the man. However, after a while, it all disappeared, and the man stood there as if nothing had happened. His body had not been frozen yet. It had no effect at all, as if the magic treasure was broken. How is this possible? The Grand Princess took a step back as her body trembled. Her eyes were empty, and it was as if she had lost her soul. Inside the cell, Princess Bing and Prince Consort Li were also stunned. How could the princess' magic treasure be inferior? However, Su Yun was able to directly take it head-on, and did not say anything more. It could only mean that Su Yun's strength was too strong. Princess, I don't like the way you talk and act. Although I'm also a person like you, I don't like the way others treat me. The smile on Su Yun's face had already disappeared. His expression became serious as he stared at the Grand Princess, and stood at the entrance of the prison. He opened the cell door, and invited her in. This was Su Yun's last resort. The first princess trembled. This time she did not dare disobey Su Yun's orders, and obediently walked towards the prison cell. Su Yun closed the cell door, glanced at the three people, and said indifferently, I originally did not intend to do this, but to survive, once I obtain the things, I will let you three go. You want to use us to exchange for the Dragon Abyss bead? Prince Consort Li asked. Do you think the three of you can afford this price? Su Yun asked. The three of them were silent. Now that the Zheng country has started to invade your Han country for the sake of the Dragon Sea beads, I don't really understand why you guys aren't willing to give the Dragon Sea beads to the people of the Zheng country to avoid this war? You don't understand the intricacies. The two countries have always been enemies of each other, unifying the Zheng Han world, and when the king was not injured, his cultivation was at the peak, so he hoped to be able to rely on Longdingxi to break through, not to mention the fact that the country at that time was not afraid of the Zheng country, so the king was not able to hand over Long Mingzhu, and now that the king is injured, he can't hand her over. He wants to rely on Long's mystical healing, and recover his former strength. So I think that taking us as hostages, you may not be able to exchange for the Long's pearl. Do you mean to say that you are of no value to me? Su Yun took out the Lotus Star Sword S from the sword sheath S and said indifferently, since that's the case, in order to prevent the matter from being exposed, I can only kill you all. Hearing this, Prince Consort Li's face immediately turned green. He was so scared that his heart began to race, and he hurriedly said, "No, no, no. No, 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 no. I don't mean it that way. I am only saying that if you capture us, we will be of no use to you and you will be able to offend the Arctic state. If it is not worth it, I might as well let the three of us go and think of other ways. But I have already offended your country, so how can I let you go? Furthermore, I am after the treasures of the Han Empire, so how could I befriend the Han Empire? I think it would be better to kill all of you to avoid trouble." With that, Su Yun brought his sword over. Prince Consort Li was dumbfounded. He had even thought of using his words to persuade Su Yun to let him go, but he did not expect this person to be so ruthless. Princess Bing had long been frightened to the point of collapsing onto the ground. Her heart nearly jumped out of her throat as she looked at that beautiful sword brimming with killing intent. "Stop!" At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Su Yun turned to look, and realized that the one who spoke was the great princess. She looked at Su Yun and said while clenching her teeth, "Don't you dare hurt us, we will help you get the dragon pearl." "Help? No need, I don't trust you. After all, the king is your father. I only hope that you can send a letter to the king." Su Yun said indifferently. "What do you want us to write?" "It's simple. You can just tell the king about the situation here. Tell him that you're in my hands, and tell him to quickly bring the dragon abyssal pearl here in exchange for your 3 lives. I said before, he might not care about the lives of the 3 of us." Prince Consort Li spoke up. "The king will definitely not care about your life, not even this princess. However, I do not know about his daughter." Su Yun shook his head. "Moreover, right now, Jiang Gui is closing in on us, his goal is Long Sea Pearl. If your king wants to settle this war, he can completely hand over the Dragon Sea Pearl to me and direct Jiang Gui's spearhead towards me. In that case, won't your Han nation also have a chance to catch its breath? Without the Dragon Abyssal Pearl, Royal Father's cultivation cannot be recovered. The Jiang country will definitely take advantage of this and annex our country." The Grand Princess gritted her teeth. "But even if the king obtains the Dragon Abyss, it won't change anything. If he can use the Dragon Abyss to recover his strength, why wait until the battle worsens to this extent? Therefore, to your frigid kingdom, Long Mingzhu is just a hot potato." Su Yun said. When the eldest princess heard this, she no longer said anything. Su Yun took a pen and paper and passed it to the princess. She looked at the glowing brush in front of her, and clenched her fists tightly. But in the end, she still chose to compromise, picked up the pen, and started drawing on the paper. These words were all inserted into the profound chi, because the recording stone might be forged, but this could not be forged. As long as this letter was delivered to the imperial city, the king would definitely believe that the first princess and the others were indeed in Su Yun's hands. After the letter was written, the Grand Princess tossed it out of the prison. "Even though we are not your match, but the number of experts in the imperial city is as numerous as the hairs on a cow. The king will be furious, and with all of his experts here, it is impossible for you to fight them alone. If you let us go right now, I can guarantee that I will not touch a single hair on your head." The princess was still unwilling to give up and said. But Su Yun turned a deaf ear to him. Holding onto the letter, he walked towards the prison's gate. Clang! Clang! He kicked open the door, causing the spirit cultivator who was guarding outside to be shocked. They turned their heads to look, and when they saw Su Yun, they were startled, and immediately, some of them reacted and rushed towards Su Yun. "Don't move! Your princess and prince consort are both in my hands. I've also changed the barrier in this mansion. If I wanted to, I could kill all 3 of them in the blink of an eye," Su Yun said directly. He sounded like a bandit. Some believed it, some didn't, but the attacks still didn't stop. Seeing that, Suyun secretly snorted, and raised his leg to kick the nearest spirit cultivator. Dong! That person's abdomen was directly penetrated by this kick. A large hole was left in his abdomen as he was sent flying and crashed into a nearby pavilion. The pavilion's barrier was shattered and instantly collapsed. Such a commotion caused an uproar in the princess residence. A large number of guards rushed over. When the experts saw this, they revealed expressions of fear and no longer dared to act presumptuously. That was a first-stage Spirit Emperor cultivator. He was actually sent flying with a single kick from this person. Although everyone saw that Suyun was only at the first stage of the Spirit Emperor, the magic treasure on his body and the unique chi within his body made him not just at the first stage of the Spirit Emperor. If he did not send a third or even fourth-ranked master to deal with him, it would be impossible to pin him down. Suyun swept his eyes across the people around him, threw the letter in his hands out, and said coldly, "If you want to preserve your princess's life, then immediately send this to the imperial city. Hand it over to the king. I'll give you 5 days." Immediately. 5 days? This round trip to the imperial city will take at least 7 days. There's too much time. How can we not have teleported magic treasures? You can think of a way yourself. Also, call out all the defensive forces within the city and your residences outside the city. If you do not, I will immediately tear up the votes. After he finished speaking, Suyun immediately turned around and shut the cell door with a bang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 807. As the door closed, the spirit cultivator outside immediately took action. They could not see the princess, but they could recognize her profound chi. The words on the letter were condensed from the princess' profound chi. It was definitely not fake. As a result, the entire ice city was in an uproar. For some unknown reason, the people could see the large number of cold troops stationed in the city moving towards the outside of the city. People were passing by the entrance of the canton courtyard. The experts who had accompanied the first princess had all left, leaving only one person to take charge of the situation. Quick, send out all the people in the mansion. Don't leave a single one alive, leave all of them outside the city to defend. In addition, arrange for more scouts near Bingcheng. Report to us immediately if anything happens at Zhanghua. Lord! What had happened? Everything was fine. Why? Why did he send all the power in the city outside the city? Was it the people from Jian? But if it comes down to it, we shouldn't stick to it. www.uuxs.cc a city? Why do you ask so many questions? Do you need to worry about these things? Do as I say, and leave the rest to me. But, Lord, go! Don't talk nonsense. He dared to say more. I won't let you off so easily. Yes. Yes. Yes, small. This little one will do it immediately. Humph. The man glanced at the departing person, then turned around and walked into the mansion. At that moment, all of the guards in the residence had been transferred out, leaving behind the servants and maids with inferior cultivations. All of the enchantments in the residence were activated, but Suyun had the authority to control them. The bodyguard of the princess once again called for the old manager. "Milord. Recently, the situation in the princess mansion will be a little special. You have to strictly manage everyone and let them carry out their duties. In addition, if someone makes a wild guess, creates a rumor, and kills them directly, the people of the Jiang country will occupy the cities outside the ice city. The army of the Jiang country can approach Bingcheng at any time, and if a rumor were to arise, there will be serious consequences." Lord! If that's the case, then why did you transfer all the power within the city to the outside of the city? The old manager was puzzled. If the enemy closed in and transferred the garrison forces outside the city, it would be no different from committing suicide. Don't ask so much, don't you see that I have already opened all the city gates? The moment something happens, the army can immediately return to defense. As for why they are doing this, I can only tell you, this is. Princess means that you can say this to others. Don't worry, this won't last long, it will return to normal in a few days. Yes, my lord. The old butler did not dare to ask any further. He understood that as a servant, the more he knew, the better it might not be. After the old manager left, the princess guard immediately turned around and walked towards the ice prison. At this moment, the outside of the ice prison was surrounded by layers of barriers. These barriers were like layers of barriers that tightly surrounded the entire ice prison. These were all enchantments laid down by Su Yun, and the princess guard stopped right in front of the enchantment. Donger cupped her fists and said, I have already followed your instructions, and the rest of you have already rushed to the imperial city and informed the king of this matter. I believe that the king will order some people to bring Long Mingzhu to Ice City in the future. I understand. You've done well, so don't worry, no matter if it's the princess or prince consort, I can guarantee that they won't be harmed in the slightest, provided that you'll obediently listen to me and not try any tricks. Su Yun's voice came out from inside the cell. Don't worry, we will definitely do as you say. We definitely won't harbor any ill intentions. That's for the best. Su Yun muttered from inside, and stopped talking. He sat alone inside and meditated. The people in the jail cell were also silent. Prince Consort Li and the first princess were meditating. Princess Bing, on the other hand, could not calm her heart at this moment. She curled up in a corner, her body trembling in fear. Without the effects of the cold air spell formation, the prisoners in the prison gradually began to recover. Although these people did not know who Su Yun was, they knew from their conversation with the first princess and the others that Su Yun's goal was to go to the Dragon Abyss. If it was for the Long Sea Pearl, then it was the enemy of the Han state, and also the friend of these prisoners. My lord, save me, my lord. As long as you save me, I can do whatever you want and help you obtain the Dragon Pearl. Lord, I beg of you, please save me. Let me go, I can help you, Lord. Lord, please do me a favor and let me go. All of the prisoners held onto the bars of the cell as they shouted at Su Yun. Hearing that Su Yun's interest was piqued, he immediately stood up and walked towards the prison cell. Seeing Su Yun coming over, all the sinners became even more agitated, their shouts becoming louder and louder, as though they wanted to press their mouths against Su Yun's ears and roar. Well, will we let you out? It's easy, but I don't trust you. Su Yun rubbed his chin, glanced at all the criminals, and realized that most of them were between the 7th and 9th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. There were no Spirit Emperoress, but even so, it was still not bad. Lord, I can swear to you. I will definitely be loyal to you, absolutely loyal to you, never to be changed. A prisoner said excitedly as he knelt on the ground. He looked miserable as tears streamed down his face. Su Yun glanced at him, then asked, How did you come in? He's a spy from the Jiang country. Before the prisoner could speak, Princess Bing shouted. Unjustly accused. I am not. The man shouted. Since you aren't a spy, how can you infiltrate my palace? And you were even caught red-handed by me on the spot. This. I. The prisoner hesitated for a long time, but no words came out. I did. Su Yun's face suddenly darkened. He shouted coldly, If you are not telling the truth, kill him immediately, destroy his soul, and show no mercy. With that said, the prisoner's entire body trembled in fear. He did not even stutter as he hurriedly said, I just heard that the Bingcheng princess is as beautiful as a fairy and has a special physique, so I plan to abduct her and raise her as a twin female slave. When Princess Bing heard this, she nearly died from anger. Oh, so it's for the sake of the sentimental people. Su-Yun was amused, thinking that this was a rapist. So you were carrying this kind of demon. Humph, I should have ripped you into a million pieces that day. Princess Bing said hatefully. Damned girl, you can't even save yourself now, and you still want to kill me? I want to see which one of us will die first. That person glared viciously at Princess Bing before shouting out. However, just as he finished speaking, a burst of mystical force struck his abdomen, causing his entire body to fly, and directly collide into the wall behind him. When he landed, the man spat out a mouthful of blood, and the profound chi on his body instantly broke apart. The people in the other cells were shocked as they saw this. Su-Yun lowered his head, staring at the prisoner who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and said, "Did I make you speak so loudly?" His voice was extremely cold. It was like ice needles, causing people to shudder in fear. That awe-inspiring and murderous aura struck directly at their souls. No one in the prison dared to make a sound, all of them looked at him with ineffable terror. Su-Yun secretly snorted, and coldly swept his gaze over him. I heard that Princess Bing came here to snatch it from me just because she was beautiful. Presumably, she did not do these sort of things often. I can tolerate you being despicable and shameless, but you must have a bottom line in everything you do. Lust. I hate women the most for slaughtering their children. His words were beautiful, and instantly grew larger. But what he had done to Hu Qianmei back then was not much better than this criminal. Su-Yun did not bother with the prisoner, and directly walked to the next cell. Inside the cell was a baldy with a fierce-looking face and a ferocious expression. And he asked, "So, what about you? What have you done?" "I am only here to steal some treasures. Princess Bing is loved very much by the current king, and has received many rewards from the king. I was thinking about fishing some oil from Princess Bing to help with my cultivation, and so I took advantage of the time she was out to rob her, but to my surprise, I lost, and was subdued by her with her magic treasure," the big man said. Su-Yun glanced at him, then looked at Princess Bing, only to see her shouting, "No way, you're clearly trying to rape me." When the big man heard this, he did not say anything. Princess Bing's words seemed to have the intent of borrowing a knife to kill someone. After all, Su-Yun had said that before. Su-Yun, on the other hand, suddenly turned and stared straight at her. When Princess Bing saw this, she immediately covered her mouth and trembled from head to toe. She was thoroughly frightened by Su-Yun. "Do you really think you're beautiful? How can there be so many people interested in you? Don't be too narcissistic." With that said, Princess Bing's face turned completely bloodless. Although her cultivation was not strong, she was very confident in her looks. She might not be the type of person that would be easily bewitched, but she was definitely the type that could bewitch men. However, Su-Yun's words had ruthlessly destroyed her confidence in her looks, and it had ruthlessly hammered her, causing her to feel extreme pain. "Enough, we've already done as you instructed. Please don't torture Bing Bing anymore, okay?" The eldest princess could no longer bear to watch any further. She clenched her teeth and shouted, "Torture?" Su-Yun sneered, "A few words are enough to torture her? Heh, I think that her fifth stage of the Sky Spirit Master was raised by some drug-devouring profound coin, right? With such a poor state of mind, how could he possibly achieve great results? It's really laughable. With your mentality, you can't even compare to a few mortals. You..." The Grand Princess was so angry that she couldn't say a word. Su-Yun could not be bothered and directly opened the man's cell. "Guard the door." He pointed to the entrance of the ice prison and spoke. The man immediately nodded his head and walked over quickly, standing at the entrance like a sentry. Su-Yun nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "When I finish this matter, you will be able to regain your freedom. Of course, do not make any mistakes, otherwise no one will be able to protect you." "Yes, my lord." The man nodded. "Right." Su-Yun turned around and continued to walk towards the next cell. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 808. Princess Bing was a spirit cultivator who relied on external factors to forcefully raise her cultivation. Although this kind of person had a high cultivation level, a low temperament, and what he did was unreliable, some of the criminals in the ice prison were indeed unforgivable villains, but some of them had also been wrongly accused, like Su Yun. Su Yun chose 3 who were reliable and asked them to help him out. Some things, leaving it with the Han people, were risky, but he could not completely trust them. If they sold him out in exchange for innocence, then Su Yun would suffer a huge loss. The division of labor between the 3 was clear, but it was not important work. One of them guarded the gate for Su Yun, one of them guarded the gate, and the last one guarded the gate. Su Yun had to stay in the ice prison and capture these 3 hostages. The movements outside would be extremely difficult to find out, and the information he obtained from the palace entrance was bound to be false, so he could not trust them. Although the Saint Armor could send his primordial spirit out to scout everywhere, Su Yun was more willing to spend this limited time on the places he needed to go. After breaking through cultivation, Su Yun did his best to consolidate his profound qi and made preparations to deal with the upcoming situation. It was now a gamble on the place of the Grand Princess and the others in the king's heart. If he still cared about his daughter and relatives, he would hand them over in exchange for the lives of 3 people. If he did not care, then the people who were sent to Bingchang were all experts with powerful cultivations. Regardless of whether he could obtain the Dragon Abyss Pearl or not, he should have prepared in advance to retreat. After meditating for an entire day, the mansion was safe and sound. Su Yun opened his eyes, adjusting for a moment, then took out the map from before and started to study it. The 3 people in the cell quietly looked at Su Yun, each of them thinking of a way to escape, but they were all cells, and without the key, they couldn't leave, much less escape under Su Yun's watch. It had been 4 days since the Grand Princess's guard had headed towards the Imperial City. Su Yun calculated, there should be news about the Imperial City, right? He quietly waited in the ice prison, neither anxious nor noisy. He was in an extremely good mood. The Grand Princess glanced at her husband and sister. Prince Consort Li continued to sit cross-legged, while Princess Bing trembled in fear. She sighed, stood up, stuck close to the prison wall, and asked Su Yun, "Tell me, if you used the Dragon Sea Bead to save your own life, let me tell you, the Dragon Sea Bead is not a medicinal pellet, nor is it some almighty magic treasure. How will you save it?" Su Yun opened his eyes slightly and glanced at her, but didn't say anything. Seeing this, the eldest princess became rather angry and said, "You've got the Dragon Pearl, but you don't know how to use it. Isn't that a waste?" But Su Yun still did not speak. The first princess didn't give up and started to speak again, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by Su Yun. "You spoke to me simply to get to know me, to learn more about me, and to find a way to escape, yes or no? Not to mention, how difficult could the method of using Long Si Zhu be? Even if I don't know, there are many people in all the heavens who know. This isn't a secret." Su Yun laughed. Hearing her words, the eldest princess was stunned for a moment. She then said, "You are right, I want to understand you, but it is not because I want to escape, because I know that royal father will definitely use the Dragon Pearl to exchange for my safety. There is no need to flee, I just want to know, who has the guts to kidnap a prince consort in the Cold Kingdoms and steal his treasure? Who is it?" A trace of loneliness and complexity flashed past Su Yun's eyes. "I don't know who I am, so what should I tell you?" He had killed millions of people, massacred countless living creatures, and was surrounded by the evil aura. This was the current Su Yun. He originally had no intention of becoming a demon, but unfortunately, the matters of the world forced him to do so. Although the ugliness and evil between heaven and earth had never disappeared, not everyone was willing to do so. But no matter what, once he obtained the Dragon Abyssal Pearl, he would be rid of the evil qi and everything would come to an end. At that time, after collecting the souls of the Sword Ancestor, Xinger would go see his parents and return to the Tianwu continent to enjoy peace and quiet. He was originally a person without ambition, and many of the things that had happened after he had walked step by step to this day were not his initiatives. Of course, he also understood that if one wanted to protect everything, one must have the strength to fight against everything. Seeing Su Yun's expression, the first princess was stunned. She thought to herself, this is a person with a story. Tuck, tuck, tuck. At this moment, there was a sudden knock at the door, followed by a voice, "Sir, there is news from the top of the city that the people of the imperial city have arrived." They had just entered the city. They were on their way to the prefecture lord's mansion. How many people are there? Su Yun opened his eyes and asked indifferently. Not much, only 2. 2? Yes, 2 generals, General Li Guanyuan and the Crown Prince Jianli. Li Guanyuan? The rest? Li Guanyuan was the great general of the Han dynasty, and was in charge of half of the Han dynasty. He was powerful and influential, had the 7th grade of Spirit Emperor, was the father of Prince Consort Li, and was the only son of the current emperor. He had been favored by the king and had been accepted into the Hidden World sect, had been handed down by the Master of the Valley, and had reached the 4th grade of the Spirit Emperor. These 2 people are here? Although his strength was not mediocre, his status was reasonable. The Han country had sent 2 people over with quite some sincerity. Then, did they bring Long Pozu? Su Yun asked. I don't know, they didn't take it out, and I don't know if it's in the space bag, so we didn't dare to ask. Is that so? Su Yun opened his eyes and thought for a while, then said, Wait here, help me pass on the message. Yes, my lord. After that, the man stood outside the door. Su Yun once again closed his eyes and quietly listened. After approximately 20 breaths of time, 2 strong auras came from outside the residence. The moment the auras entered the residence, they went straight to the ice prison and hid the auras very well. Master seemed to have intentionally hid his auras, but Su Yun still managed to catch them. Not long after, he heard the shout of the man at the door. The 2 of you, stop. The 2 men who were near the prison stopped and frowned as they stared at the burly man. These 2 people were the great general Li Guanyuan and the crown prince's son, Li Shui, who had just entered the city. Li Guanyuan was a very powerful middle-aged man, 3 big and 5 thick, with a huge body. Crown Prince Shishi was handsome, had the refined long face of a man from the cold country, and had a noble temperament. The 2 of them walked over empty-handed without carrying any weapons. Their auras were reserved, and they didn't bring any followers. When they heard the burly man's shout, the pure white-faced Crown Prince, Jai, spoke up. I am the Crown Prince, the other one. This is the great general of Han State, Li Guanyuan. The king has received your letter, and has ordered us to bring Long Mingzhu here to exchange you for someone else. Are you the one who kidnapped my sister? Zhao Li asked. However, the big man didn't reply to his question. Instead, he opened his mouth and shouted, Where is Long Qingzhu? One of the space bags by my waist. Take it out. No problem, but I want to see my sister first. If I can't see Long Mingzhu, you can't see the princess. Is that so? Since that's the case, then there's nothing left to say. He was about to leave. But just as he and Li Guanyuan were about to leave, a voice came from the ice prison. Zhang Xiong, watch them leave. When they leave the mansion, inform me immediately so that I can send the first princess and prince consort on their way. This was precisely the voice of Su Yun. It was incomparably indifferent, as if it didn't care in the slightest about the gains and losses of the Dragon Ocean Pearl. The man called Zhang Xiong immediately nodded his head in agreement. However, when Li Guanyuan and the others heard this, their faces turned extremely ugly. Both of them stopped in their tracks, their actions stiff. They looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. In fact, they said they were going to leave, but they were just trying to test Su Yun's attitude. The one locked up was the crown prince's sister and the other was the general's son. How could they give up just like that? If you two want to leave, then leave quickly. If you two want to stay, then take out the dragon pearl and take a look. At this time, Suyun's voice sounded again from inside the ice prison. His attitude had already made it clear that it was only based on the intentions of Jiao Li and Li Guanyuan. The two hesitated for a moment, they looked at each other secretly and fell into silence, but in the end, they chose to compromise, as Suyun had the upper hand. In that case, fine. He extended his hand out to touch the space bag, and very quickly, he took out a golden embroidered box. When the embroidered box appeared, Zhang Xiong's eyes were like iron that had been attracted by a magnet, and it was difficult for him to move his eyes away. She then looked at Zhang Xiong and opened the box to reveal a crack. Light immediately sputtered out and burned his eyes. When the light faded, a blue pearl appeared in front of Zhang Xiong's eyes. Zhang Xiong's eyes suddenly lit up and his mouth opened wide as he stared dumbfoundedly at the bead. Dragon Underworld Pearl. This was the Dragon Abyssal Pearl. His heart was beating wildly, and he felt as if his soul was about to fly towards the pearl. This aura was definitely that of Long Sea Pearl. Only such a precious treasure would be able to emit such an aura. Noticing Zhang Xiong's expression, the rest of the dragon guards sneered and closed the box. Will this do? Zhang Xiong's entire body trembled before he regained his senses. He took a deep breath before turning around and clasping his hands at the door of the ice prison. My lord, you are Long Dingzhu. Yes. Then, can you open the cell door and let us see who it is? Jiao Li shouted. Bring me the Long Sea Pearl first. Suyun's voice sounded again. Don't even think about it. If you don't see him now, you'll never get your hands on the pearl, he said in a low voice. Aren't you afraid of me killing someone? If you really want to kill me, then I have nothing to say. If you kill them, I can guarantee that you won't be able to obtain the Dragon Sea Bead. Jiao Li said seriously. The ice prison fell silent. Zhang Xiong stared at the ice prison nervously. After a while, the sound rang out again. Zhang Xiong, bring them in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 809. Zhang Xiong pushed the door open and upon seeing this, the Crown Prince immediately walked over. Your Highness, please wait for a moment. Let this official lead the way. Li Guanyuan pressed his hand on the Crown Prince's shoulder, his expression solemn. His appearance was quite similar to Prince Consort Li's, but his face already had wrinkles and he had a mustache. The Crown Prince was silent for a while before he nodded and took a step back. Li Guanyuan immediately walked forward. There's no need for this, I'm not a dragon pond or a tiger cave, I'm just a cell in this princess mansion. Don't worry, I just hope that Long Dingzhu will not harm you guys, but of course, that's only if you don't force me. Suyun's voice came out once again. Without a word, the two of them walked into the ice prison. The ice in the ice prison had completely melted. Even the water had evaporated, revealing pieces of stone. The light was somewhat dim. Stepping down the stairs, one would be able to see a smooth and translucent ice table, and at the front of the ice table, there was a man wearing a black robe with his legs crossed. Looking at Li Guanyuan and Prince Jiuyan who were descending, he did not look much afraid or nervous, and facing the two Spirit Emperor experts below, he did not even have a guard up. Zhou Gui secretly investigated Suyun's chi and discovered that he was an existence that had just entered the first stage of Spirit Emperor. He didn't know how many weak ones he could kill. However, although the cultivation level of the person in front of him was not high, it gave him an unspeakably deep and profound concept. In addition, this person was neither panicked nor panicked. Although he wasn't very strong, this fellow definitely had other tricks up his sleeves. The rest of the dragon thought to themselves. Little sister. Big brother Jai. Two joyous voices rang out from the cell, one was the first princess and the other was Princess Bing. Father. Crown Prince. When Prince Consort Li saw the two people coming down, there wasn't much surprise on his face. On the contrary, waves of shame began to surface on his face. Princess Bing was wild with joy at this moment. The fact that the two of them had arrived proved that the king had not abandoned her for the sake of the dragon pearl. How could she not be happy? The eldest princess was only happy for a little while, but then her face showed worry and worry again. She didn't want to lose the dragon abyssal pearl because of her, but the situation was just too disadvantageous for her. "Son, are you all right?" Li Guangyuan hurriedly asked when he saw his son in the prison. "I'm fine, father." "Your son is useless and has lost face for you," Prince Consort Li said in shame. "There's nothing to be ashamed about. This world is full of people, and there are countless capable people. This is not strange at all, but you must remember this lesson and work hard to cultivate in the future, understand? Your son will remember your teachings." "Right." Li Guangyuan nodded, then cupped his fists towards the eldest princess and Princess Bing. Princess, please rest assured, this humble subject will definitely save you safe and sound." "Thank you, General," the chief eunuch said. "He was saved safe and sound? That's not difficult. If you hand the dragon abyssal pearl to me, won't they come out?" Just then, Su Yun interjected. Li Guangyuan frowned and didn't say a word. The crown prince said, "Let them go first." "Isn't she there?" "I didn't hold them hostage." Su Yun threw the key on the table to the crown prince and said indifferently, "Go and put it away yourself. Get me the dragon abyssal pearl, then lead the others away quickly." His actions could be said to be naked disregard and contempt as he directly gave the key. Even though he looked extremely arrogant, the crown prince was still increasingly convinced that this fellow's strength was not simple. Without wasting any time on useless words, he picked up the key and handed it to Li Guangyuan. Li Guangyuan nodded and immediately walked over to open the cell door. "Long dark pearl." Su Yun stretched out his hand. Seeing this, the rest of the group did not rush to give it back. Instead, they said, "Right now, the person is already in our hands. If I do not give it to you, what can you do to us?" Hearing that, Su Yun turned to look at him, and then laughed. "I think you still have not understood the situation, right? Right now, not only the person is in your hands, but all of you as well. If you do not hand over the dragon pearl, I am afraid that you will die here as well. Why are you so confident? Do you think you can take on two Spirit Emperoress?" Long Linzi said solemnly. The reason why the imperial city sent the crown prince and Li Guangyuan over was not only because the two of them had important statuses, but also because they could numb Su Yun. The main reason was because the two of them were extremely powerful. When they entered the Ice City, they used the attribute of tampering with the aura of the profound strength. However, Su Yun had seen through everything long ago. His sensitivity towards auras was just too strong. Spirit Emperor exists? Isn't it just a 7th stage Spirit Emperor and existence at the 4th stage? Although I am not some peerless supreme expert, it is not difficult to deal with the two of you. Su Yun laughed and said, he was not the least bit nervous, but instead had a relaxed expression, and continued, "Furthermore, I do not need to do anything against you guys. As long as I activate this barrier, won't you all be done with it?" While speaking, everyone saw on the ice table in front of Su Yun, a blue pattern appeared on it, overflowing with light. It was extremely mysterious, and Su Yun's hand was currently placed on the pattern, just a finger's distance away from the activation point. The crown prince's expression changed. Li Guangyuan stepped forward, stood in front of the crown prince and stared at Su Yun, asking, "What is this?" "County Governor Manor's Spirit Barrier Trigger Formation." Su Yun laughed. "Barrier Trigger Formation? Could it be you?" Prince Consort Li's pupils dilated. "That's right. In the past few days, I've slightly modified the barrier around the princess residence. And also that silent ice god star formation." He smiled. With that said, Princess Bing, who was in the cell, practically fell to the ground trembling as she looked at Su Yun with terror in her eyes. How could she have expected Su Yun to have such a method? So that's how it is. In the past few days, you have been studying the barrier in the manor, and you want to transform it into your weapon? Prince Consort Li clenched his teeth and said. Something like that. Damn it! Prince Consort Li was furious. Although the Crown Prince and Li Guanyuan didn't quite understand the situation, they could understand the gist of it. It was likely that Su Yun had done something to the barrier around the princess's residence. With the barrier here, the people inside the palace looked like turtles in a jar. I had originally thought that the imperial city would send some experts over, but I never expected that your king would actually send the two of you over. A crown prince. A general, the two of you are really strong. As matters stand, I believe that the king will not abandon you for the sake of the dragon pearl. Now, hand over the dragon pearl. Su Yun said. You're so despicable. I only want to survive. Su Yun shook his head. If it were not for his survival, he would not have done such a despicable thing. The crown prince had no other choice but to compromise. Taking a deep breath, he once again reached his hand into the space bag and rummaged through for a while before taking out the embroidered box containing the dragon abyss beads. Su Yun's eyes lit up. He immediately stood up and took the box. Opening it, the moment the lid was lifted, a fragrant aroma wafted into the air. The beautiful blue beads were like the eyes of a dragon, gorgeous and wonderful. Su Yun had asked the great princess and Princess Bing about the basic information they had regarding the dragon abyss, so he concluded that this was definitely the dragon sea pearl based on what they had described. Su Yun was happy. He closed the embroidered box and turned to Zhang Xiong, I already got the things, and will leave soon. You should leave quickly, in case you are late. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Xiong didn't hesitate and clasped his hands together. Sir, I will repay you in the future. After speaking, he flew away and left. Go? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. At this moment, the crown prince's expression suddenly darkened. In that moment, Li Guanyuan took out a golden flag and instantly activated it. A halo of golden light blossomed in front of Su Yun, and at the same time, Su Yun was shocked to discover that the embroidered box in his hand had released a terrifying destructive aura. This aura was like a flood in fierce beasts, instantly swallowing Su Yun's entire body. What? Su Yun was stunned. Dawn. A golden mushroom cloud exploded above Bingcheng's princess residence. An intense explosion sounded out in all four directions. The entire county governor's residence and dozens of buildings around it were instantly destroyed. The terrifying destructive force shook the entire city. All of the buildings within the city had been damaged to varying degrees, and the people within the city had been caught up in an unimaginable calamity. Those closest to the county governor's mansion spat out blood from the sudden explosion, and many people had died, while those far away from the city had suffered grievous injuries. The explosion sent a large amount of snow-white ice shards flying everywhere. Before Zhang Xiong even had the chance to escape, his body was torn apart by the explosion. He didn't even have his soul remaining. Ice flowers rippled in the wind, sweeping away countless wailing souls. However, within these ice shards, there were several figures standing. Jiyu, the princess of Han State, the princess, the prince consort, and the general holding the golden flag, Li Guanyuan. The golden banner released a golden-brown chi cover, which surrounded the group. No matter how terrifying the explosion was, it could not hurt the people inside the chi cover. But this sudden explosion had completely stunned the first princess, Princess Bing, and Prince Consort Li. Their heads were buzzing as they went blank. Only after much difficulty did they regain their senses. They opened their eyes and scanned their surroundings, only to see that the originally bustling county governor manor was now in ruins. There was nothing left. Everyone in the county governor's residence was scared out of their wits. In that instant. This chapter is also part of the advertisement series. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:10. This. What was going on? Big Brother Jai, what is going on? How could this be? Will it become like this? Princess Bing stared around her in a daze, staring at her residence as though she had lost her soul. When the first princess saw this, she hurriedly hugged Princess Bing and consoled her in a soft voice. She then turned her head to look at Crown Prince Jiawu. Little brother, this. No need to be surprised, this is royal father's decision. The Crown Prince said indifferently, the brocade box containing the dragon sea beads is actually a destructive magic treasure. The dragon sea beads are the most precious treasures of my Han nation. How can you easily hand it over to others? What's more, this person is extremely arrogant. He actually dares to attack our Han family. How can we let him off so easily? If this matter were to spread out, then our country would definitely be mocked by the people of Jiang country. Thus, royal father has decided to kill this person without mercy. He looked around and discovered that there was a round object that was glowing in the rubble not far away. He took a look and saw that it was the dragon sea pearl. He immediately walked over to pick it up and placed it inside the space bag. It looks like everything is going well. But in this way, wouldn't it hurt the surrounding people? Such frightening destructive power, I'm afraid even the entire Ice City. The Grand Princess wanted to speak, but she hesitated. This kind of power was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. What is it? Feeling sorry? Why would a lowly commoner care? The dragon sea pearl is related to the face of our country. It can even help royal father recover his cultivation, so we cannot lose it. After sacrificing so many lowly commoners, if we can exchange them for the dragon sea pearl, why not? The Crown Prince's voice was cold, his tone abnormally cold. The eldest princess was silent for a moment, not saying a word. Princess Bing, on the other hand, wasn't happy. She cried out, "Big brother Jiu Jian, you've destroyed my mansion. This is the mansion uncle gave it to me, it's ruined." It was destroyed just like that. Bing Bing, don't feel bad. After this is over, I will ask royal father to help you ask for another big house, okay? Do not cry. The first princess comforted him. Really? Really? The Grand Princess said seriously. When the princess heard this, she felt much better. Prince Consort Li was a bit speechless. He thought that Princess Bing was grieving over the deaths of the innocent Bingqing citizens. He never expected that she was just feeling sorry for her mansion. Your Highness, Bingcheng must have suffered quite a bit from this attack, and right now there are probably many spies from the Jiang country outside of Bing City. This humble subject thinks that we should quickly prepare our defenses. If the people of Jiang dynasty attack at this time, we might even lose Bing City, although we can't lose Longmingzhu, but we can't lose Bing City too. The great general Li Guanyuan cupped his fists and said, "You're right, this is also the reason why royal father sent us here." The reason? Unless your majesty has another decree? Of course. General Li, royal father has already ordered General Chen Mai to lead 10 elite soldiers of the 6th heavenly profound realm and above to come here. From the moment we left the imperial city, they have been rushing here non-stop, traveling at the same time throughout the night. 100,000 men? Li Guanyuan's gaze froze. This was enough for a big battle. I presume General Li has already guessed it? Actually, the explosion was not only to deal with that arrogant thief, but also to numb the people of Jiang country. When the news is out, the people that came to check out the city will definitely be able to find out that the wall is broken, and the people will be distracted. They will definitely invade the country in large numbers, and the 100,000 army will be the blade that we use to stab the people of the Jiang country. I estimate that General Chen will lead the army here in 2 days, and I estimate that we will see how the battle ends, and we will see what the generals have to offer us. Li Guanyuan was extremely excited when he heard this. What was the most important thing in a war? If this was an opportunity, then they would definitely attack the ice city without a care. If they sent an army to surround and kill them from behind, then they would definitely be able to catch the Zheng country off guard. This was a great opportunity. Immediately, Li Guanyuan cupped his fist and said, "This general will not fail his mission. Prince Consort Li, please help me arrange for my sisters to return to the imperial city. It's not safe to let them return to this place where war is imminent." "Your Highness, don't worry." "All right." The crown prince nodded and turned to leave to make the arrangements. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly floated out from the icy mist. "I said that if you want to fight, that's fine, but can you give me the Dragon Abyss bead?" This lazy voice caused the surrounding people to freeze in shock. The crowd uniformly looked towards the source of the voice. They saw that the icy mist had slowly dispersed, and a black figure was walking out at a leisurely pace. The rest of the dragon's soldiers felt their hearts tighten, as if they were about to stop beating. Looking, it was Su Yun. "WH? What?" Zhao Li was dumbstruck, staring blankly at the person who walked out. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. Su Yun scanned his surroundings and discovered that the entire palace had been reduced to ruins. He immediately sighed repeatedly, "The entire mansion is gone, what great power. You guys are really ruthless. I didn't even have time to activate the barrier. TSK, TSK, TSK. All of your efforts were in vain. I was hoping to use a barrier to subdue you all. You? How is this possible? You actually did not suffer any damage in the face of such destruction." Li Guanyuan was also startled. He stared at Su Yun and was unable to recover from his shock. These people were the closest to the location of the explosion. They had the protection of the war flag, which was a 10th grade Imperial Qi. With Li Guanyuan, a 7th grade Spirit Emperor existence supporting the explosion, they were safe. After suffering such a surprise attack, there was no way for him to defend in time, but he was completely fine. Is that possible? Was this reality? Zhou Gui clenched his fists, his gaze still unable to move away from Su Yun's body. As for the Grand Princess, Princess Bing, and Prince Consort Li, they were already dumbfounded. This person's cultivation must not be at the first stage of Spirit Emperor, otherwise he would not have such methods. Furthermore, he is definitely protected by a divine object. You guys be careful. The first princess immediately shouted at the top of her lungs. A man is not as good as the heavens. The crown prince retreated. Li Guanyuan brandished a silver long spear and stood in front of the crown prince and the others, vigilantly staring at them. The atmosphere immediately became solemn. In that case, you are still not willing to give the Dragon Abyssal Pearl to me? Su Yun looked at everyone, and decided to stop talking, and directly pull out his sword from the sword sheath, staring straight at the crown prince. In a situation like this, if one hesitated any longer, the result would only be changes. Immediately, he raised his sword and rushed forward. The snow-white lotus star sword streaked across the sky like a white bolt of lightning. So fast. At this moment, he knew that Su Yun's strength was definitely not at the first stage of the Spirit Emperor. Whiz! The white lightning moved in a strange arc, intending to circle around Li Guanyuan and directly strike at the crown prince. His methods were ruthless and his purpose was clear. This fellow might seem lazy, but when it came to things, he was exceptionally decisive. Hurry up! Li Guanyuan roared, and his spear struck the lightning. Although his cultivation was countless times stronger than Su Yun, but his speed was no match for Su Yun, to think that his spear would miss. The rest of the dragon warriors felt a cold breeze blowing from their backs, and a terrifying killing intent was gushing out from every pore of their bodies. Crash! Star! The golden light flashed again. A battle flag had appeared next to Jiu Yan at some point in time. It was Li Guanyuan's Imperial Equipment battle flag. The banner released a gold light barrier, blocking Su Yun's incoming sword attack and blocking it. The rest escaped with their lives. Although he was also a Spirit Emperor cultivator, at the moment, he simply could not have the heart to fight with Su Yun. That destructive strike just now was enough to instantly kill the other 10 flood dragons, but it could not hurt Su Yun at all. Imperial equipment? Su Yun snorted. He took back the Lotus Star Sword and struck it with his body. He pounced forward like an all-conquering fist, directly destroying the Imperial equipment. The profound chi released by the war flag disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. This scene shook Li Guanyuan. A 10th rank Imperial equipment. If it was so easily broken, who would believe it? Su Yun broke through his defense, pushing his speed to his limit, and in a flash, he arrived in front of the Crown Prince. A sword shot out like a ray of cold light, and pierced directly into his body, the sword tip pressing against his chi meridian, exactly the same as when he had threatened Prince Consort Li. The Crown Prince was instantly subdued. Li Guanyuan hadn't even rushed over when he saw this scene. He instantly didn't dare to act rashly. It took him a while to regain his senses, and when he saw the person in front of him, as well as the sharp sword in front of his chest, it was hard for him to think. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Big Brother Jai. The other 3 immediately became anxious. Don't act recklessly. Su Yun bellowed. Everyone stayed where they were and didn't dare to move forward. Seeing that, Su Yun's face revealed a smile. He turned and looked at the pale Crown Prince. Su extended her hand out and laughed, then. Can you give me the lone sea pearl now? The Crown Prince gasped for breath, but he was not in a hurry to speak, as though he was still stubborn enough not to follow Su Yun's orders. I'll give you 3 seconds. Either hand over the Dragon Abyssal Pearl, or I'll kill you and go get it myself. Su Yun had already lost his patience. When the Crown Prince heard this, he didn't hesitate anymore and said, I will. This time, I advise you not to play any tricks. My life is already in your hands, how can I dare to act recklessly? I only hope that you don't hurt me, but you can pick up the Dragon Abyss Pearl. The Crown Prince said with a trembling voice. His hand had already begun to move towards the space bag. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 811. No one would have thought that the 2 Spirit Emperors would actually be so powerless against the Su Yun. An expert of Spirit Emperor like the Crown Prince did not even have the power to escape. Li Guanyuan stared at Su Yun with a serious face, his expression extremely ugly. He knew, against this person, the only way was to use Spirit Sage S. Relying on him and the Crown Prince, he would definitely not be able to do anything to him. Now that the life of the Crown Prince had been seized by Su Yun, he no longer had a choice. If he did not hand over the Dragon Abyss Pearl, Su Yun would definitely kill him and take it from him. There must be no problem with the Crown Prince of a country. Otherwise, it would be a painful blow to this country. The Crown Prince clenched his teeth and could only take out his dragon orb, handing it over to Su Yun. Why don't you want to be more honest? Otherwise, it would not be necessary for it to end like this. However, since I have obtained the Dragon Abyssal Pearl, everything will be over. Su Yun's face finally relaxed. He took the Dragon Abyss bead and threw it into the spatial ring in his hands. Then, he grabbed the Crown Prince Jiaowu and flew straight to the sky. Since you have the Dragon Abyssal Pearl, quickly release the Crown Prince. Otherwise, my frigid kingdom will not let you go. Li Guanyuan, who was behind them, quickly roared and flew up into the air to give chase. Since I have already obtained the Dragon Abyssal Pearl, your frigid kingdom will not let me go. Why must you say such words? Su Yun snorted. He did not care about Li Guanyuan, and immediately forced the Crown Prince to flee. He was extremely fast and took out his immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. The two of them stepped on the swords and flew out of the city like red lightning. However, just as Su Yun left the ice city, he saw a huge and dense gray cloud in the distance. Waves of terrifying profound chi were blown out of the gray cloud like a fierce wind. Suyun's brows slightly twitched. He had heard everything that the Crown Prince, Zhou Gui, had said to the rest clearly. He also knew that Zhou Jiuzi was planning to use Suyun as an opportunity to create an aircraft for the army of the Han Empire, and if he was right, the gray cloud in the distance was the army of the Han Empire. Suyun took a deep breath, the profound strength looked into his eyes shining with light, staring straight into the distance. In an instant, the scene in the distant gray cloud entered his eyes. Inside the gray cloud, it was densely packed, and all of them were soldiers dressed in gray armor. All of the soldiers had Sky Spirit Master cultivation, which was extremely terrifying. They seemed to have received the news and were rushing here with all their might. When Suyun was looking at them, they seemed to have sensed Suyun's presence. The gigantic gray cloud immediately scattered and formed a long skyline, connecting to the two sides of the sky, and rushed over. Suyun's face turned gloomy. He immediately grabbed the other half of the dragon's body and ran in the opposite direction. A convoy of 300 spirit cultivators flew out from the army. This convoy was several times faster than the army and they were closing in on Suyun. Suyun was still holding onto the other half of the dragon serpents, and his speed of retreat was much slower than usual. The group was slowly approaching him. If you continue to hold me hostage, the army of Han will definitely chase you down and stop you. There is nowhere for you to hide in the entire Jiang Han realm. If I were you, I would definitely choose to release the hostages to prevent them from chasing you. At this time, the Crown Prince, Longjiu, spoke up. Hearing that, Suyun shook his head. Do you take me for a fool? Without you, I am afraid that your great army of the Han state would not even be chasing after me, and would directly launch a profound technique attack on me. You are my shield, my protection amulet. Have you ever seen anyone throw away their protection amulet at a time when their lives are at risk? Upon hearing this, she did not make a sound. Suyun patted his back and said, Now, let your army stop the chase. They won't listen to my orders, they will only listen to my orders. Zhao Li shook his head and refused. What a pity. Suyun said with a cold expression, Does that mean you aren't my protective talisman? If that's the case, then I can only tear apart this useless protective charm of yours. All of you, retreat. Don't chase after them. Jia Yi immediately shouted to the Han soldiers who were chasing after him. When the soldiers heard the sound, they stopped and looked at each other. In the end, they didn't dare to follow up. Suyun turned his head to look, and then revealed a smile. This group of people listened to you quite well. Long Yen clenched his fists, and didn't say another word. Although Zhao Jian said it like that, the army did not give up and followed behind. Suyun knew that they would not give up. This was a country's crown prince, how could they let it go? Suyun flew out of the boundaries of the Ice City and arrived at a place far away from the Ice City. The army of the Frigid Kingdom behind him was already extremely far, and he could be considered to have escaped from danger. At the moment, Zhao Yan was silent, but he kept watching Suyun closely. His expression was extremely nervous, because now that Suyun was out of danger, he did not know what Suyun was going to do to him. It was not impossible to kill the rest of the dragon. They flew like this for a while without speaking a word. The atmosphere seemed a bit tense, and beads of sweat began to appear on Zhao Li's face. You're not from the Jianghan territory, are you? Finally, Zhao Jiu couldn't hold back any longer and opened his mouth. I don't know how many times I've said it. Suyun held the sword to his heart, and with one hand on his shoulder, he urged him to fly. So, you are leaving the Jianghan territory now? If he doesn't leave, don't tell me he's going to celebrate the New Year here? You want to kill me? It depends on your performance. As he continued to fly forward, the scenery around him began to change. The snow had stopped, and the ground was no longer as cold as the snow and ice. The rocks were slowly exposed, and streams of water appeared in Suyun's line of sight. Crash! Suddenly, a gust of water vapor blew in from the front. Suyun's face tensed up. he immediately stopped and looked into the distance. "What's wrong?" Jiuli sensed something was wrong and hurriedly asked. "Someone's coming." "People?" Long Fei was stunned for a moment, and then his face suddenly changed. From this, it could be seen that the person who had come was from the Jiang country, and it was extremely close to Bingcheng. That meant that the person who had come was one of the army of the Jiang kingdom, and if he was just an ordinary spy from the Jiang country, Su Yun would not do such a thing. Su Yun grabbed onto the rest of the dragon serpents and hid behind a gigantic ice boulder. After the two of them landed on the ice rocks, he directly released the divine power of the imperial battle robe, causing all the profound strength on Zhao Yan's body to be sucked dry, almost falling to the ground. The two of them were enveloped by the divine power, their chi being released. Without the naked eye, it was extremely difficult to be discovered. Su Yun stuck his head out and looked into the distance, to see that at the horizon, a group of spirit cultivator wearing yellow armor was flying over. They were dressed the same, with similar cultivation levels, holding a yellow blade in their hands. They looked around as they flew, as though they were investigating. The two of them raised their eyes to take a closer look, not daring to make a sound. Moments later, these people flew away, heading straight for Bingcheng. However, Su Yun still did not go out. "I'm afraid these are the scouting troops of the people of Jiang." Longair's face turned gloomy. He turned and said to Su Yun, "Quickly release me, I want to return and set up my defenses." "War is the business of the general. Didn't you say that you were an amateur?" Su Yun said indifferently. "But the Bingcheng people didn't know the enemy was coming." "Don't know? Heh, are all the generals of your Han state supposed to eat shit? Since he was going to fight this battle, how could he not have spies surrounding him? Don't worry, the people in Bingcheng will definitely be more aware of the enemy's movements than you and me," Su Yun said coldly. Naturally, he could tell that Zhou Gui wanted to use this excuse to escape. However, Su Yun was not fooled, but from this point of view, it seemed like Zhou Gui's heart was not dead yet. Zhao San was unable to refute Su Yun's words, and could only stare from the side. Whoosh! At this moment, an even more terrifying and powerful wind blew from afar. The two of them were startled and looked over to see a thick cloud in the sky. The cloud was very white, almost whiter than the snow falling from the sky, and it moved extremely fast. When they got closer, the cloud almost covered the sky, like a floating mountain. Below, upon seeing this, Su Yun and Zhao Li both felt extremely oppressed. "This is the army of the Jiang country. It's the army of the Jiang country." Zhao Li couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Such a scale was definitely over 100,000 people. The sky above the two of them was completely obscured, making it so that nothing could be seen. With such an astonishing aura and such a huge amount of forces, the Han people would probably find it hard to defend against. Unless there was a surprise victory, the Han people would be able to launch a surprise attack on the Jiang country from behind. However, in the current situation, it is very difficult. Furthermore, the Han people did not have the time to circle around and launch a surprise attack. Now that Bingcheng had been damaged, it was no longer as stable as before, and the barrier protecting the city had been broken down quite a bit. If this battle unfolded, the Han state would be in a passive position. However, all of these were not Su Yun's considerations. He looked at Long Hao Chun and said indifferently, "Now that the people of Jiang are attacking me, your Han army no longer has the time to chase me. I can let you go now. You can leave on your own." With that, Su Yun turned and left. The safest thing to do now was to leave. As the people of Jiang were able to attract the hatred of Han, the people of Han didn't have the time to take care of him, so leaving was also the most appropriate choice. Zhao Yuan was startled. He immediately stood up and took out the magic treasure from the space bag, and was about to leave. Just like that, the two of them parted ways. But at this moment, an explosive shout suddenly rang out. "Who are you?" As soon as he said that, several beams of light flew over. It was the soldiers of Jianghua. Su Yun frowned. He did not dare linger, and immediately left on his sword. But at this moment, the dragon behind him suddenly shouted. Just because you took away the dragon abyssal bead doesn't mean that you will be able to obtain what you want. You will still come back to find us. Su Yun suddenly turned his head and stared at Jiao Wu, only to see him smiling secretly. Following that, he activated his magic treasure and his entire being was enveloped in a gold light. When the light disappeared, he had already disappeared. Su Yun was suspicious, but did not think much about it, and directly left. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:12. The few soldiers were just wandering around. Their cultivation was not high, and they couldn't stop Su Yun either. The people of Jiang country's goal was Bingchang, so they naturally wouldn't send too much energy to capture Su Yun. Very quickly, Su Yun flew into the sky, directly rushing towards the big door of ultimate martial sacred plane. Opening his imperial battle armor, he dived into the deep, bone-chilling pool, directly rushing towards the magical gate. He was like a golden meteor that had fallen into the deep blue sea. It dragged out a long whirl as it headed straight for the bottom of the pool. Not long after, he arrived at the door. I never thought that all of this would go so smoothly. It was extremely good, so I decided to return to the mouth of the Phoenix Pond to look for my previous master and sage. Let them help me absorb this dragon abyssal pearl. Su Yun thought, and his movements sped up. He had originally thought that snatching the dragon abyss pearl would take some time, but he hadn't thought that it would actually be this easy. The first person he would meet after entering the Jiang Han realm would actually be the princess of the Han nation, which gave Su Yun an opening. Rumble. The door slowly opened, and light seeped out from within. Su Yun took a deep breath and walked through the door. A series of strange feelings floated around his body, but fortunately it was not the first time, so he was used to it. When the feelings faded, he opened his eyes again, and saw another big door. In front of him was the chi cover, and outside the chi cover was the terrifying magma. With a step, he crashed into the magma. Opening his imperial battle robe, he pushed all the magma around him away, and rushed out of the magma. The small magma lake immediately surged and splattered with magma. Su Yunchom came out of the lake, startling a spirit cultivator who just happened to pass by. He took out his flying sword and charged straight at the mouth of the pond. Su Yun calculated the time. From the moment he had entered the Jiang Han realm till now, it had not even been a month. As they approached the mouth of the Phoenix Pond, they saw many students of the Sage of Phoenix Pond. Some were seated on the mountaintop, some were standing under trees, some had their eyes closed thinking, while others were discussing intensely. As Su Yun flew over, many of them raised their eyes to look, guessing who he was, but a few of them recognized him as Su Yun. Are you senior brother Su Yun? Didn't you go to the Jiang Han realm? Why are you back? A student flew in front of Su Yun and asked. Su Yun recognized this person. Back then, when they went to the lava lake, this person seemed to be called Hu Jing, who was standing beside Feng Qi. Senior brother Hu Jing, there's no need to be courteous, it's extremely late for me to become your disciple. You can just call me Su Yun, there's no need to add me. Su Yun laughed. I do not dare. Regardless of whether it is in terms of cultivation or knowledge, you are above me. As a senior brother, why not? Hu Jing laughed. Su Yun was too lazy to argue with him. She asked directly, are the master and the saint at the entrance of the valley? Master left the mouth of the Phoenix cistern the day before yesterday and returned to the primordial era. You've returned from the Jiang Han realm this time, have you finished with your matters? Almost there. Since my master has returned to Subhuti, I will go search for the sage. Su Yun's mind was slightly anxious. He immediately cupped his fists and said, I'll go first, in the future I'll discuss mental knowledge with Senior Hu Jing. If you are able to do it in such an excellent manner, you can go first. Farewell. With that, he rushed towards the mouth of the pond like a gust of wind. Upon entering the Phoenix Pond, S peculiar aura was immediately noticed by Feng Qi, and before he even reached the Wutong tree, Feng Qi walked over with a few students accompanying him. Su Yun? How did you get here so fast? Could it be that you have already obtained the Dragon Abyssal Pearl? Feng Qi was naturally surprised. She had thought that Su Yun would be gone for at least a year, but he had actually returned in less than a month. I got it. Things are much easier than I thought. Su Yun smiled and took out the Dragon Abyss from the space bag. The appearance of the beautiful pearl immediately caused the students to gasp in surprise. Everyone's eyes were like iron pieces attracted by a magnet, making them unable to move. It was as if everyone's soul was about to be sucked away by this magnificent dragon sea pearl. Could it be the Dragon Abyssal Pearl? A series of exclamations could be heard. Su Yun nodded. I didn't expect. I never thought that, Su Yun, you would actually have such a method up your sleeve, obtaining the Dragon Abyss bead in such a short period of time. People of Jiang have put in a lot of effort but still couldn't get this thing from people of Han. You actually got it so quickly. Although she knew that the reason why the state of Jiang had attacked the state of Han was not only because of the Dragon Pearl, but also to make use of this opportunity to annex the state of Han, but no matter what, she admired Su Yun's methods. Hearing that, Su Yun laughed bitterly, and did not say any more. The method he used was disgraceful, so he didn't dare to spread it around. He didn't delve too deeply into it and instead asked, Sage, since you have already obtained the Dragon Abyss bead, please tell me how you want to absorb it. The absorption method is not difficult, but this place is not suitable for you to absorb. You need to find a quiet place to cool down because the Dragon Abyss bead is originally a product of the Jianghan realm, an item of the Yin energy. If you were to absorb it from the other realm, you might not be able to absorb it perfectly into your body. Is that so? Then I shall return to the Jianghan territory. Su Yun, wait a moment. I'll give you a few more things to help you absorb. At this time, the saint spoke again. What is it? Follow me. With that, the saint walked towards the Wutong tree. As she approached the Wutong tree, Feng Qi looked up at the dense branches. Her sunken eyes seemed to be searching for something. In the end, her gaze locked onto a bunch of tender branches. This divine parasol tree was actually planted by my master with divine seeds. It contains a powerful divine power, and can be called a divine tree of this world. My master foretold for me and sealed my prophecy of fate in a tree, so I had to wait for it to bloom. This tender branch also has its divine power, so you can take it and use it to draw a formation to help absorb the divine power when you return to the Jianghan territory. Feng Qi said. Su Yun heard and cupped his fists. Thank you, Saint. There is no need to be polite. Su Yun, take out the Dragon Abyssal Pearl. Su Yun nodded and took out the Dragon Sea Pearl. The sage took the pearl and picked up a huge leaf from the Wutong tree. He wanted to wrap the pearl up, but when she did, his eyebrows suddenly twitched and his sunken eyes stared at the pearl. After a while, the sage Feng Qi's face was replaced by a condensed color. Saint, what's wrong? Su Yun sensed that something was amiss, and immediately asked. Su Yun, when you took the dragon pearl, did you forget about taking something else? Feng Qi asked. Forgot what? Su Yun was startled. Saint, what do you mean by that? After a moment of silence, the saint opened his mouth and said, What I want to say is that this Dragon Abyssal Pearl is not complete. Incomplete. Could it be? I want to infuse the energy of the Wutong leaf into the pearl so that it can be absorbed by you. However, just as the energy from the Wutong leaf seeped into the pearl, there was no reaction. What does that mean? The power of the Wutong leaf cannot be combined with it. Although I have never seen it before, I am still quite knowledgeable about it, so this kind of phenomenon should not occur. In my opinion, this long sea pearl should be missing some parts. Feng Qi took out the dragon pearl and carefully examined it for a moment. Suddenly, Her eyes narrowed as she stared at the top of the dragon pearl. Su Yun was confused. Looking over, at first glance, it was nothing much, but after closer inspection, he could see some clues. On top of the bead, there was actually a thin hole that was tens of times thinner than a strand of hair. It was difficult for an ordinary person's eyesight to detect it. Seeing that, Su Yun's face became ugly. Suddenly, he remembered what Zhou Yan had shouted at him before he left. Could it be that the king of Han State, in order to prevent any accidents, only gave me an empty shell after splitting the pearl? Is there anything else that's important? Su Yun took a light breath and accepted the Dragon Ocean bead from the Phoenix Lake Saint, then said, "This time, many thanks to Saint for his help. The following matter should be left for Su Yun to handle. There is no time to waste, so he will not stay any longer. Goodbye." With that, he flew out of the valley. Feng Qi didn't say anything as he silently watched him leave. After passing through the gate between the Jianghan realm and the ultimate martial sacred plane, Su Yun once again returned to the Jianghan realm. After exiting the deep, ice-cold pool, they flew directly towards the Arctic state. Su Yun had never expected that the bead would actually be able to be split into two, let alone this one. If not for the fact that Feng Qishang recognized the bead, Su Yun would probably have been kept in the dark. This group of fellows were simply bullying him because he didn't know Long Qingzhu. Su Yun was a little angry, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that this was his own fault. After all, he was going to take someone else's things, how could others be willing to take it? He flew extremely fast. Stepping on the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, he went straight into the sky and charged straight towards Ice City. However, just as they got close to the Ice City, they smelled a large amount of blood, followed by figures rushing out from the Ice City. However, just as they approached the Ice City, they smelled a large amount of blood, followed by figures rushing out from the Ice City. Su Yun looked carefully and realized that these people were mostly itinerant cultivators from Ice City. What was going on? However, before he could think about it, many spirit cultivators rushed out from Bingcheng. All of them wore yellow armor, holding onto large blades. They chased after the Ice City loose cultivators, all of them brimming with killing intent. It was extremely terrifying. It was the people of Jiang country. When they came out from the direction of Ice City, could it be that Ice City has fallen? Su Yun's face tensed up. He thought for a moment, then increased his speed and rushed towards the Ice City. Unexpectedly, his actions immediately attracted the attention of the soldiers. Several soldiers charged towards him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 813. Pure Text Online Read Local Domain Name Mobile Phone Synchronous Read. Please visit. Seeing the soldiers, Su Yun did not show any mercy and immediately unsheathed his sword and slashed at the nearest soldier. His movements were very simple, chopping down right in front of his head. The blade edge was swift and violent. The soldier was startled for a moment and immediately raised his blade to block, but he did not have the time to parry the snow-white lotus star sword. The sword tip went from his head to his crotch in an instant, and his entire body was split in half. The soldiers who saw this were stunned. Behead him with a single sword strike? Could that person be made of paper? They shrank back, and did not dare to move any closer to Su Yun, and it seemed that the sword had already intimidated them. However, Su Yun did not plan on letting them go, and directly used his sword to kill them. Even the Spirit Emperor couldn't do anything to Su Yun. How could these few existences of the Sky Spirit Master be a match for Su Yun? In the span of a few breaths, all the soldiers were beheaded. When the Ice City rogue cultivators saw that someone had stopped the soldiers for them, they were elated. Some of them immediately ran, but a few of the rogue cultivators were grateful, and they came over to thank Su Yun. "You are all from Bingcheng, right?" Su Yun asked. "Yes, we are all rogue cultivators who escaped from Bingcheng. If it wasn't for benefactors' help, we would have been persecuted by these soldiers." An old rogue cultivator whose hair and beard were all white said gratefully. Su Yun frowned. So this means that Bingcheng has already fallen? Everyone sighed and the old rogue cultivator nodded his head with a helpless look on his face. Originally, with the toughness of Bingcheng, the extreme cold of the frigid nation was enough to guard the city well. Both countries of the Zheng Han Empire sat on the north and south sides of the Zheng Han realm. The south side was warm, the north side was cold, the north side was cold, the north side became colder and colder. When we arrived at Bingcheng, the temperature here is not something they can withstand. The ice city is definitely a barrier. On the other hand, they were caught unprepared and were utterly defeated. General Li Guanyuan immediately withdrew his army and gave up Ice City. Ice City had fallen just like that. He fell just like that? Su Yun was startled. Was this still war? This was simply child's play. He had not even figured out the military situation, yet he had already taken a detour and attacked from behind? Although Bingcheng was damaged, it was not to say that they could not defend. How could they retreat just like that? How many cities in the Han state could it be abandoned? With this bunch of useless bums here, the Han Empire will suffer a crushing defeat in the future. Does the Crown Prince know where he's headed? Su Yun asked again. Ji? The old man was stunned for a moment before he shook his head. We don't know. I think I saw that he seemed to have been captured by the people of Zheng nationality. It shouldn't be, right? I think I saw General Li Guanyuan escorting the Crown Prince back to the Imperial City. Not really. The crowd chatted back and forth, but none of them could say where the other flood dragon was. Since that's the case, I won't be staying any longer. Leave quickly and try to escape to some remote places. It's better if you can leave Jianghan world. Goodbye. With that said, Su Yun took out his sword and stepped onto it again. Seeing this, the rogue cultivators hurriedly fled as well. Su Yun flew extremely high, and directly jumped over the ice city, approaching it, and could smell the smell of blood as well as the chaotic and noisy profound qi. There were all kinds of profound qis. The loose cultivators who had just escaped were one of the few that had luckily escaped from the encirclement of Jianghua. The rest of the people were not so lucky. The Jiang country was basically a city of slaughter. All the loose cultivators in the city were poisoned. The man would have directly died in the hands of the woman. If he was pretty, he would have been directly captured and used as a dual cultivator. A large number of miserable souls would hover and wail in the air above the ice city, but before they could cry for long, a few officers would have already been loaded with their spirit tools. Su Yun looked at it with bloodshot eyes, his fists clenching tightly. Such methods, not to mention ordinary mortals, even most of the devil cultivator would not do it. However, the people of Jiang country chose such extreme methods to deal with the frigid nation. Although Jiang Han and his country were born to be enemies, the two countries' warriors hated each other, but they hated the fact that they should have a precise goal and an accurate person. These rogue cultivators were innocent, their cultivation levels were low, and they spent all their energy on cultivation. Hey, who are you? Just then, a loud roar came out from below, and a few soldiers flew over. They had obviously noticed Su Yun, who was in the air, and all of them wielded large swords and surrounded him. This fellow was definitely from Han country. Kill him and refine his soul. All right. The few of them whispered. Humph. Su Yun did not say anything. An angry snort came out from his nose. Holding the Lotus Star Sword S, he swept up the surrounding. The sword images shot out, and instantly pierced through the soldiers' bodies. The soldiers were all stunned. Then, their bodies split open and turned into more than 10 chunks of meat. Fresh blood mixed in with them as they fell down. Fresh blood and corpses smashed into the heads of the Jianghu warriors below. They touched the sticky substance on their heads, and when they realized that it was fresh blood, they were all startled, raised their heads, and immediately pointed at Su Yun and shouted. In an instant, a team of 100 soldiers from Jiang country chased after Su Yun. Su Yun's heart surged with killing intent. He did not even try to dodge, directly rushing down with his sword, like a falling meteor, striking towards the group of people. Seeing that Su Yun did not avoid the fight, the soldiers were all shocked. As long as they were not idiots, they would choose to escape at this time. It had to be known that the spirit cultivator was more afraid of death than ordinary people, because the efforts and hardships they had gone through up till this day were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. They treasured their own lives more than anyone else, and once they died, they would have nothing left. In this kind of situation, there was only one reason why one would not avoid a battle. He was very strong. Whiz! When he got close to the soldiers, Su Yun suddenly increased his speed and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in the middle of the 100 soldiers. The divine power of the imperial robes was like a fishing net, enveloping all the people around him, instantly absorbing all their profound chi, causing them to lose all their energy. When the soldiers looked up, there was only one color in their eyes. Snow light. Put. A shadow of a half-moon sword streaked across the sky. After which, the 100 corpses fell down like beans. Good strength. Good swordplay. Good killing intent. A series of 3 sounds could be heard. Following that, a tall and sturdy man appeared 100 meters in front of Su Yun. He was dressed in a grayish-brown armor and wore a steel helmet on his head. In his hands, he held an extremely large 2-handed sword, and the armor on his chest had the image of a male tiger. The 8th stage of Spirit Emperor? He could be considered to be an expert. Su Yun secretly thought. You're not from Han, right? The man did not attack Su Yun, but spoke directly. How do you know? The Han people used the frigid aqua spirit chi more often, but you used the swift wind spirit chi. Furthermore, the entire Han people all know that Bingcheng has been taken by me. No Han people would dare come here, but you actually came. This proves that you aren't the Han people. Su Yun was silent for a moment, then said indifferently, whether or not I am Han nationality is not important, I am only here to say, you should not massacre the city. These are all from Han, their cultivation might not be strong right now, but they will definitely become enemies in the future. Why not kill them? Furthermore, their souls are the best material to use to refine the mortal soul pellet. In battle, if we take the mortal soul pellet when we are injured, we can quickly heal our wounds and raise our strength. That person laughed as he spoke. His voice was very casual, as if he were talking about a very ordinary matter. From the general's point of view, he was absolutely right to do so, but from the human point of view, he was guilty. Your strength is not bad. Since you are not from Han, you should join our country. I can bestow you a position and allow you to serve by my side. The man spoke again. Not interested. What? Are you looking down on me? Seeing how Su Yun rejected him so straightforwardly, the man's face changed slightly and his voice became gloomy. Su Yun did not explain. Instead, he turned around with the intention to leave and search for the crown prince. However, the general was annoyed and bellowed, "Stop him." Yes, sir. A large number of soldiers surrounded Su Yun, blocking his path to the exit. Su Yun looked at the people around him, then said indifferently, "If you want to stop me, I'm afraid you have to do it yourself." After he finished speaking, his body exploded forward. Moving, carrying a lotus star sword, he moved around the bodies of every single soldier, and it was as if the general saw that in that instant, Su Yun's body had split into thousands of clones, and beside every soldier, a figure appeared, and that figure was light yet ruthless as he struck a fatal blow towards the soldiers. His speed was extremely fast, all the soldiers did not even have time to react. The general knew that this person was powerful and that he would be difficult to deal with. However, since he was surrounded by the soldiers of the Zheng country, how could he retreat? He raised his greatsword and charged forward. But before he could get close to Su Yun, a blood-red sword suddenly turned and flew towards him. The red sword fiercely spun around like a red disc, making so-so sounds in the air as it shook the void. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:14. Pure text online read local domain name mobile phone synchronous read please visit. Looking at the flying sword, the general felt a tinge of doubt, but he was not slow in his movements. He immediately raised the greatsword and waved it towards the incoming sword. However, an eye-catching scene occurred. The flying sword seemed to know the trajectory of the general's sword, and it flew a few inches to the side, dodging the large sword and rushing towards the general. Dawn! The sharp sword smashed into his armor, but did not pierce through it. Instead, it forcefully left a scar on his armor, and the huge force sent it flying. Whiz! The general's body was like a bough that had been untied, falling downwards. With a boom, he crashed into the city walls of Ice City. The walls that were originally filled with cracks instantly collapsed. He was completely confused. The soldiers were shocked and rushed to dig the general out from the rubble. However, the general was already infuriated. He pushed aside the soldiers beside him and shouted, "All of you, scram!" The soldiers immediately retreated in fear. The general grabbed onto the large sword in his hand and stared fiercely at the blood-red sword floating in the sky. With a low roar, he charged forward once again. Flood sword attack. With a low roar, the broadsword shot out a myriad of water droplets, colliding with the blood-red sword. Dawn! 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 When the blood sword was hit by the water pillar, it released a thunderous sound. The sword that was spinning quickly flew back and circled in the air twice before falling down. Sword kinesis? It seemed that way. The general snorted, then rushed towards Su Yunchong, who was being surrounded by the soldiers. There were a lot of soldiers, who surrounded him tightly like dumplings. Trying to break out of the encirclement was extremely difficult, but Su Yun was especially strong. He gathered everything with a snow sword, and all the soldiers near him realized, to their horror, that just as they approached this man, their profound strength disappeared without a trace. Other than relying on brute force, they could not use any other methods. Even the magic treasure was crippled. On the other hand, Su Yun was growing braver with each battle, his momentum unstoppable. "Step back, I'll chop him in half," the general shouted as his heavy sword struck out, causing the air to tremble. Violent sounds of flood could be heard from within the sword as it radiated with a strange light. At a glance, it was as though there was an endless sea hidden within. Just how strong was the power of the sea? Just how strong was this sword? Su Yun suddenly turned, seeing the incoming general. His left arm moved, his hand quickly touched the sword sheath behind him. A red light flew out from the sword sheath, directly flying towards the general. The scarlet light was like a flaming meteor, imposing and fierce. The general had previously suffered a loss and did not dare to receive it head-on, so he moved his hand, deflecting part of his sword and dodging the sword. Whiz! The scarlet sword flew past him. The terrifying temperature was almost enough to burn his body. The general felt that he could take advantage of the fact that his sword had missed. However, an intense sword hum came from behind him, startling him. He turned his head to look, only to realize that the red sword had directly smashed into the body of the blood-red sword. The blood-red sword was originally swaying, but upon being struck, it instantly started spinning at a high speed, bringing about a strong sword chi, like a meat grinder as it flew towards the great general. What? The general was completely stunned. It was as though his energy had been injected into it. The red sword was completely covered with profound chi, but the blood-red sword did not have the slightest bit of profound chi. Just looking at its imposing manner, the blood-red sword was even more terrifying. Who the heck was this guy? What kind of methods were these? The general's mind was completely preoccupied with these questions. However, the current situation did not allow him to think. Although there was only one person in front of him, it was very tricky. The sword spin was extremely fast, and before he could even get close to Su Yun, the blood-red sword was already close by. The terrifying sword chi and sword force was so strong that all the hairs on his body stood up. Helpless, the great general could only change his attack and send the sword in both of his hands flying towards the blood-red sword. Dawn! The two swords clashed, and the blood-red sword flew out once again. However, the general felt his hands tremble, and his arms go numb. The power contained in the sword was so great that it left him speechless. But he did not waste any time. When the blood-red sword was flung out, he quickly chanted an incantation and activated the profound strength. The big sword in his hand released a large amount of water vapor, enveloping his body immediately releasing a large amount of light. He quickly moved towards Su Yun, the thick water vapor immediately rushing towards Su Yun's body. When the water vapor attacked him, Su Yun did not use the imperial battle robe to stop it, and allowed it to cover his body. At the same time, his fingers moved quickly, releasing the profound chi. However, when he used the profound chi, he discovered that as the water vapor covered his body, the speed at which the profound chi was being released became many times slower. Catching the surprise that flashed across Su Yun's face, the general immediately understood that, and before Su Yun could react, the big sword had already struck him, directly hitting his shoulder. Dawn! Su Yun was struck down from the sky and smashed to the ground. All right! The surrounding soldiers began to shout. This sword was extremely exciting. However, the general did not reveal a smile that was too complacent. The sword really did slash onto Su Yun's body, but he did not feel the sharp sword tearing his flesh, and more so felt as though it was blocked by something. He stared intently below him, and looked in the direction where Su Yun had fallen. It was a small empty area outside of the ice city, and when Su Yun landed, the ice on the ground was instantly blasted fiercely. A large amount of ice shards splashed out like mist, and almost covered Su Yun's body. A few hundred soldiers raised their swords and headed towards Su Yun, aggressively, as though they wanted to seize the opportunity to capture him. HM? Suddenly, the general felt that something was amiss. Focusing his gaze and looking down, Su Yun suddenly stood up, raised his arm, and faced the sky as he prepared to use the art of accumulation. His body was originally covered by the great general's special frigid aqua spirit chi, so the activation of the profound chi should be extremely slow, but right now, it was completely unaffected. With a flick of his finger, the profound chi flew up into the sky. The great general didn't dare hesitate and immediately took action, continuing his attack on Su Yun. This enemy's methods were much more powerful than he expected. He let out a low roar, and his entire body began to emit a domineering aura as he charged down from the sky like a ferocious beast. But Su Yun just ignored it and continued to instigate the profound strength, which flew into the air and struck the pale white tribulation fire sword, causing it to immediately fly up and fiercely strike at the crumbling immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. The current Su Yun was completely using the profound chi to control the tribulation fire sword, but he did not use it to control the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. He suddenly thought, could he use the profound strength to control a sword without a profound chi? Could he use the chi to control the sword, and also use his strength to control the sword? It had to be known, the profound chi that was used to propel the sword required a lot of energy to be transferred, so Su Yun was unable to follow the sword to run, and kept on channeling energy into the sword, while using the imperial sword to make it more convenient. At the same time, as a sword that could purely rely on energy to move, its movements were simpler, more violent, and could at the same time get the least amount of energy. The tribulation fire sword was controlled by Su Yun, and quickly struck onto the blade of the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. In order to control the direction of the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, one had to strike from both sides of the sword to make it spin, and at the same time, strike on one point, causing the force of the sword to be uneven. In a blink of an eye, the tribulation fire sword had already attacked the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword for more than 700 times, causing the entire blood-red sword to tremble so hard that it seemed to split the air, and under Su Yun's order, both swords flew out together, directly towards the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. One of them was covered by the thick profound chi. One sword was controlled by brute force. The two swords brought with them two completely different sword intents. As they came down together, they were like shooting stars piercing through the sky, dragging two long tails as they fell towards the ground. "General, be careful!" Someone shouted at the top of their lungs. Before the general rushed towards Su Yun, he felt a pain in his chest, and his entire body exploded. Everyone saw that the two swords had impressively pierced through his body. The sword chi shattered his protective profound chi. The powerful sword instantly pierced through his armor, tearing his body apart. The two swords were simply unstoppable, sweeping past everything, instantly killing off an 8th-stage Spirit Emperor cultivator. Just how powerful must this attack be? How strange was this method? Both swords cut down the general, and directly flew to Su Yun's side, piercing through the ice and snow, one sword having lost all its power, the other sword having dissipated, turning into a normal sword. This scene had long frightened the soldiers of the four sides, causing them to tremble in fear. How could they not know the cultivation of their general? However, he was killed within a few moves of this person. Looking at this person, there was not a single wound on his body since the start of the battle. Was he even human? Just what was the strength of this fellow? Mom! Ah! This person is not simple. Be careful. Be careful. Who the hell is he? A few of the soldiers were completely scared out of their wits. With their general being killed, their courage instantly crumbled, and they no longer dared to face Su Yun anymore. All of them immediately turned around and fled. There were 2 of them, and 2 of them were 3. Quite a number of the soldiers of the Jiang country in Bingcheng did not know what was going on as they saw their comrades running towards the direction of the country like madmen. At first, they did not know what was going on until the news of the general being beheaded spread out. For a time, more and more of the soldiers of the Jiang country ran back, not daring to stay in Bingcheng any longer. The leader was beheaded, the group of dragons without a leader, and the situation was extremely chaotic. Su Yun glanced at Bingcheng, and without staying any longer, he immediately turned and flew towards the direction of the Han state. He did not have much time to waste here. Finding the serpent snake was the most important matter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:15. Su Yun could not control the war between the two countries, and he did not want to interfere either. Axiotst. He had the ability to save the lives of the people of Bingcheng, but it was impossible for him to save more innocent cities like Bingcheng, which were poisoned by war. A person's power was just that insignificant. He withstood the biting cold wind and flew deeper into the Han state, and gradually, snowflakes started to fall from the sky once again. The temperature became colder and colder. This chill was as though it ignored the profound chi in the magic treasure, directly acting on the skin and bones of humans, unable to defend against it at all. Su Yun exhaled a breath of white air, his gaze sweeping ahead. The snow that was mixed with the cold wind had blocked the road ahead. Su Yun sped along the way and met many loose cultivators who escaped from Bingcheng, but he also saw many corpses that died by the side of the road. After flying for a long time, he could smell the messy profound chi drifting over with the wind. After approximately 6 hours, Su Yun finally saw yet another city of the cold nation. It was a city that had fallen into a valley of ice, and on both sides, there were firm ice mountains on the ground. The 2 huge ice mountains were covered with large numbers of light blue runes, which released large amounts of spirit formation power, enveloping the city within the valley. If one's cultivation was not strong enough, it was impossible for them to pass through the spirit formation power. Currently, only the entrance to the valley was accessible. The refugees that had escaped from Ice City rushed towards the main gate. For a time, it was crowded and bustling with noise and excitement. Su Yun was not in a hurry to enter the city. Instead, he walked around the outskirts of the Ice City and discovered that the Ice Mountain and Valley entrance were filled with cold soldiers. All of you, scram! All of you, scram! The Lord Prince Consort had given his order. No one in Ice City was allowed to enter the valley. All of you, hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. At this time, bursts of roars echoed from the entrance of the valley. Su-Yun turned to look, only to see that all the rogue cultivators that were preparing to enter the valley had all been chased out, a group of soldiers holding onto long spears and sabers, all of them rushing out of the city. "Why don't you let us enter the city?" an Ice City rogue cultivator asked loudly. The prince consort of the prince consort said, "The fall of Bingchang was due to the persecution of spies. In order to prevent the spies from entering the valley again, from now on, the valley city will be completely sealed off. The valley city is only allowed out, and you are not allowed to enter, especially you people from Bingchang. Now, you guys can either scram or I'll tell you to scram and choose among yourselves," the officer said bluntly. Many people were greatly angered by these words. What spy? Aren't we all from Han? Now that Ice City is already occupied by the people of Jiang nationality and you don't want us to enter the city, don't tell me you want us to die under their blade? A person stepped forward and stood in front of the military officer as he questioned loudly. However, just as he finished speaking, the military officer kicked him in the chest and sent him flying. He then fell to the ground, spitting out blood. "What is it? How dare you speak to me like that?" The officer spat and snorted. "A group of lowly commoners, their cultivation is so low that even if they die, it's still the same. Prince Consort said that you're not allowed to enter the city, so where do you think this place is? Is it a place for you to make a scene? I'll give you 10 more breaths to get lost, do you hear me? All of you, scram." The officer had a stern expression on his face. After hearing their words, everyone understood that their country had abandoned them. Now that they could not enter the valley, and the army of the Jiang country was coming, other than dying, there was no other way for them to go. "I never thought that before we were killed by the people of Jiang, we would be forced to death by our own compatriots. Hee hee, what a joke, how laughable." A person stood in the wind with a crazed look on his face as he shouted loudly. As he spoke, he started laughing loudly. His hoarse voice was filled with helplessness as he laughed. This caused many of the cold soldiers whose conscience had yet to be destroyed to lower their heads in shame. However, they were just soldiers. They couldn't change anything. "I'll make you fucking laugh." The officer was furious and directly chopped at the laughing man. That person did not dodge or evade. He had no desire to live. He just let it happen. The blade cut open his chest and directly beheaded him. Fresh blood dyed the snow-white ground red with blood. Upon seeing this, the rest of the people felt as if their hearts were dying. "Let's go. If we leave now, we will have a chance of survival. Let's hide in the remote Sichuan before the people of Jiang dynasty attack us." A few people, who still wished for more, shouted. At this point, there was no other choice. The people began to leave one after another, gradually disappearing into the wind and snow. Seeing that, Su-Yun could not help but shake his head. How could the Han Empire not be defeated when it treated its own people in such a manner? He took a deep breath, raised his lotus star sword and rushed forward towards the officer. Whiz! In the blink of an eye, the person appeared in front of the military officer. The military officer was shocked and the soldiers quickly retreated as they stared vigilantly at the person who had suddenly appeared. "Who is it? Who are you?" The military officer raised his long blade and shouted. "Let me ask you, has your crown prince returned to the imperial city?" Su-Yun said directly. This was the only way to the imperial city of Han. If the great Princess Li Guan Yuan and his group passed by this place, these city guards would definitely know about it. "Who are you? Why do you ask?" The officer became cautious. He glanced at Su-Yun and immediately waved his hand as he shouted, "I think you are a spy from river country." "Men, seize him." What a retard, would a spy ask you so openly? Many of the soldiers had the same thought, but since this fellow was the captain, they had no choice but to obey the order and surrounded him. Su-Yun swung her snow sword, releasing waves of cold light. All the long blade and spear in the hands of the soldiers broke into pieces, the speed of the swords causing people to not be able to react. The faces of the guards turned pale as they fell back. Looking at the broken blade in their hands, their eyes were filled with horror. Ha! The officer was shocked. He anxiously retreated, but in the next second, Su-Yun appeared in front of him. Bang! The officer was punched in the stomach. The pain was so excruciating that it made him soft and fall to the ground, curling up into a ball. The other soldiers did not dare to move forward. When the soldiers on the city wall saw this, they blew their horns, and a large number of soldiers rushed over. But Su-Yun did not move. Holding onto the Lotus Star Sword, he placed it on the officer's neck. I'll ask you one question, you answer. If you don't, I'll have to change people, but you should know what I'll do before I change people, right? Su-Yun said indifferently. I. The military officer raised his head with all his might and looked at the soldiers around him. He wanted to speak, but he hesitated. If he did, the Han people would eat him alive, but they would die without a doubt. One died before the other. The military officer hesitated for a moment before choosing the latter. I'll tell you everything. He conceded. Has the princess and the rest passed through the valley? After passing by, they headed towards the imperial city. General Li was left behind to guard the city. There are still 80,000 soldiers in the city. When did they arrive? 3 days ago. Where is the other crown prince? Prince Jiao? The man paused for a second, then said with a trembling voice, Prince Jiao was caught by the people of Jiang country. What? Su-Yun was immediately shocked. The crown prince had been captured? What was the point of this? If the Jiang country took the crown prince as its quality, the Han nation would definitely lose. Does this mean that the state of Jiang is going to use the crown prince as a hostage and force you to surrender? The officer fell silent. Su-Yun's face turned gloomy. If the crown prince was in Jiang country, then it would be too troublesome. The crown prince had another part of the dragon pearl on his body. If he didn't find him, it would be impossible to complete the dragon pearl. Crash! Just then, the city gates opened. Following that, countless soldiers rushed out. There were a total of thousands of them, in the sky and on the ground. They surrounded Su-Yun. The auras of these guards were very strong. They were all around the 10th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, and could be considered elite. How dare you! I let you escape at that time. I didn't expect you would deliver yourself to my doorstep again. A dignified voice. The soldiers automatically separated. They saw a armored Li Guanyuan followed by a group of experts from the Han Empire, walking towards them. More than 10 experts, all had cultivations above Spirit Emperor. Su-Yun turned his head to look at Li Guanyuan, only to see that his face was covered with scars. One of his eyes was already blind. His body was covered with wounds. It looked like during the battle in Bingcheng, he had also rushed to the front lines to kill his enemies. Some of his injuries did not recover quickly, if profound strength was sufficient enough. Now, hand over the Dragon Sea Gem. If you hand the Dragon Sea Gem to me, I can let you leave. Li Guanyuan said in a deep voice. If I don't hand it over, you won't be able to keep me. Su-Yun said indifferently. Your Crown Prince Jojo split it in half, and what I obtained was just an empty shell. However, I just found out from your subordinate that the Jiang country has captured Crown Prince Jiuqi, so it's useless for me to look for you, so I won't stay any longer. Farewell. Alright, I'll leave now. With that, Su-Yun left. Li Guanyuan's expression was abnormally ugly, and his only eye was filled with rage. What do you think this place is? Come and go as you please? Stop him! Li Guanyuan shouted. He knew of Su-Yun's strength. Not only did he and the Crown Prince not stop Su-Yun, they had even captured the Crown Prince. However, he did not believe that with so many experts here today, he would still not be able to subdue Su-Yun. The day of the Ice City's defeat had already spread to the Imperial City. where the king had immediately sent a group of experts to guard the valley city. With these experts here, even if they could not catch Su Yun and chase him away, it was enough to make Li Guanyuan lose face. However, just as these people were about to make their move, an urgent shout came from afar. "Report!" The voice was hoarse, making everyone who heard feel their hearts tremble. Everyone stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a soldier dressed in broken armor flying over and directly falling at the entrance of the valley. Seeing this, Li Guanyuan's expression became solemn. With a few steps, he picked up that person. "What's going on?" he shouted at the man. The unconscious man opened his eyes with all his might and looked at Li Guanyuan. He said hoarsely, reporting to General Jianghua, "The Crown Prince has died. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 816. The Crown Prince was dead? Li Guanyuan couldn't believe his ears. He was stunned for a moment, then grabbed the soldier's clothes and bellowed, "What did you just say? Who died? The Crown Prince is dead. General! The Crown Prince is dead!" The soldier shouted at the top of his lungs. This roar shocked all the soldiers present. Everyone stared blankly at that soldier, their faces filled with shock. During the war between the two countries, the Crown Prince of one country had died. What kind of shock was this? If word of this got out, what kind of people would be panicking? Logically speaking, since the Crown Prince had been captured by the enemy kingdom, he should be treated as a hostage. Yet Jianghua allowed the Crown Prince to die. What was going on? What does this mean? I am afraid that the Crown Prince is no longer needed as a hostage in the country of Jiang. The soldiers panicked a little. They looked at each other in dismay. A perplexed look appeared in each of their eyes. The consecutive losses and grievous news had completely destroyed their self-confidence. They even started to doubt whether they could defeat the country. Now that the city was in their hands, the country was like a tiger, slowly eating away at the land of the Han, but the Han didn't do anything. "You must be lying to me. Everything is fine. How could the Crown Prince possibly die?" Naturally, Li Guanyuan didn't believe it. He pushed the soldier away and growled in a low voice, "Don't believe it, this is just a rumor." Jianghua must have deliberately sent him here to spread this rumor, with the intention of instigating a war of hearts. "General, how dare your subordinate?" What he said was true. The people of Jiang had already sent people to bring back the body of the Crown Prince. They believed that. "I believe the Crown Prince's remains will be returned to us very soon. Drag him down and kill him. It's gone." Li Guanyuan didn't believe it at all. Hearing the soldier's voice, it sounded like an enraged lion roaring. The last few spirit emperors all went up to him and raised their swords to cut him down. But at that moment, the soldiers shouted again. "What's that? There! General! Look over there!" The crowd looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a group of people walking towards them in the wind and snow. These people were all dressed in gray armor, and were extremely conspicuous in the snow. With a glance, he could see that around Emo-san's group were around 10 people, and in the center of the group was a huge wooden coffin. They carried the coffin and quickly rushed over, and stopped at 100 meters away from the group, and took the coffin off. "It's the people of Jiang country." As the soldier roared, everyone rushed towards the 20 men like an explosion. These people of the Jiang nationality were naturally frightened and hurriedly retreated. They even shouted, "Stop, don't fight, we are only here to give it away." Giving away someone? For what? Let's capture them first. As the soldiers of the Han state shouted, their faces were filled with rage. When the soldiers saw that the situation was critical, they did not hesitate and immediately lifted the coffin lid. Clang! Clang! In an instant, everyone's attention was completely focused on the coffin. Inside lay a cold corpse. It was none other than the Crown Prince. His soul had dispersed a long time ago, and there was a large hole in his chest. One could see that his organs had already been frozen, and if one looked closely, they would see that all the blood vessels and chi meridian in his body had been completely destroyed. Li Guanyuan pushed away the soldiers and rushed to the coffin. When he saw the people inside, he was stunned. Not only him, but the other soldiers were also stunned. Seeing this, how could the soldiers of Zheng country not seize this opportunity? Everyone ran in the direction of the Zheng country at the same time. Capture them! Li Guanyuan reacted and immediately roared. Those experts of the Spirit Emperor immediately took action. With a flash, all 20-odd soldiers of the Zheng country were captured. These soldiers of the Zheng country were obviously frightened. Their bodies were trembling as they looked in fear at Li Guanyuan, who was walking over. How did the Crown Prince die? Li Guanyuan walked over, grabbed one of the soldiers and angrily roared. He committed suicide. Impossible. Your Crown Prince. It was indeed suicide. He was afraid that we would use him as a hostage to coerce your country. So he killed himself. On the orders of the Marshal, I came here specifically to return his corpse back to you all. The soldier was so scared that his words came out haltingly. However, the more Li Guanyuan heard, the angrier he got, and the more furious he got. Kill him. Kill them all. Kill them all. At this moment, he had already lost his reason as a general. Stop. At this moment, a low voice sounded out. Li Guanyuan turned to look, only to see Su Yun walking over. What are you doing? What? Unless you want to interfere? Li Guanyuan clenched his fist. Don't you know the rules of a battle between two armies? They are only here to return the Crown Prince's corpse. It is useless even if you kill them. What's more, they have a lot of information in their mouths. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill them? Su Yun said indifferently. What do you want to do? Li Guanyuan said angrily. Su Yun did not bother with him, and directly grabbed the soldier and asked, Let me ask you guys, was it your marshal who took care of your Crown Prince's corpse? This was unknown, but the Crown Prince did indeed die in the marshal's camp. He had shattered all the chi meridian and even his soul had been destroyed. He was dead when we found him. If that's the case, then most of the Crown Prince's possessions are in the hands of the marshal. Su Yun scratched his chin and thought. The man did not speak. But Li Guanyuan already knew what Su Yun was asking. However, he did not stop them, but only coldly laughed. That is most likely the case. If you want to obtain the Dragon Pearl, I think you should go to the Zheng country first. Su Yun swept a glance over him, and without saying a word, he immediately turned and fled far into the horizon. Li Guanyuan did not stop him at all, and allowed him to leave. After Su Yun left, he turned around and said to the soldiers beside him, Capture all of these people of the river country. Other than that, don't reveal the news of the Crown Prince's passing. Wait until I report it to His Majesty, then we can make a decision. Yes, General. Bring the Crown Prince's body back to the city. Li Guanyuan said with a hoarse voice. He believed that the emotions of all the soldiers present would not be any more complicated or sour than his. The death of the Crown Prince seemed to be an omen of something. He could not believe it, nor could he believe it. After leaving the valley city, Su Yun did not go far, but instead, lingered at the edge of the valley city. Although Su Yun did not like Zhao Wushan, his dedication was admirable, but if he died, what would the consequences be? The entire country would be shocked, and the king of the country would fight to his death with the king of the Zheng country. At that time, the Zheng Han world would truly be thrown into chaos. After wandering for a while, Su Yun met a few Ice City rogue cultivators, and after asking about the route of the river nation, he directly set off. Right now, it was better to investigate the whereabouts of the component of the Dragon Abyss. Since the battle hadn't started yet, he had to lock in its position first. Otherwise, once the war broke out and the situation turned chaotic, it would be difficult to retrieve the component. Stepping on the flying sword, Suyun flew towards Jianghua. However, compared to the two nations, Suyun still liked the weather in Jianghua. Although there were more rivers and seas, the temperature was not as cold as Hanghua. After jumping over the ice city, climbing over several tall mountains, and walking across two vast plains, Suyun finally arrived at the border city of Jianggui, Yang City. The entire city was like a fortress, and it was difficult to break through. It had to be known that the impact of the terrain on the war in the spirit cultivator was already very small, and only the strength of the barrier and the power of the erase seal could affect the victory or defeat of the siege. The Bingcheng garrisons were only the vanguard of the Jiang state, and their main force was assembled in the city. Suyun had not even reached Yuanchang, but he could already smell the terrifying profound strength that was seeping out from Yu Cheng's body. The soldiers didn't exercise. They just sat cross-legged on the ground and meditated. From afar, one could see soldiers sitting cross-legged everywhere, densely packed everywhere. Suyun rummaged through the space bag and found the 1,000 transformation bone mask that he did not use in the past, transforming into a River Nation soldier. He then used the Imperial battle armor to hide his cultivation, and arrogantly walked in. The soldier who was standing guard just glanced at him but did not say anything, let alone stop him. Suyun walked all the way. "Hey, which battalion are you from?" Didn't he know that it was time for cultivation? "Hurry up and help this daddy meditate." An officer saw Suyun walking into the city and immediately became angry and shouted, "My lord, I am here to deliver the corpse of the Crown Prince of Han State, Zhao Zhou. I need to report back to the marshal." Suyun said. The person he transformed was one of the 20 soldiers of Jiang country. Hearing that, the officer looked at Suyun carefully, and then said, "Oh, so it's you, brat." "What? You brat, you're back? Ah, that's not right. Aren't there more than 20 brothers who went with you? Why did you come back alone?" "I'll tell you about this after I report it to the marshal." Suyun was too lazy to argue with this garrulous officer, so after saying that one sentence, he immediately ran towards the city. However, after a few steps, he suddenly realized that he did not know the way at all, so he pulled the officer back. "Fuck, what are you doing?" "My lord, I am a little nervous. Why don't you come with me to see the marshal?" "Look at your dishes." "Forget it, come with me." The officer snorted and quickly walked forward. With this officer leading the way, Suyun felt extremely helpless as they directly entered Zhanchang. After walking for about an incense's time, the two of them finally arrived at the city lord's mansion in the center of Yuanzhou City. The military officer shouted as he approached the city lord's mansion. "Military newspaper. Urgent report. We need to report to the marshal as soon as possible." The guard at the entrance of the city lord's mansion looked at the two of them and said, "Wait." Finished speaking, he headed back into the manor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 817. Not long after, the guard walked out. "Go in. The marshal is waiting for you inside." The guard waved. Nodding their heads, the duo walked forward. The officer walked in front, tidying up his armor and taking a deep breath. His attitude was extremely serious, and when the two of them entered the main hall, they saw Jianghua's marshal and a group of generals sitting in the main hall. Everyone's gazes fell onto the two of them. Suyun sized up the marshal up above. He was a man of about 3 to 5 years of age, filled with a tyrannical aura, with tan skin and deep eyes, giving him a feeling of having gone through countless of changes. His aura was extremely calm and steady. He had already reached the realm of restraint. It was unknown how much stronger he was compared to the general of Jianghua, who was previously at the peak of Spirit Emperor. Your subordinate pays his respects to the marshal. The officer kneeled on the ground and shouted respectfully. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to get the position of the highest official like him, but today, he had taken the chance from Su Yun, so he had to make good use of this opportunity. Su Yun did not move, he was still standing in his original position. The field marshal frowned, he glared and snorted at Su Yun, and said solemnly, "What do you guys want? Quickly report it to me." Hearing that, the military officer hurriedly replied, reporting to Marshal, "It's like this. We are in charge of transporting the corpse of the Crown Prince, Zhou Yan, to the Han state. However, the corpse has already been delivered, but only this brother returned, the rest. Only one person came back?" Hearing this, the marshal frowned as he stared at the two men below and asked, "Which of you was in charge of transporting the corpses?" "Me." Su Yun immediately took a step forward. "What happened? Where are the other brothers?" the marshal asked. "It's all been detained by the Han people." "It was locked down?" Hearing his words, the marshal was infuriated. "The nation of Han is so audacious. We kindly return their crown prince's corpse. Not only are they not grateful to us, they even detained him. How preposterous is that? This is simply intolerable. Marshal, we should immediately send an army to attack the Han Empire and massacre the entire Valley City, to save our men. Yes, we cannot allow such actions of the Han Empire to be taken lightly. We should make use of this great victory to launch an attack to completely destroy their morale, to end the turmoil in the Jiang Han realm, and to assist our monarch in dominating the world, and to be promoted to realm master. General Liu is right. We should chase after them while they win." The generals present were all talking at the same time. They were all extremely excited and full of fighting spirit. All of them wished that they could charge into the valley and fight with the Han people. The marshal had a bad temper as well. When he heard of this, he was naturally infuriated. He slapped the armrest and said in a low voice, "Do you still not know what's good for you? Do you really think that our people are easy to bully? Marshal, perhaps we should never have brought back the corpse of the flood dragon from the beginning. They didn't know that the dragon had died, so we could still use this as a form of punishment to coerce them and negotiate conditions with them." The general said. General Liao's words are wrong. The rest of the flood dragon committed suicide while they were on their way to prison, but there are many rogue cultivators in the cities on both sides of the road who have seen it, and I'm afraid that Han people's spies know about it, and it's impossible for them to hide it. If they knew that the crown prince is dead and we refuse to admit it, they'll think we're guilty, and they won't be afraid of us anymore. On the contrary, we'll send the corpses back to scare them. General Wang is right, I did not consider everything. Lord, what should we do now? My lord, this general suggests that we should immediately send all 3 armies to the Valley City and take down the Valley City in one go. With the momentum of a whale, we should occupy the entire Han Empire and invade the imperial city. This should assist my majesty in dominating the world and advancing to realm master. This lowly general also recommends using up all 3 armies. Lord, give the order. The generals were getting more and more excited. The consecutive victories had caused their battle to become more and more intense. Everyone wished that they could rush to the bottom of the valley and engage in a bloody battle with the Han people. But the field marshal was not confused by this. He stared at Su Yun and asked, "Let me ask you, who are the defending generals of the Valley City?" "I don't know," Su Yun said indifferently. "Don't know? What? Could it be that the commander of the city will not even show himself when the corpse of the flood dragon is delivered? I don't think they care about this crown prince at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been captured by us. Han Nation is just a bunch of cowards. Ha ha ha." The crowd burst into laughter. The Grand Marshal frowned. He then stared at Su Yun and asked, "Then, when you brought Jiu Gui's corpse to the Valley City, how are the soldiers of the Valley City doing?" Aren't they shocked? I don't know, because it has nothing to do with me. Su Yun said again. Hearing this, the marshal's expression changed. He suddenly stood up, stared at Su Yun and roared, "Who are you?" He had already sensed that something was amiss with Su Yun. The soldier did not even show the slightest hint of respect towards him, nor did he show any signs of fear. From the moment he entered the door, he had not bowed at all, and his eyes were filled with calmness and indifference. Combined with his words, it was enough to arouse the marshal's suspicions. The marshal's actions caused the entire hall to explode. All the generals stood up, unsheathed their swords from their waists, and aimed them at Su Yun. Everyone's movements were extremely fast and their reactions were extremely fast. 1 second, everyone was talking and laughing, while the next, everyone was drawing their blades. The officer who brought Su Yun in was already scared to the point of peeing. Trembling, he stood up and pulled out his sword to point at Su Yun. "Who are you?" the marshal asked. "It's not Han, anyway." Su Yun stared at him. "You want to kill me?" "If I wanted to kill you, I would have already done it." "Is that so?" The marshal glanced at Su Yun and said softly, "Your cultivation may not look high, but you actually dared to intrude into my commander's manor. It seems that you have some ability to rely on. What are you doing here?" "Pick up some things." "What is it?" "Crown Prince's remnants." "Oh." Hearing the marshal's words, he immediately laughed coldly. "I think you want to take the parts of the Dragon Abyss bead?" "That's right." Su Yun did not try to hide it, and said, "Seems like the parts of the Dragon Abyssal Pearl are on you." "Heh, the other parts of the Dragon Abyss Pearl are on you as well?" "That's right." "Hee hee, that's great. Extreme. In this way, I won't have to travel thousands of miles to travel to the Arctic state. If I can find the Dragon Abyss, I'll be able to obtain it in my city. This is great." The marshal chuckled and waved his hand. "Take him down." However, just as he spoke, the person in front of him suddenly moved. He took a step forward. This step was like a trigger as all the presence within his body exploded forth at that moment. A strange force left his body and enveloped his surroundings. The soldiers around him could not help but let go of the weapons in their hands and fell to the ground. Clang! 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 An ear-piercing sound rang. All of their profound chi were completely sucked dry, not a single bit was left. "What's going on with all of you?" The marshal frowned. "Lord, our profound chi. It was sucked dry." The generals said in agony. "My entire body is only left with brute force. I am unable to activate the profound strength." "This guy, exactly what strange profound technique did you use?" "Unable to use profound strength?" The marshal frowned. "You are from the Supreme Sect?" "No. If he isn't someone from the Supreme Sect, how can he absorb someone else's profound strength? This must be the limitless profound chi." The marshal roared. But Su Yun did not have the time to listen to his nonsense. This was the Zhang Chang in their base camp. How could Su Yun stay here for too long? He removed his disguise and retrieved the sword sheath, wiping the sword sheath with his hand and pulling it out. He rushed forward and attacked the marshal from the beginning to the end. His speed was so fast that no one could believe it. However, the field marshal was not an average person. Once the Lotus Star Sword attacked, he immediately retreated, smashing into the wall at the back, then retreated, creating some distance between him and Su Yun. "Someone come! Someone! Thieves! Someone come quickly!" The marshal roared, his voice echoing through the city. He knew that Su Yun was not simple, so he did not fight head-on with him, but rather asked for help. This place was his lair, there was no need for him to take action. The crowd burst into an uproar. It was as if the entire Yen city had exploded into an uproar. The profound chi that filled the sky surged towards Su Yun like a tidal wave, engulfing him completely. Even he could not see what was happening. The sky in all directions darkened, and people rushed towards the marshal's residence from all directions. Experts from all directions gathered, and in an instant, the marshal's residence was surrounded by the army of Jiang country. What a fast assembling speed! In less than 10 breaths. Compared to Jianghu, the difference in quality of the army was huge, and there were many differences between the commanders. Su Yun stared at his surroundings, then looked at the army and generals. His expression did not change, and he directly went to attack the leader of the army in the middle of the army. Kill! The marshal shouted. So. The dense number of profound Qis rained down on him. But Su Yun did not dodge, and continued to move forward. When the profound technique smashed onto Su Yun's body, it immediately disappeared without a trace. A vacuum instantly appeared around Su Yun's body, and the profound technique was simply unable to penetrate through it. The marshal was stunned. He actually ignored the countless attacks and charged forward. What cultivation level was this person at? What magic treasure? This was almost invincible. Even an army of thousands could not stop it. When did such a person appear in the myriad heavens? Just as he was at a loss, Su Yun had already rushed forward. He did not raise his sword to slash at the marshal, but raised his snow-white longsword and shouted, "Bind!" If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:18. With Su Yun's shout, the Lotus Star Sword immediately released a snow-white light, and a snow-white fluorescent rope shot out from the sword area, trapping the marshal inside. The fluorescent rope was like a living creature. No matter how the marshal tried to dodge, he could not shake it off. Furthermore, the speed was extremely fast. It was extremely difficult to pinpoint its exact position. In the end, the marshal still fell for it. With the field marshal tied up, Su Yun immediately rushed over. "You think you can subdue me just like that?" The marshal could not accept it. He bellowed in rage, the muscles on his arms bulged, as true divine spirit chi enveloped his entire body. The fluorescent rope that bound him was immediately stretched to the point of breaking. He actually intended to use brute force to break free from the restraints. Su Yun's eyes flashed with a ruthless light, his palm directly aimed for his neck. With an extremely fast speed, in the blink of an eye, it had already reached his neck. "Break for me!" The marshal roared at the top of his lungs, and then with a tug of his arms, the fluorescent rope snapped. This marshal's cultivation was extremely strong. Su Yun was currently at the first stage of Spirit Emperor, so he was not considered high. Although his profound strength was deep, he was not strong enough to keep the marshal tied up for a long period of time. However, his goal was not to use this wool rope to subdue the enemy, but more importantly, to use the Imperial Battle Robe. Crash! The hand that was grabbing onto the field marshal's neck was immediately covered with God power. The God power was like a mist that spread out and enveloped his entire body. In a breath of time, the profound strength in the field marshal's body was all sucked out and transferred into Su Yun's body. The energy that Su Yun had expended earlier was replenished and he regained his energy. Seeing the marshal suppressed, all the citizens were shocked. Who didn't know what the marshal's cultivation level was? However, everyone retreat! Su Yun shouted. Retreat! A general shouted with a flushed face. All the soldiers retreated towards the outside like a receding tide. Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Yun, all of their expressions were tense and serious, and their breathing became heavy at this moment. No one dared to act rashly, no one even dared to make a sound, because at this moment, Su Yun had already placed the snow-white longsword on the field marshal's neck. With the loss of the profound chi, other than the strength of his physique and the defensive capabilities of the armor on his body, the marshal had no way to resist against Su Yun's treasured sword. Don't act recklessly, or you'll never get out of this city. The marshal lowered his voice, but he did not dare move his body recklessly. His bulging muscles also slowly disappeared. I naturally won't act rashly, but at the same time, I hope that you won't do anything rashly as well. Otherwise. Let's not talk about Yuan Chang. I'm afraid you won't even be able to walk out of this marshal's residence, do you believe me? Su Yun whispered into his ear. The soft words were like the edge of a cold blade, causing those who heard it to shudder in fear. The marshal knew that this fellow was no pushover and frowned, not showing any fear on his face. He asked straightforwardly, "What do you want to do exactly?" "Don't you know? The Crown Prince's treasure, part of the Long Sea Pearl." Su Yun said indifferently. The component parts of the Dragon Sea Pearl were related to his life and death. No matter what, he had to obtain the Dragon Sea Pearl first. The Crown Prince's remains are still in the Commander's Hall, but the parts inside are still in the Dragon Sea Pearl. Heh, I won't easily hand it over. If you let me go, I might consider giving it to you. I might as well kill you. Su Yun did not reveal any anger, he only pressed the Lotus Star Sword in his hands onto the field marshal's neck. The sword tip that was glowing cut open a bit of his skin, causing blood to spill and dyeing the white Lotus Star Sword red. Thieves, don't try to hurt the marshal. The soldiers of the Jiang country in all four directions panicked and started shouting angrily. Everyone stepped back. Su Yun bellowed, he tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, and a bit more of the sword tip went in. Everyone was intimidated and no longer dared to move forward. Looking at this fellow's attitude, it was likely that he would really behead the marshal. Su Yun swept a glance across everyone, then said to the marshal in front of him in a low voice, "I will only give you 10 breaths of time. Either you give me the parts of the Dragon Abyssal Pearl, or I will take your soul with me." Then I will also give you 10 breaths of time. How about it?" The marshal laughed instead of getting angry. "Perhaps you still don't know where you are? This is Yuan City, my base camp. It's fine that you kidnapped me here, but if I was still here, you could still rely on me to escape. However, if you killed me, I can guarantee that you will never leave the city alive. The soldiers in my city can tear you to shreds 10,000 times over. So kid, if you let go of me now and surrender to me, I can guarantee that I won't kill you nor pursue this matter any further. What do you think? Aren't you making me laugh?" Su Yun sneered, "If this Yangzhou city is really that powerful, then how did you end up in my hands?" "That's because the previous experts were not here yet. I caught you by surprise. I already don't want to waste any more words with you. I don't know if you are delaying or not, but I can tell you one thing. If you continue to be like this, then you won't have much more time to live. There are still 5 breaths left." "Brat, I do not understand, why are magic treasure more important than life? There are countless of magic treasure in this world, and they are used up. Is it worth it?" 4 more breaths. Su Yun continued to speak mercilessly. "You really dared to kill this marshal?" 3 breaths. Good. At most, you can just burn them all together with your jade. 2 breaths. His voice didn't carry any feeling, it was as cold as the ice in the abyss, he didn't even stop at all. You. 1 breath. His voice was already very cold. Enough. I'll pass the parts to you. At this point, the marshal finally could not take it anymore and shouted loudly. Su Yun raised his eyebrows and stared at him. The marshal's indifferent face suddenly turned serious, he glanced around and shouted, "All of you, withdraw from the marshal's residence. Retreat from the marshal's residence. Faster. It would be better to withdraw from Yuan Chang. Then retreat from Zhang Chang." A voice rang out. The soldiers looked at each other in dismay, but none of them dared to disobey the marshal's orders. They could only bow their heads and leave. As the soldiers left one after another, not a single soldier remained in the city, leaving Su Yun and the field marshal behind. "Now, it's time for you to bring me to look for the parts of the Dragon Abyssal Pearl," Su Yun said indifferently. "The parts are hidden in the depths of the Handsome Manor. It will take me some time to activate them. The marshal took a deep breath and said, "If you can't take it out within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I'll have to kill you. Since you are being held hostage by me, I believe that the strong warriors of the Jiang country are already rushing here to prevent any changes from occurring. You only have one incense stick's worth of time." An incense stick's worth of time? Impossible. This was impossible. There are a total of more than 700 mechanisms. Even if we go now, it will be too late. We will need at least 2 hours, the marshal exclaimed. I will only give you one incense stick of time. I know that you will have a way. If you can't do it, then I don't need to keep you here. Su Yun grabbed the field marshal and flew into the commander's mansion, and without giving him any chance, threw him onto the ground. The marshal's profound chi was completely absorbed by Su Yun. In front of Su Yun, who was brimming with profound strength, he basically had no chance of escaping. Hearing Su Yun's words, the marshal's face became ugly, but the situation was pressing down on him. He had no choice, and led Su Yun to the house where they were cultivating. His bedroom wasn't far from the main hall. The two of them were extremely fast, and before 10 breaths of time, they were already in the bedroom. The marshal stood outside the house with his eyes closed, muttering to himself. Then he walked to a tree beside the house and placed his hand on the trunk of the tree. In an instant, this lush tree's leaves all released a strong and scorching light. Every leaf released a strong halo. As the halo dispersed, dark yellow symbols appeared on the leaves. The symbols were like the heads of tigers and filled with energy. After they flickered for 4 breaths, the house in front of them suddenly shrank with a bang sound, transforming into a mini palm-sized house, floating in the air, and at the bottom of the house, there was actually a lustrous gold teleportation circle. The powerful aura of space floated above it. Follow me, the marshal said. You don't have much time left. Su Yun said indifferently, and walked over. The two stood atop the teleportation array. Whiz! With a flash of light, Su Yun only felt darkness in front of him, and when he appeared again, he was in a stone room. You're quite bold, aren't you afraid that I'll lure you into a trap? The marshal chuckled. If you want to take your life as a joke, I can accompany you. Good, kid, you have guts. The marshal didn't waste time with words and walked straight to the end of the stone room. At the end of the stone room, there was a jade table with a small black box. The box was inlaid with many different colored gems, and it seemed like this was the box containing the parts of the dragon abyss. The marshal walked a few steps before stopping. A transparent net had appeared in front of him at some point. A barrier. The marshal stretched out his hand and quickly pressed a few buttons on the huge net, causing it to shatter immediately. He took a few more steps forward and the net appeared again. The net shattered just like that. Therefore, this distance of less than 1,000 meters was rather difficult to traverse. The marshal stopped after taking a few steps. Su Yun watched from the back with the sword in his hand, and after a while, he walked over. Get out of the way, he said. The marshal turned around and asked, What are you planning to do? Su Yun shook his head, This is too slow. It's impossible to reach the end within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. That's why you must give me at least 2 hours to open these spirit formations. An incense's worth of time is simply impossible. The marshal said at once. That is for you. It might not even take 2 hours for me. Su Yun stared at the box, took a deep breath, and immediately rushed forward. Clang! 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 Dang! The enchantments were all shattered like glass by Su Yun. Handsome Yuan was dumbfounded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 819. These enchantments that the marshal had meticulously set up were simply as weak as thin paper at this moment. Su Yun would immediately rot when he touched it, and the marshal had widened his eyes, as if he could not believe what he had just seen. In just an instant, Su-yun had already arrived in front of the jade table. He ignored the marshal behind him and picked up the box, opening it immediately. Bada! The lid was lifted. However, it was empty. Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. He frowned and abruptly turned his head, but what he saw was bursts of laughter. Ha ha, you never thought that this marshal would do something like this, right? The real parts of the dragon's abyss had always been on this commander-in-chief's body. This was just an empty shell. Ha 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 ha. The marshal laughed. Oh? Is that so? In that case, don't blame me. Su-yun secretly snorted, carried his lotus star sword and rushed forward. Hee. I want to see how you do it. The field marshal had activated some unknown switch, and in an instant, another 100 enchantments with astonishing defense appeared in front of Su-yun. However, Su-yun did not even look at it, nor did he stop in his steps. He swept past everything, directly rushing towards the marshal, and the enchantment barrier was still as broken as if it was made of paper. Whether it was the ice attribute enchantment or the thorny attribute enchantment, both were like this, and could not affect him in the slightest. Seeing this, the marshal's heart skipped a beat. This guy, could it be that there was no barrier that could stop him? Just how strong was he? The marshal retreated a few steps back. He had thought that he could hold Su-yun back, but he never expected that it would be completely useless. Su-yun stepped forward, and then slashed with his sword. A cold light flashed as the terrifying sword chi dispersed. Put! Without enough time to defend, the marshal's head was immediately chopped off by the lotus star sword. Fresh blood spurted out. I hate people who lie to me the most, Su-yun said. Even though he had cheated countless times in his life. The marshal's head fell to the ground as fresh blood spurted into the air, dyeing the ceiling of the chamber red. The field marshal's soul was overflowing, but Su-yun did not care about it. Instead, he squatted down to get his space bag. He had lost all his profound chi, and the enchantment in the stone room was definitely unable to stop Su-yun. But since he had done so, there was only one possibility: an expert from the river country had arrived. However, just as Su-yun's hand touched the marshal's space bag, a strong ray of light suddenly burst out from the top of the stone room, directly hitting the marshal's dead body. A terrifying destructive aura instantly flooded the entire stone chamber. Su-yun immediately retracted his hand, dodging the light ray. When the light disappeared, the marshal's corpse was gone, as if it had turned into a bubble, but his armor and space bag were still there. This destructive power was at least at the 7th stage of the Spirit Emperor. He raised his head to look at the sky above the stone room and saw that the top of the stone room had been blasted open. Over 10 people with different appearances had appeared in the sky outside. There were men and women, old and young, all of them had dense chi, none of them had cultivations lower than the 5th stage of the Spirit Emperor. One of them was a skinny man with monkey-like cheeks and sharp mouth. He raised his hand and pulled it back. Surprisingly, he held a space bag in his hand. This was the marshal's space bag. Great Marshal has a glorious name, and is a good weapon for war. However, his cultivation is not very good. It's very difficult to deal with the spirit cultivator alone, and that's his weakness. A hoarse voice came from the side. Su-yun looked towards the direction of the voice, to see a blue-robed old man holding a bottle, swinging it around, causing the marshal's overflowing soul to be completely sucked into the bottle. When he revives, you can talk about him. At the very least, you're the king's master. It's easy for him to mislead the country by acting so recklessly. A girl with thick makeup but no look said with a smile. Speak? I dare not say, he's the marshal, the superior of countless experts in this country. I don't want to cause any trouble. TCH, so what? We were a step too late, and ended up like this? Everyone talked amongst themselves, they talked happily, but they did not care about Su Yun. Su Yun frowned, his face was filled with fighting spirit. But the other party did not take him seriously, and continued to talk. Only a few people's gazes were still on Su Yun. Since the commander's body has been destroyed, we must revive him quickly. Now that the war with Han has begun, the army of Zheng country cannot afford to lose a leader. Everyone, you should return to the capital as soon as possible. Besides that, what should we do with this person? One of the one-eyed strong men stared at Su Yun and said, "Let's capture him first. Kill the marshal of my Jianghua. Destroy his body and take his soul back to report." The old man who had collected the soul of the marshal said. The moment the voice came out, a person charged out of the crowd. It was the skinny guy who took the marshal space bag away with his shark mouth and monkey cheeks. He stared at Su Yun, his eyes lit up, and shouted excitedly, "Darling, that sword must be a treasure. Give me such a treasure." Saying that, he extended his hand, and the shriveled up little hand turned into 5 sharp blades, thrusting towards Su Yun. His actions were abnormally cruel. Su Yun stood there motionlessly, his eyes staring straight at the man who was rushing over. Contempt. Ignore. This was the impression that the group of people gave Su Yun when they arrived. Are they strong? Su Yun did not know, but they did not put him, the person who killed their Grand Marshal, in their eyes at all. If that was the case, Su Yun would not be happy. The sharp claws attacked. The eyes of the monkey-like man burst with light, and the smile on his face grew more intense. The sharp blade was already an inch away from Su Yun, but Su Yun still did not make a move, and continued to stand quietly at his original position. Seeing that, the dozen or so spirit emperors outside all frowned. No defense? Was he overly confident in himself, looking down on the other party, or was this fellow too weak, leaving him with no time to defend? No one knew. However, he was able to kill the marshal and infiltrate the Zhenghan city alone. How could such a person be a weakling? Clang! A dull sound echoed out. Everyone's eyes were wide opened as they stared at Su Yun. The lean man's 5 claws were all broken, and the broken parts were still on Su Yun's chest. On the other hand, Su Yun did not have a single scratch on his body. He just stood there, staring coldly at the man in front of him. How is this possible? Several people cried out in alarm. When the people who did not pay attention to Su Yun heard this, they immediately looked over, and were stunned when they saw what happened. This guy was known as Monkey Steels. With an extraordinary cultivation, he was most proficient at using the soaring dragon cloud searching hand and was able to retrieve items from far away, but even so, he was still a 7th stage Spirit Emperor cultivator, but when attacking Su Yun, he was unable to even break his opponent's defense. The monkey widened his eyes and looked at Su Yun in shock. It was his most confident killing move, one that could even break the defense of an 8th stage Spirit Emperor, but it was completely useless against Su Yun. Could this guy be at least Spirit Emperor level 8? Crash! Just then, a circle of god power burst out from Su Yun's body, like a crocodile opening its mouth, surrounding the person in front of him. The monkey thief did not even have time to retreat, and its entire body was completely drained of profound chi, which completely returned to Su Yun's body. He had also lost all his strength, and almost fell to the ground. This is bad. The old man who had been collecting the soul fragments of the marshal sensed that something was amiss and roared before dashing forward. Su Yun waved his sword a few times. He could not even see the sword images, he could only feel waves of sword intent rushing through Monkey Steel's body. Monkey Steel's instantly froze in place, not moving an inch. Dead. Everyone could not feel even the slightest bit of aura from the monkey thief, so they understood. Monkey Steels were dead. In just a few breaths of time, he had killed a 7th stage Spirit Emperor cultivator. Even a 10th stage Spirit Emperor cultivator would find it hard to do it, only the Spirit Sage had such methods. At this moment, everyone understood that they were extremely wrong. This guy was not as simple as they had imagined. A ray of light attacked once again, heading straight for Su Yun. Su Yun took half a step back, and the light swallowed the monkey's body, while he followed in the marshal's footsteps, turning into foam and dissipated, leaving only the space baguette and the clothes on the ground. Su Yun was not in a hurry to snatch the space bag, his eyes sweeping across the incoming spirit emperoress, his pupils gradually turning red. Today, I won't take this bag. I just want to see how you can take it away from me and return it to your royal city. He said coldly, his hand swept towards the sword sheath, and directly threw out a blood-red sword. It was the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. The sharp sword flew out and danced chaotically in the air. The sword's shadows were like blood-red pythons as they surrounded everyone. The chilling bloodthirsty sword intent startled everyone to the point that their hair stood on end. Everyone immediately activated their defensive treasures to defend against the sword intent. But in the next second, a rumbling sound suddenly resounded through the dilapidated stone room. Taking a look, the people here all felt a chill in their hearts, only to see that behind Su Yun, a flood of swords suddenly erupted out, countless of sharp swords shot out, the dense and cold sword concept filled the entire place. Even though the place was small, they appeared to be in an orderly manner. They gathered together, turned into a steel dragon, and charged towards the outside. These dozen spirit emperors were forced out of the stone room and suspended in space. Su Yun stepped forward and jumped out, looking at the dozens of Jiangguo warriors in the sky, his entire body overflowing with a strong desire for battle. So he's actually a sword expert. The smile on the heavily made-up woman from before disappeared as she stared at Su Yun. With so many flying swords and so much sword intent, this is no ordinary imperial sword technique. Everyone, it seems like we've met capable people today. Marshal, it looks like you can't blame him for this. Let's work together to subdue this person. Don't let him be too arrogant. Otherwise, he will look down on us people from the Zhang dynasty. A roar erupted. Everyone began to join hands. But Su Yun did not give them the chance, he immediately attacked, using his power to pressure them. Thousands of flying swords were dancing in the air. He took out the heaven smiting sword, took out the 100 subordinate sword, and placed them in a row in front of him, using the lotus star sword to attack quickly. The lotus star sword hummed, striking the subordinate sword S, causing them to emit thunderous sounds, while a large amount of sword intent spread out in all directions like ripples. Those experts were puzzled, but they did not give Su Yun too much time. The 8 experts split into 2 rows, and attacked from 2 wings. Its aura was exceptionally fierce. Su Yun continued to bombard the 100 fire subordinate sword, his movements was so fast that even their afterimages could not be seen. An increasingly intense sword intent spread out, and increasingly terrifying sword hums resounded throughout the entire sky. Everyone's hearts trembled, but at this stage, if they did not kill Su Yun, how could they let it go? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 820. How powerful were the auras of the 8 spirit emperors? The buildings below were all crushed. Before the boundary could be touched, they were directly transformed into ruins. The sword hums accompanied the thunderous roars, shaking the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the 8 people had already closed in on him. All kinds of magic treasure had been summoned, and they were only 10 steps away from Su Yun. The one leading them was a man with sideburns wearing a brown robe. Both of his eyes were opened wide, his entire body was covered in green chi, and inside those green chi were surging true divine spirit chis, which were extremely ferocious. My blade hasn't been stained with blood for days. Today, I'll use your blood to feed my blade. The big man roared as he hacked down with his broadsword. Su Yun felt that what was falling was not a blade, but a mountain. Before the blade even reached, the might of the blade was already suffocating. However, compared to the sword might of the 100 swords in front of him, it was nothing. The 100 subordinate sword S trembled madly from his attacks. They trembled to the limit, as if they had stopped moving. Su Yun was also engulfed by the sword might, and so the strength was mutual. At the same time Su-yun struck at them, they were also constantly striking Su-yun. In such a short period of time, Su-yun's arm already felt extremely sore. The man came over and aimed at a subordinate sword. The Lotus Star sword directly flew over and struck the right side of the sword hilt. Boom! The subordinate sword was like a missile, smashing towards the big-sized man. The big-sized man was not afraid at all. With both of his hands, he slashed at the subordinate sword, causing the blade to turn and smash onto the subordinate sword's blade. However, the sword and the blade had reached a stalemate for a few breaths' time, and the big-sized man's power instantly collapsed. Like a meteor, he was pushed towards the sky by the subordinate sword and disappeared. This power. Everyone was stunned. Dawn! 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 In the next moment, Su-yun knocked a few more times, causing all the swords to fly out again. The sword's speeds were extremely fast, leading to a void space. The sword chi rippled out behind them like ripples, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. They did not dare to face it head-on, and all of them dodged, avoiding the swords that struck them. Although these swords did not have any profound chi-s, every sword's body was surrounded by a terrifying force. Su-yun's strength alone might not be strong, but now, he had focused all of his strength into the swords, and after every attack, his power would flow back into the sword blade, and after that, he would attack again and again. With such a superposition, the power was so terrifying that it was indescribable. This was the sword inside the sword sheath. If it was a normal sword, it would have shattered into pieces long ago. The several swords flew past the Jianggui expert's body, directly flying up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared. The spectators were all stunned for a moment, before coming to a realization. Although these swords looked fierce, but they did not have any profound chi, and could only be controlled by pure strength. If they were struck out, they would not be able to return, and would not be of any big deal, as long as they were dodged in time. Almost everyone had the same thought in their minds. But in the next second, these swords ruthlessly slapped their faces. The swords that had disappeared into the horizon returned at this moment. Their speed was still as terrifying as before, and they seemed to have a consciousness as they directly pierced towards their backs. What? Everyone was stunned. These swords. What exactly is going on? The old man with the bottle stared at the sky, his white beard mumbling. This was the first time he had seen such a strange sword technique. Don't be held back by these strange swords. We have so many people, how can we not subdue him? Leave 5 people to defend against the swords while the rest surrounded and annihilated this fellow. Everyone, take out all of your skills and use them to kill him. Kill them all. A fiery red spirit cultivator shouted at the top of his lungs. Although Su-yun was strong, but he should not have been in existence of the spirit sage, right? If not for the spirit sage, how could the experts of the spirit emperor not subdue him? If word of this got out, it would be a great disgrace to these people. Even the king wouldn't be able to explain it, so how would they be able to establish themselves? What face did he have? The people automatically split into 2 groups, one group of 5, to block the incoming powerful swords. They all activated their magic treasure, their defensive barrier rising up. The multicolored light shone upon the ruins of the handsome manor. Dawn! 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 The sword collided with the chi cover, and the resulting shockwave caused the surrounding ruins to crumble into dust. The earth cracked open and the entire city trembled. The army outside the city was caught off guard. They were all sent flying by the powerful ripples of energy coming from the commander's mansion. The Jianggui warriors who were rushing towards Su-yun were affected, and stabilized a bit, but they were already close to Su-yun, so how could they just let it go? Several sharp swords were thrust toward his face, and each person's attack was different. There were even swords that were as graceful as water, akin to green geese and white geese. They gave people a feeling of serenity, yet behind this illusion, there was a sense of killing intent. There were also guns that moved like rainbows, swallowing mountains and rivers. they came straight and walked without leaving any trace. They did not hesitate in the slightest as they fought head-on. There were even sabers that were incomparably domineering. They pressed down onto heaven and earth, as if no one would have the courage to face the blade head-on. Suyin stared intently at the incoming swords and sabers. He unhurriedly activated the divine wind sword technique and rushed to the peak of speed. He was already nowhere to be seen, he had completely teleported. He did not prepare for the incoming attacks, but rather roamed the remaining heaven-smiting subordinate swords. Every time a sword passed by, a sword image would envelop the sword hilt and the sharp sword would fly out with a sound. Chirp! 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 The powerful sword danced in the air. The tyrannical power from the sword directly jolted people apart, and when it danced in the air it would even bring out a terrifying explosion and the sound of the sword trembling. Clang, clang, clang. Several sharp blades pierced Suyun's body. However, all of them were blocked by the armor, and at the same time, the chest of the 3 elite martial artists from Jiang country was also pierced by the sword, the power released from the sword body, directly tearing their bodies apart. These 3 people did not have enough time to scream, their bodies crazily trembled, and in the end, turned into pieces of flesh, their souls overflowing. Seeing that Suyun did not even try to dodge, and was even taking on everyone's blades, everyone finally understood how terrifying this man was. This person is a divine being, invulnerable to swords and spears. Everyone, be careful. The woman with the thick makeup noticed that when Suyun was blocking the blade and sword, a light flashed across her body. She immediately guessed what was going on and anxiously shouted. If one was invulnerable to swords and spears, killing them in such a manner would simply be courting death. The crowd hastily retreated. But Suyun did not give them the chance. He directly extended his hand and grabbed the closest man holding the spear, and fiercely pressed him onto the ground, in a moment pulling out all the profound chi from his body, and then thrusted the sword towards his head. He was in existence of the 8th stage of Spirit Emperor, but he did not even have the chance to retaliate. He continued to struggle, but was unable to struggle free from Suyun's grasp. Put! With his head pierced through, a blood-red substance mixed with a white substance leaked out from the crack. The man trembled crazily for a few moments before his body stiffened and he died. His profound chi had been completely emptied, and it was too late for his profound chi to help heal his wounds. A divine object. This was a divine object. The result of fusing the clear sky holy robe and the 7th tier imperial equipment. Without the imperial battle armor, Suyun would probably only be able to fight against the Spirit Emperoress here, and the outcome of the battle was uncertain, but right now, with the imperial battle armor, he could easily suppress these existences. This was the power of a divine object, an existence that could crush all magic treasure of the same rank. It was likely that even the immortal gods would lose their luster in front of this divine object. Magic treasure was also a part of one's own strength. Suyun would never be lenient when it came to using magic treasure. Another one was cut down. Adding them in, Suyun had already slashed 7 Spirit Emperors consecutively. In such a short period of time, 7 Spirit Emperor had fallen. If word of this got out, it would probably shake the entire Jiang Han world. With the protection of a divine object, one's body is invincible. For an existence like this, just relying on an attack is difficult enough to win against. Only a spiritual attack can counter the enemy. The old man holding the bottle shouted, "Everyone leave first. Return to the royal city immediately and invite the Holy Mother of the Rivers. She is proficient in illusions and her spiritual arts have transcended that of ordinary people. Even if this person has the protection of a divine object, he is definitely not her match. Hurry up and go back." A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Since Suyun already had this method, if they were to continue fighting, they would probably be swallowed by this guy. All right. Everyone nodded and immediately began to retreat. Although many people were unwilling, this was an unchangeable choice. The most gratifying thing was that those terrifyingly powerful swords seemed to have lost all their energy. Their flying speed slowed down, and part of their bodies began to crumble, as if they would fall from the sky at any moment. This was an opportunity. Everyone hurriedly sped up their flight. Leave? Suyun's killing intent had already been detected. Without any formalities, he released the Lotus Star Sword in his hands, and with a clench of his fists, the Tribulation Fire Sword and the Immortal Mystical Scarlet Blood Sword instantly appeared in his hands. He then quickly brandished his sword where he was standing, causing a large amount of profound chi to shoot out from the sword blade, straight towards the thousands of subordinate swords in the sky. The subordinate sword was moved by Suyun's profound chi. It immediately became restless and flew down to the ground like rain. Be careful! A person shouted. Everyone hurriedly defended themselves, fleeing into the distance under the onslaught of the sword rain. However, these flying swords were not there to attack them. Suyun danced a few rounds, and all the subordinate sword rushed towards the 100s. Clang! 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 Dang! A series of clanging sounds, like firecrackers, exploded out. He took a look. Thousands of subordinate swords were frantically attacking those powerful swords. One strike after another, each blow was stronger than the last. Using chi to control the sword. Using his strength to control the sword, it was now perfectly fused. As the strength swords were continuously attacked, they began to tremble more and more violently, as if they were alive. The old man turned his head to look at this scene, his old face turning ashen. The sword intent gathered like a flood towards that direction, and would pounce towards everyone at any time. This sword intent was enough to drown the entire Gene City. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 821. The surging sword intent made people's hearts palpitate. The flying swords that filled the sky were simply terrifying. They did not dare to turn their heads, and only sprinted towards the distance. They felt a chill behind their backs. They had already sensed Suyun's terrifying sword intent. Ha! The girl Suyun who had her makeup on seemed to be rather slow. Upon seeing the scene of how the 1,000 swords were striking the 100 swords, she was immediately frightened to the point that her face turned white. Before, Suyun only used his hands to fight with the swords, but he was already so powerful. But now, with his chi as strength, he instilled more power into the swords. How terrifying must his power be? Suyun stared at the fleeing crowd, his eyes filled with killing intent. It was the first time that he controlled so many chi swords to allow so many powerful swords to transmit power. Although the consumption rate of the profound chi was extremely huge, the continuous slashing of several spirit emperors gave him a rich profound chi, and the profound chi in his body was plentiful. Even so, he did not reveal any exhaustion. He could also try to see if the strength swords he had comprehended were powerful enough to kill. Whiz! Whiz! The two spirit emperor felt that it was impossible to escape simply by flying, so they decisively used their teleportation technique and disappeared into the sky. The remaining people were still escaping. Some of them were offering their services to the magic treasure for defense, while others tried to attack Suyun while trying to escape. The order of the people was chaotic and disorderly, like a headless fly. When they saw Suyun effortlessly slash down several spirit emperors, they had already lost most of their fighting spirit, and upon knowing that he had even more of those divine objects protecting his body and that he was invulnerable to swords and spears, their fighting spirit completely collapsed. What was a divine object? Only treasures forged by an immortal god could be called divine. The ranks of the spirit cultivators had long since been unable to be differentiated by levels. Their power had already exceeded the expectations of ordinary spirit cultivators. For example, this imperial battle robe. With it, Suyun could easily enter and exit the army of thousands. This was the divine object, the true power of the gods. He stared at the headless fly in the sky and quickly locked onto the few of them. Then, all 10 fingers on his hands shook together. Swish, swish. The thousands of flying swords rose up at the same time, forming a circle in the air. They surrounded the 100 subordinate swords below and crashed into them together. Every sword had dozens of swords colliding with them. Sword chi rippled out, and the heaven-smiting flame was drawn out, almost burning the void. Suyun held the lotus star sword, staring at the 100 fire swords. He swung the sword, releasing a burst of sword chi which fiercely smashed onto the swords. In that instant, the entire city was reduced to dust. The power generated when the 100 swords were about to be pushed out directly towards thousands of miles in all directions. The mountains were trampled and the rivers were thrown into the air in great waves, as if Pangu had just raised a huge hammer and smashed towards them. At this moment, the mountains and rivers were shattered and the heavens were shaking. The clouds dissipated into a whirlpool, and the wind stopped. It was as if this world was going to be completely destroyed by this power. The astonishing power was like an airwave, sweeping everything in its way. The army of the Jiang country outside the city was knocked down by the force of the blast. Some of them even fell to the ground, spitting out blood, seriously injured. As for the spirit cultivators that were fleeing in the sky, they were affected by this force and were on the verge of collapse. When they finally stabilized their bodies and calmed down, an even more terrifying aura quickly enveloped them. When this concept struck, the sound of the mountains shattering stopped. It was as if one's ears had gone deaf and could no longer hear anything. This strange feeling made them feel extremely anxious. It was as if they did not know what had happened. When they turned around, they saw a scene of utter despair reflected in their eyes. Distorted. The world they saw was distorted. It didn't matter if it was the sky, the earth, the wind, or the clouds, everything was twisting and distorting. No, it wasn't a distortion. It was a warping illusion created by the power of the incoming swords. These spirit cultivators immediately reacted. They were shocked to realize that the entire world had distorted. In truth, what had truly distorted wasn't the world, but themselves. The bodies of these people twisted and turned at a rapid speed like a whirlpool, becoming smaller and smaller, eventually breaking into fragments. They died instantly, even their souls were destroyed along with their bodies. Other than those spirit emperors that had used the technique of inheritance, all the other powerful warriors of the Jiang country had died. Even escaping was impossible. Suyun's method simply exceeded their understanding of the spirit cultivators. This was a one-sided total domination, a complete victory that relied on force. The terror of these powerful swords far surpassed the power of the profound chi released by ordinary spirit emperor. These spirit cultivators' body were not pierced by these flying swords, but rather torn apart by the wild energy released by the flying swords. Those 100 powerful swords were unable to stop it at all. They directly smashed into the distance, smashing into a huge field of ice far away. Bang bang! An earth-shattering sound seemingly spread throughout the entire Jianghan territory. A wave of air had destroyed the iceberg, blown away the snowy plain, and torn apart the 10,000 li radius glacier. The entire martial world had begun to shake. The people didn't know what had happened. They could only see that at the point of intersection between the Jiang and Han kingdoms, there was an endless amount of frost covering the skies. That terrifying strength was like a wind blowing on the leaves, crazily shaking the land of ice and snow. The mountains and rivers of Jiang state trembled, and the snow and ice of Han state trembled violently. Whether it was the people of Jiang or Han, everyone looked towards the source of the disturbance. An unknown fear enveloped countless people. The supreme expert hidden in the Jianghan realm were all awakened by this attack. A terrifying power tore open the wasteland and lingered around the crack, clashing left and right. The earth that was struck quickly crumbled, turning into sand. In the blink of an eye, a bottomless abyss appeared in the center of the wasteland. The wasteland was being torn into pieces, and the Jianghan duo were being separated. People even thought that the apocalypse had arrived. The pitch-black abyss was shocking to the eye. Was this still something a human could do? This was already beyond the capabilities of ordinary spirit cultivator. As for the supreme experts that were rushing over, when they saw this strange scene, they were all shocked. All of them quickly backed off, not daring to advance forward as they wondered what kind of supreme expert was casting this technique. If they were to be affected, they might not even be able to survive. Several terrifying power swords that were still trembling flew out from the abyss. The power on these swords had yet to be completely released, and each and every one of them was covered with a brown-colored halo, as if they had lost control. They clashed in the air, and any contact would turn them into sand. At this time, thousands of swords flew over from the sky, fiercely clashing against these powerful swords. After the collision, the force swords seemed to have returned to normal as they shot off into the distance like shooting stars. That was Su Yun's position. With a leap, he caught all of the Tribulation Fire swords and kept them into his sword sheath. Regardless of whether it was the swords controlled by the profound chi or the swords controlled by strength, it was as if they crashed into a black hole when they crashed into Su Yun, and completely disappeared. When the last Lotus Star Sword was taken away, the sword intent of the world finally weakened. He looked around and pondered for a while. Then he jumped into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. When Su Yun left, all the supreme experts flew out one by one. All of them were people close to the spirit sage. They were not involved in the war between Jiang Han and his country. They were focused on training, although there were many wars in the Jiang Han country, but no matter what battles, they would never be as terrifying and intense as today. The world-splitting strike was enough to make people shiver. No matter who it was, they would not be able to handle this attack. This power can only be unleashed by an existence that is at least at the 4th stage of Spirit Sage. I have seen how a 4th stage Spirit Sage Saint released its power. With a single move, it raised the entire mountain range and hollowed out the earth. This power is likely even stronger than this. What is the background of this person? Why did it appear in the Jiang Han realm? Why did you make a move on the marshal of the Jiang country? Everyone, you should be careful. Don't offend the supreme expert, otherwise, the small cold river world will become our burial ground. Yes, yes. These underworld cultivators said this one after another, and Dahmer immediately dispersed, either hiding or leaving the Jiang Han world. Everything was not over yet. Whether it was Jiang Guo, Han Gui, or Su Yun, all of them knew that as long as Long Mingzhu was not destroyed, the entire frigid river realm would not be at peace. A man was innocent, carrying a treasure was a sin, and countless people in the frigid river realm would die because of Long Mingzhu. Before Jiang Gui knew what had happened in Yuan City, the old man holding the bottle teleported to a small manor outside the capital with Jiang Gui's inheritance and soul. The moment he appeared, he rushed out of the manor and headed straight for the capital city. Isn't that Grand Tutor Lu? The Grand Preceptor is in such a hurry. Something must have happened, quick. Hurry and open the gates, and let the Grand Preceptor enter the city. The guards at the gate shouted. When the soldiers heard the voice, they immediately opened the city gates to allow Grand Tutor Lu into the city. Regardless of which nation was composed of spirit cultivator, there was an unwritten rule for them to not fly in the imperial city, because this was a grave disrespect to the emperor and king. However, Grand Tutor Lu did not care about this and just shouted, "Open the barrier and let me enter the city quickly. I want to see Sage. Quick, open the barrier." The voices were so loud that even the rogue cultivators within the city could hear them. The officer on top of the city gates was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't pinpoint what was going on when he saw how anxious Grand Preceptor Lu was. "Captain, what should we do? Grand Tutor Lu told us to open the barrier. If we don't, what about the Grand Preceptor punishing us for our great crimes? Then it's open. I don't believe that anyone dares to cause trouble in Jiang Royal City." After making this decision, the barrier around the city loosened a bit and a crack appeared. Upon seeing this, Grand Tutor Lu pushed himself to the limit and rushed into the imperial city, flying straight for the palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 822. Within King Zheng's palace. What? The marshal had been cut down, and the Wu city had crumbled? Even all of our royal city's experts died? The dignified man sitting on top suddenly stood up, and shouted angrily, "What are you guys doing? So useless?" This person wore a blue robe inlaid with golden threads. On the robe, there was a picture of a dragon soaring into the thousands of miles around. He was incomparably dignified. His face was somewhat angular, and his eyebrows were thick and his eyes were big. He had an unspeakably confident and domineering aura. When he heard the report from the elder kneeling on the ground, his face was filled with uncontrollable shock and anger. The civil and military officials of the Zheng country lined the sides of the palace. Everyone was surprised to see Grand Tutor Lu in such a sorry state today. When they heard that the marshal was dead, all of their faces except for a blank look remained. If even the leader was killed, then how powerful must the person be? Your Majesty, in all haste, this old man did his best to protect the soul of the marshal, and now that the war has started between my country and the Han state, the nation cannot afford to lose a ruler, the army cannot afford to lose a marshal. Although his body has been destroyed, the soul of the marshal can still be resurrected, and his military prowess can still be fully utilized, and it will not affect the movement of our army. Grand Tutor Lu said. What I am worried about right now is not the military general, but that wild cultivator who dared to behave atrociously in my country. Just who was that guy? Is he from Han? The king was infuriated. He slapped the dragon throne and roared. Everyone inside the palace fell to their knees, not daring to look at His Majesty. A majestic aura filled the entire palace. This old and useless one thinks that this person is not someone from the Han state. His goal this time is to steal away the parts of the dragon abyss that had been seized by the marshal. If this person is from the Han state, why didn't I see him take action during the Great War? He is powerful enough to turn the tables on the Zheng Han army. In that case, where did this rogue cultivator come from? More or less. In these few years, there have been many rogue cultivators who have come to the Zheng Han realm for the country's most precious treasure, the Long Sea Gem. It is also because the Han country is riding on the Dragon Sea Gem and is often harassed by rogue cultivators, thus the country's strength is not as developed as us. Even if they possess an extremely cold land and countless divine chilliness and ice, they will still not be our match. The main reason for this lies in the Dragon Sea bead. I don't care so much. The king said angrily, I do not care who he is, or what sect he is, or what powerful man's disciple he is, but I want him to act against the law and know who the master of the Zheng Han territory is. In this world, who is in charge? His shout resounded throughout the hall. Your Majesty's grace and might are vast and mighty. You'll definitely be able to unify the Zheng Han world. Everyone cheered. Resurrect the marshal, reorganize the troops, and prepare for the moment when the Han Empire will attack our land. In addition, during the battle, I will personally take charge of the army and personally come to Yuanchang to help you prepare the formation. I will bring along the parts of the Dragon Pearl with me. I want to see if that person dares to come and snatch them from me. The king said in a low voice. Although he was the ruler of a nation, he had still seized the position through force. The strongest generals were not the generals, they were only the generals, and not the strongest. Usually, the strongest were the king and the royalty. The king wanted to unify a nation of spirit cultivator, not relying on laws and policies. These things were very difficult to control the omnipotent spirit cultivator. If he truly wanted to control them, the only thing he could rely on was strength, the supreme power. When everyone was afraid, he could step onto the peak. When all the civil and martial artists heard this, none of them dared to make a sound. They could only bow down and lose. Only Grand Tutor Lu raised his head and said to the king, His Majesty's strength surpasses the heavens and earth. It isn't difficult to subdue this traitor, but the reason why we were defeated on this trip wasn't without reason. It was all due to the divine object worn by that rogue cultivator. Divine object? The king frowned. That's right, divine item. This old one has predicted that the person would have a divine object to protect their bodies. Grand Tutor Lu said seriously, whether it is the swords, spears, or the fire and wind profound technique, none of us are able to cause any harm to him. He is a strong man, but judging from the profound chi he used, he is not a strong man. This old man guesses, he should also be a spirit emperor existence. I think, other than the divine object, there should not be anything else that can explain it. Is there nothing else that can explain it? Humph, why don't you just say that you're useless, the king said angrily. Grand Tutor Lu immediately lowered his head without a word. A group of experts from the Spirit Emperor went to capture him, but only 3 people came back. Humph, you still have the face to say it. Your Majesty is right, we are indeed incompetent. When this matter is over, this old man will face the wall for 10 years, thinking calmly, but the current situation is not optimistic for our country. Although the Han nation has been defeated step by step and is no longer an enemy of our country, but the thin and dead camel is bigger than a horse. It is not easy for our country to swallow the cold country in one gulp. Also, if we are forced to, letting this rogue cultivator join us, that will not be good news to us. This old man thinks that no matter when, we must not underestimate our enemy. Facing any enemy, we should bring out 120% of our strength. If a person possesses a powerful flame power, he definitely cannot wield the divine power of water. Even so, with the combination of these 2 powers, he will only lose all of his strength, and similarly, he will be able to defend against all external injuries. Thus, I do not have the possibility of him wearing a magic treasure which can protect his spirit or soul, so once the Holy Mother of River makes a move, I can easily suppress him. Although it would be easy for your Majesty to kill this person with your strength, this old one believes that such a lowly commoner does not need your Majesty's help. Only 2 people escaped, and the other party was definitely not some ordinary person. Even though the king was extremely confident in his own strength, he still had to consider it at this moment, not to mention that he had never seen Suyin before, so he did not know the depth of the words. Since the Grand Preceptor says so, then Jin won't refute anymore. The king said in a low voice, the Virgin of the River. Yes, sir. Jiang Guo was shocked by the situation, and Han State was not at peace either. The Crown Prince's death was like a knife, viciously stabbing into the king's heart. Regardless of whether it was him or the other important officials or generals of the Han State, none of them would believe that she committed suicide. They all agreed that the death of Jiu San was caused by the people of Jiang. In the imperial city of the cold country, in that magnificent and beautiful palace that seemed to be made out of ice crystals, mournful cries rang out one after another. Ah! My son! You died such a miserable death. The one crying was not the king of the Han kingdom, but the queen of the Han kingdom. She lay at the king's feet, pounding the ground time and time again. The people of the Han nation were not like the people of the Jiang country, they were all beautiful and beautiful. The queen of the Han country was also like this. Despite the fact that the people of Han nationality were all good-looking, this king of Han nation was as thick as a bear. At this moment, his face was filled with rage as he looked downwards with his dignified eyes. Waves of coldness flashed through the depths of his pupils. The civil and military officials below lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. After waiting for a long time, my son, Jieyu. The rest of my children. He died miserably at the hands of the people of Jiang country, miserably at their hands. As for all of you, you bunch of useless fools. Yet he was still standing here. Why didn't you all die? It was my son. Why? The king of Han State could no longer hold it in and opened his mouth to roar. Please calm your anger, your majesty, and we, the Empress Dowager, will grieve for you. Everyone cried out. Calm down? Do you want me to pretend that this did not happen? Your Majesty, we had no intention of doing so. The old man knelt on the ground and prostrated. However, the crown prince has passed away, and we are already disappointed. What we need to do now is not to cry here, but to avenge the crown prince and take back the Dragon Abyss bead, the most precious treasure that our country of Han has lost. Continuing useless sorrow will only make this sorrow more sorrowful. Only by acting can sorrow be passed on to our enemies. Hearing the old man's words, the king of Han State's expression finally improved a bit. Then, according to the Prime Minister's meaning, what should we do now? The Valley City is the throat of our Han State, they will definitely attack. We can have a decisive battle with them in the Valley City, there is no need for victory, even if we drag the battle to a standstill, it is still beneficial for us. The people of the Jiang country cannot endure the cold in our country, if we wait any longer, they will retreat, and we will have a chance. The king's eyebrows knit together when he heard this. Prime Minister, I'm afraid this plan is inappropriate. Before, Bingcheng suffered a crushing defeat and we have already suffered heavy losses. It will be extremely difficult for us to defend our Valley City once more. At this time, an armored young man walked out and said directly. The moment this person appeared, the surrounding people's gazes all gathered on him. Many of them were sweating cold sweat. Oh! General Gongsun, what brilliant plan do you have? The old man turned around and looked at the man. The young General Gongsun Zhengqing spoke with a stern expression. The way of the troops cares about surprise. The current strength of Han is far weaker than in Jiang country, and there are no experts in Han nation to be found. If we were to guard in Gu City, it would be extremely difficult, and Prime Minister has also said, Gu Cheng is the throat of our Han country. If that is the case, then it is impossible to defend the city by relying on the forces of the valley. This lowly general believes that since we cannot defend it, we will just abandon the city. How dare you? The king was enraged. That Gongsun Zhengqing immediately kneeled down and said, Do not misunderstand, Your Majesty, I am not really planning to abandon the city. We can ambush all the forces around the Valley City, and set a trap for the army of Jiang country to enter the city, and when they enter, we can immediately attack them. The Valley City is located in the valley, and looks like a huge cage. We only need to change the enchantment of the city slightly, and turn it into a cage for them, and then we can destroy all of Jiangyu. With this said, everyone's eyes lit up. Compared to the Prime Minister's plan to occupy a city, this method was indeed feasible. Using an empty city to set a trap? Hearing this, the king's complexion rapidly improved as he looked at Gongsun Zhengqing with a look of approval. Do any of you have any objections? This official has no objection. Everyone cried out. Even the Prime Minister didn't say anything. When the king saw this, he nodded and immediately said in a low voice, All of you, listen up. I order Prime Minister Gongsun Zhengqing to be the military advisor, Gongsun Zhengqing to be the vanguard, and 200,000 soldiers to open the valley to fight the people of Jiang country to the death. Yes, sir. Everyone shouted. 200,000. This was the final military strength of the Arctic state. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 823. The Jiang Han realm was in chaos, and the war between the two countries was unceasing, which also attracted quite a bit of attention. Everyone was waiting to see who would obtain the final victory between the two countries. Although the Jiang Han realm was a small world, they couldn't allow others to underestimate it. This world was created by the country, and it was chaotic for an unknown period of time. Ever since the Fork City, the Jiang country had reformed its army and charged directly towards the Valley City. Jianghua had already decided to deliver a fatal blow to Han State, trying to destroy Han State with the momentum of a whale. Now, Jianghua held the absolute advantage. If they missed this opportunity and allowed Han State to breathe, then they would lose this opportunity. The reason why they didn't leave the country of Han before was because the ruler of the country of Han was powerful. Now that his cultivation had made a mistake, it caused his cultivation level to drop greatly. This was a godsend opportunity. Along with the 150,000 troops stationed there, they totaled of 550,000. The Spirit Emperor had at least 100 of them, and they were personally led by the king of the Jiang country. It was said that before the king of the Jiang country left, he specially went to the imperial tomb in the city to conduct a strict ceremony. Jiang Guai had already made a series of actions, and naturally, he couldn't escape the eyes of Han's spies. Han country was also the first to know that this battle was inevitable. The king of Han country had personally come to visit the walls of the imperial city and personally announced to the entire Han country. Although the people of Han were not as numerous as the people of Jiang, there were still many ambitious people. The king of Han nation could be said to be risking everything on this fight, taking out all the top-notch magic treasures, ingredients, as well as all the superior profound technique manuals, to hire the experts to live in seclusion in Han nation. At this moment, both countries were doing their best to prepare for this battle. It could be said that this battle would determine the future of the entire Jiang Han territory, whether it be a victory for the Jiang country or a victory for the Han country. 3 days ago, the army of the Han state had already been gathered and directly entered the valley. Time was of the essence. The king of the Han state used the scheme of the young general, Gongsun Zhangqing, and sent a group of spirit emperor experts to begin the transformation of the barrier around the valley. Everything went smoothly until the news that came from Jiangguo completely destroyed the trust that the Han people had for this battle. Are you speaking the truth? The king of Han state sat in his tent, staring at General Li as he reported about the military situation. His expression was especially unsightly. Reporting to your majesty, this general is definitely not lying. There are at least 500,000 people who have come to report to the army that has been sent out for the expedition this time around. Aside from that, there are nearly 100 spirit emperor cultivators. General Li said in a low voice. As he finished speaking, no one present had a pleasant expression. Currently, the total military strength of the Han state was not even 300,000, while the other side had more than 500,000 experts. Although the battles did not depend on who had the more people, it was a battle of the spirit cultivator, and in a sense, it was different. The so-called topography did not have any effect on the spirit cultivator, and it was the same for the so-called heaven times. Once the war started, with just one order, the spirit cultivator would be able to travel over mountains, leap thousands of miles, and arrive at the place the general had instructed to fight. It would not be easy to make up for the disparity in numbers, not to mention the fact that right now, the Jiang country was very powerful, their morale was high, and with the support of a large number of experts, the fighting strength was extremely fierce. On the other hand, the morale of the citizens and the military was very low. The king need not worry, even if the enemy is several times stronger than our own army. Our army is not saying that we have no chance of winning. The only thing we need to avoid is a direct confrontation with the enemy. The king need not worry, even if the enemy is saying that we have no chance of winning. The only thing we need to avoid is a direct confrontation with the enemy. General Li's courage is commendable, and his insight is not bad, but the king of Jiang country's strength is amazing, his cultivation is terrifying. Even if you guys could fight your way into the army's center camp, I think it would be difficult to capture the king of Jiang country. The king of the kingdom of Han shook his head and rejected this suggestion. General Li bit his lower lip. He still wanted to say something, but ended up not saying it. He only cupped his fist and moved to the side. I think we should just follow our plan and dishearten them. We have already set up 37 layers of destruction formations in the Valley City, and once we activate, the million-strong army would be annihilated. If the plan goes well, then the Valley City will be the burial ground for Jiangguo. At this time, Gongsun Zhangqing stood up and cupped his fists as he spoke. The king of Han State nodded, a trace of admiration flashing across his eyes. Gongsun Zhangqing. In this battle, if you can defeat the people of the Jiang dynasty and spread our might, I will reward you handsomely. Your Majesty, rest assured. Jianghu will definitely lose. Gongsun Zhangqing said. The king was overjoyed. The generals on both sides remained silent. After the decision was made, the frigid kingdom began to take action. The city walls of the Valley City were filled with soldiers from the Han Empire. The sky outside the city was filled with colorful lights, created by the overlapping enchantments. The Canyon City was ready for the approaching army. At this moment, On top of a tall mountain outside the Valley City, a figure was sitting on top of a mountain, drinking wine as he gazed at the Valley City. I really did not expect that the kings of both countries would personally attend this battle. It seems like Zhang and Han kingdoms are planning to fight to the death here. This is an opportunity. Suyin continued to drink, and looked up into the sky. The snow in the valley was much heavier than in the Ice City, but it was not as cold as the Ice City. Looking at the city from the outside, it looked like a bunker covered in snow. The shimmering enchantments in the snow made the city look extremely beautiful. The entire world was snow white, but Suyin knew that this beautiful white color would soon be replaced by another color. Blood. Whoosh! A cold wind blew in from the distance, bringing with it a suffocating pressure. Suyin gulped down all the wine in the bottle in one breath, then threw it down the mountain. He stood up and looked into the distance. In the distance, there was a patch of grayish-brown fog. This fog was very eye-catching in the ice and snow. Looking carefully, one could see that the fog was densely packed with people. There were flags, swords, and shadows. It was a very solemn scene. This was the army of Zhang country. Judging from the scale, this seemed to be the vanguard, with only 60 to 70,000 people. However, since they had come, the army of Zhang country should not be far off either. When Suyin detected the arrival of the great army, the sentries surrounding the Valley City immediately let out an alarm. A few pitch-black fireworks exploded in the snow sky, and the entire Valley City immediately erupted. The sound of a horn filled with the effect of awakening the mind spread throughout the entire valley. Countless spirit cultivator appeared on top of the city walls. Most of them were people holding jade staffs or bows and arrows. All of them directly activated profound chi, forming a line, floating in the air, overlapping people walls, row after row, completely filling the barrier up. When the vanguard troops saw that the Han people had started their battle, they immediately stopped. They scattered the troops, and a large amount of people dressed in gold robes flew out from the army. These existences all landed quickly, threw away the magic treasure, set up a barrier, and in a blink of an eye, a large amount of light blue-colored stage appeared on the snowy plains outside the valley. These high platforms were brimming with energy, emitting a dazzling light. It was incomparably brilliant, and the insides of every high platform were flooded with a massive amount of mysterious runes. When the stage was built, hundreds of golden pearls fell from the clouds in the sky. When the pearls fell to the ground, they immediately exploded. Dust filled the air, and vision was blocked. However, all the people at the head of the Han State City turned their heads and stared at the cloud of dust. The dust cloud slowly dispersed, but when the scene inside dispersed, everyone's expression froze. He saw that in the dust cloud, the figures of a large number of mechanism tools had appeared. There was a blade-like beast with a body like a wild leopard, and also a mountain-like body. There were steel rocks that were covered in armor, and flying in the sky were poison winged-birds with poisonous auras floating around them. There were over 100 of them, and all of them had auras not one bit lower than the 10th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. The moment they landed, the surrounding platforms shot out pillars of light that shot into their bodies to replenish their energy. The army of the Zhang country in the sky also started to pull out their swords and sabers, lining up their battle formation, as if they were ready to start a war. In terms of the military strength of the two countries, the Han Empire had been completely defeated. Now, it all depended on whether the Han Empire still had any hidden treasures to salvage the situation. Suyin glanced at it for a bit, then turned and ran down the mountain. When he was halfway up the mountain, he stopped in front of a vast expanse of land. The snow-capped ground had not stopped yet, and the goose-like snowflakes accumulated on the ground until it became thicker. Suyin snapped his fingers. Crash! A beam of light shot out from the bottom of the snow, melting the snowflakes. When the snow began to fall, two enormous magical formations had appeared at the bottom of the clearing. It was a blood-red spell formation. A pitch-black magical formation. What erupted with the light was the blood-red array. It was the high-grade spirit array blood-bathing array. Using this array, one's blood would boil quickly, one's speed, power and reaction speed would increase by many-fold, but its main function was to prevent people from being affected by other spirit techniques. With the protection of the Imperial battle armor, Su Yun could be said to be a fake invincible, but his mental state was extremely weak. If he was to use spirit arts, he would not be able to defeat his opponent, and the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the spirit of the formation was not very effective on Su Yun. The two yin and yang together existed, but they could resist each other, and the spirit energy would conflict with the defense of the formation, so even if the formation was used, it would not be able to produce much of an effect. However, it was useless to think too much at this critical juncture. Su Yun stepped onto the blood-red array and immediately activated it. In an instant, the formation hummed like a machine. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 824. Woo! The horn sounded as if it would shatter the heavens. When the falling snowflakes approached the valley city, they had already melted themselves. At this moment, the profound strength that filled the valley city was extremely dense, and ordinary snowflakes were unable to pass through this layer of frightening profound chi. They saw that the inside of the valley was filled with people moving about. The sky was full of people, and people were quickly gathering at the city gate. The black mass was especially spectacular. Everyone, hold on to your positions. Everyone on the city wall, keep your spirits up. He couldn't slack off in the slightest. Those who fear battle will die. There must be someone strictly watching over all the spirit formation points and array origin. A spirit formation master will patrol back and forth. If a crack appears in the barrier, it must be repaired within the first moment. Every single enchantment needs to have 100 profound strength guarding it. They need to refill the enchantment with energy at any time. Everyone in position, do not be afraid of the battle, do not be afraid of death. This battle will decide the life and death of us. The people of Jian will not let us go. We will only fight to the death. There is a possibility of survival. All of you, fight to the death. Now, everyone, get on the city wall. Roars could be heard from within the walls, and all sorts of noises could be heard. Everyone in the valley was tense. They all looked into the distance, nervously staring at the enemy that was slowly approaching. There were not many teams appearing, only tens of thousands. It was impossible to conquer the valley, but everyone knew they were definitely the vanguard. However, the vanguard troops numbered in the tens of thousands, and the army behind them. How much? No one dared to imagine. At this moment, a person slowly flew out from the army. This person was surrounded by rings of light and held a flag in his hand. This was the messenger from Jiang country. The group of Han troops at the top of the canyon city automatically dispersed, and a group of people walked up to the top of the city walls. The person leading them was the great general of the Han country, Li Guanyuan, and accompanying them was the young high-ranking officer, Gongsun Zhangqing. I am the envoy of the Jiang country. My marshal has something to pass on, do not hurt me. The crowd burst into cheers. Li Guanyuan raised his hand, signaling for the rest of the men to not take any action. Only when this man was near the city wall did he open his mouth to shout, "What do you have to say? Speak." "Who are you?" the envoy asked. "You have eyes but are unable to see Mount Tai. This is our Han army's Grand General, Li Guanyuan. Open your eyes wide and take a good look." The general who was at the side shouted in anger. The envoy chuckled and didn't refute him. He spoke directly, "The great general of war, is it? Listen, my family's marshal has asked me to come to the front of this formation for me. My family is divided into two families, and the Jiang Han world is in chaos, which is not what everyone wants to see. Now, my king, the emperor of the Jiang country, has received the inheritance of the immortal gods, received the essence of the sun and the moon, and is called the Lord of Fate, and he is indeed a saint of fate. If you all are willing to surrender to my master, then not only will you help the Jiang Han world avoid a great war, you will also be able to unify it, no matter who it is. This is a great blessing for everyone. Therefore, I ask everyone to take off your armor and pay your respects. Oh? After all, are you here to persuade me to surrender? Without waiting for Li Guanyuan to speak, Gongsun Zhengqing broke into a smile. Since your majesty thinks so highly of the people of the Jiang Han territory, why don't you? If your Jiang country surrendered to our Han country, wouldn't the result be the same? Your emperor is too deceitful and incompetent. If he were to sit down as the ruler of this Jiang Han realm, he would only harm the lives of this world. You bastard! When the envoy finished speaking, everyone was enraged. I think you guys aren't willing to surrender either. If that's the case, then there's nothing else to say. The messenger said coldly. He then turned and ran towards the army. Damn it, the people of the Jiang country are too arrogant. A small messenger like this. This is simply going too far. I will definitely show them to the people of Jiang country. The people of Han were filled with indignation and anger. The attitude of the people of Jiang who had completely angered them. They really wanted to rush down the wall and fight to the death with the people of Jianghu. Although Li Guanyuan's heart was filled with rage, he didn't make a sound. Instead, he made the order to be arrogant. He knew that the morale of the army of the Han state was currently low. This order could definitely help him boost his morale, and that was the effect he wanted. He turned around, looked at the densely packed Han people behind him, took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone! Did you see that?" As soon as he spoke, everyone quieted down and focused their gazes on him. Li Guanyuan did not waste his time, and seized the opportunity to grab onto everyone's feelings, shouting loudly, "Did you all see that? Did you all hear that? Him! Jiang Gua! A small messenger, a messenger! He can be so arrogant, and he can even speak nonsense in front of my Han people. How dare you be so arrogant in front of my Han army? Can you bear it? Can you just look at their attitude? The people of Jiang already do not put our Han nationality in their eyes. If we lose the war, how will they treat our Han nationality? Have you thought about it? Yes. The state of Jiang is strong, but so what if they are? Are we, the frigid nation, afraid? We fight for ourselves, for our country, and they? They were just a pack of greedy jackals. A true warrior can't beat a jackal? They invaded our land, slaughtered our compatriots, seized the souls of our loved ones, and refined evil pills for them. All of this is revenge, a deep hatred within a sea of blood. Today, I will fight alongside all of you, regardless of whether your cultivation is high or low, strong or weak, it doesn't matter. As long as you have the courage to fight, you have the courage to prove to those jackals and those beasts that my country is not afraid to fight. Now, tell me loudly, are you afraid of our Jiang country? Not afraid? The roars shook the heavens, and the men and women became thick. With a red neck, he shouted loudly. Do you dare to throw away your head and spill your blood for the sake of my country just to expel those invaders? You dare! Angry roars rang out again, one after another. The angry shouts traveled all over the valley, and all the people who were rushing over heard it clearly, and at that moment, Suyin, who was at the mountain top in the distance, naturally heard it as well. Li Guanyuan's words immediately ignited the citizens of Han, and their morale rose as their morale rose. He slowly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. At this moment, his skin was a little red, and his eyes were completely red. It was extremely strange. The snow around his body had already melted into water, and the surrounding temperature had also increased by a few degrees. This was the effect of the blood-bathing array. His blood boiled, and his strength, speed, and a portion of his spiritual force had all increased. Fortunately, the evil qi within his body was suppressed by the power of the Wutong tree, otherwise, this level of blood formation would have caused the evil qi to explode. Move. He exhaled a breath of hot air and walked out of the blood-bathing array. The main purpose of the blood-bathing array was to increase the defense of one's spiritual force so that it would not be affected. The increase in strength and speed was not within Su Yun's consideration. However, the Saint Ruler's war robe greatly reduced the effect of this spiritual defense. However, Su Yun had taken this into consideration, and now, he could only look at the pitch-black array. He stepped onto the black formation and stood on the array origin. Squatting down, he reached out his hand and shook it on the pitch-black pattern, his fingertips caressing the pattern, and a bit of profound strength flowed out from his fingertips, spreading along the pattern. The array formation in the True Devil sect was extremely exquisite, and this array formation in the continent of Tianwu's continent also originated from the True Devil sect. With this learning, the incomplete array formation that he had learned from the Devil sect in his previous life was perfected, and this array formation was what Su Yun needed the most. Dawn! 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 At this moment, the sound of beating drums came from the horizon and a strong killing intent assaulted their faces. Su Yun opened his eyes and looked towards the horizon. Behind the vanguard of the river, there was an even bigger and thicker gray cloud. This cloud covered the sky and dyed the sky in a grayish-black. It was especially spectacular as the sound of drums came from within the grayish cloud. In addition, there were a large number of beast-like roars, hisses, and the clang of blades being unsheathed. A depressing atmosphere filled the air. The terrifying fighting spirit was suffocating. Everyone knew what it was. It seemed that Jianghua wanted to severely injure Han State here in the valley. The moment Han State was defeated, the entire country would collapse and would be unable to fight back against Jianghua. Jianghua annexing Han State was only a matter of time. Now, it all depended on Han State's response. Su Yun retracted his gaze and looked at the pitch-black array below him. Profound Qi had already been set up, and the next step was to activate the big array. From the sword sheath behind him, he took out the snow-white lotus star sword and stabbed it into the array origin S beside him. He closed his eyes and chanted the chant silently. The profound strength flowed along the lotus star sword and entered the array origin of the formation, and the entire formation slowly began to circulate. Black smoke seeped out of the formation patterns, making it extremely conspicuous on the snow-white ground. After reciting for about half an incense of time, Su Yun suddenly opened his eyes, a bit of revolving light in the depths of his pupils rippled. Will. Fantasy. Crash. Star. A ray of light shot out from the lotus star sword, striking straight towards the black array origin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 825. The gray clouds drifted over, and the pressure from their heads made it hard for anyone to breathe. The people standing on the walls of the canyon stared blankly at the slowly approaching gray clouds. All of their faces were completely lifeless. Human. The sky was full of people. In the clouds. Humans. Countless blades, countless banners, countless rivers. They almost filled the sky. Compared to the vanguard troops from before, the arrival of this vanguard army was like the collapse of the sky, causing the entire people of the valley to feel extremely stifled. A lot of the high morale had been extinguished by the sudden appearance of this enemy. The sky in front of them could no longer contain their army. With the army pressing down, they directly spread out to the left and right, surrounding the entire valley city. The people in the city were panicking. Looking at the sky, their eyes were filled with fear. It was as if they were locusts that could not be counted. 550,000. Were there really 550,000 soldiers in this army? From the looks of it, there must be more. Within the city lord's mansion in the valley, the king of Han country and a group of civil and military officials walked out. Princess Bing, the Grand Princess and Prince Consort Li followed behind them. At this moment of life and death, all those who had cultivation had to stand out and fight for their country. The princess and the others had also rushed over to the valley to provide assistance. The people of Jiang country have actually sent so many people to attack our valley city? Could it be? Do they use the soldiers of the entire nation to fight against us? Prince Consort Li's eyes were wide open as he looked at the sky, and he cried out involuntarily. When the excited Princess Bing saw so many enemies, she was left speechless for a long while. Her face was deathly pale. She had never imagined that there would be so many armies present. The gap between the two countries' military forces was completely exposed at this moment. Brother-in-law, Are we really going to fight with the people of Jiang? Can we win? Her voice was trembling. When she had just arrived at the valley, she had been brimming with confidence. But now that the army of the Jiang country had arrived, her confidence had been completely destroyed. Your Majesty, with so many people from the Jiang people, I'm afraid that General Gongsuan's plan will be difficult to carry out. At this time, one of the Wenqian standing at the side spoke up. This war in the valley was related to the future of the Han dynasty and could be said to be filled with civil and military officials. This was the most important obstacle in the Han dynasty, and it was not a request for them to defeat the Jiang country. Even if they lost too much of their strength, it would still be a victory for the Han nation. Are you worried that we won't be able to encircle and annihilate them if there are too many of them? The king of the Han kingdom said in a low voice. The civil official bit his lower lip and said no more. Although Gongsun Zhangqing's scheme wasn't bad, it was built on the controllable number of enemies. It was still possible for 10 people to set traps and kill 15 people, but for 10 people to kill 20 or even 30 people. That would be difficult. The disparity in numbers required a very ingenious plan to pull it off. Gongsun Zhangqing's plan was unable to pull off this disparity in numbers. Don't worry. The king snorted. Although there are a lot of people in the Jiang country, once they enter the valley city, they will die without a burial ground. In the entire valley city, other than the city lord's mansion, everything is filled with destructive enchantments. Once it is activated, no matter what stage the Sky Spirit Master is in, it will turn into ashes in an instant. No matter how many people they bring, it will only increase the number of dead souls. It is nothing to worry about. Seeing how confident the king was, everyone's fearful hearts were finally comforted. However, who could say what the result would be? The king of Han State waved his hand and shouted, "Pass down the order. Everyone hold your positions and carry out your duties. Have General Gongsun prepare to act according to his plans." Your Majesty, General Gongsun has already left the valley city and ambushed the vicinity of the valley city. Ah, very good. The great teleportation formation has already been set up, right? A smile appeared on the king's face. It's all set up. A Wenqian beside him cupped his fists and said, "Now, we will pretend to be defeated and lure the Jianghu into the city, then we can use the technique of transferring the army of the Han Empire away, and at the same time activate the destructive array, and send the army of the Jiang country to the grave. As such, our Han Empire will obtain complete victory." Good. Ha 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 ha. The king of the state of Han laughed loudly. When the princes and princesses heard this, their expressions relaxed, and their suppressed hearts relaxed by a bit. Woo! At this moment, the melodious sound of a horn could be heard from outside the city. The king frowned and asked loudly, "Who is ringing the horn?" In just a moment, a little soldier had rushed over and knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, this is the horn of the people of Jiang country. They have already started arranging their troops." Is that so? The king of the kingdom of Han leapt high into the air, and the crowd followed. They flew extremely high, and the people in front of them all made a path for him, allowing him to gaze at the scene in the distance. The people of Jiang country all dispersed. The army formed a ring shape, surrounding the valley city. Moreover, there were people stacked on top of each other, reaching a height of at least a few hundred meters. The magical equipment and puppets used in the siege were all set up, and the state of Jiang could launch an attack at any time. The great battle was about to begin. At this moment, a hole suddenly opened up in the crowd in front of the army, and a gilded carriage flew out. The frame was dazzling with golden splendor. There was air dragging it from the bottom, making it look like flowing water. It was extremely mysterious. As soon as he flew out, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. He leisurely flew forward until he was only 700 meters away from the valley city. Then, the gold-plated carriage stopped. This was the carriage of the king of Jiang country. The king of the Han kingdom's face turned cold as he flew to the top of the city wall. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Everyone whispered. The king of Han State stared at the gilded carriage with a solemn expression. He knew who it was and vaguely guessed what this guy was going to say. The curtains of the gold-plated carriage were lifted, and a handsome man wearing a luxurious robe slowly walked out. The man had a noble and handsome appearance with a blue sword hanging from his waist. His eyes exuded a mighty aura that looked down on the world as he stared at the city that was already surrounded by the army. "Chu Tianba, long time no see." The man spoke indifferently, his voice was as calm as still water. 15 years. The king of Han State replied, "Although it has been a long time since we have last met, I do not wish to meet with you. This is because our meeting can only take place in one form. Fight? That's right. Are you afraid of battle? If I was afraid of battle, why would I have come here? Not afraid of war? That's good too. In the future, when we meet, we may have to use a different method." "What way?" "You are my prisoner, and I will become the master of this Jiang Han realm. The way a prisoner sees the Lord," he said in a deep voice, and his long and narrow eyes shone with a cold light. "Now, let me give you and your frigid country a piece of advice. A kind warning: you better immediately surrender yourselves to me, bow to me, and give me all of your most precious beauties of the Han Empire. Then, I will not destroy you. I have to spare your royal family's bloodline. Is that your advice to me?" The king of the Han kingdom said. "You can ignore it. Then I'll take it as if you didn't say anything." He was not polite at all. A trace of anger flashed through the king's eyes when he heard this. "In other words, I don't need to show any mercy? I will let the people of Jiang know that there is no coward in Han." The king of Han State's words were loud and clear. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers on top of the wall immediately drew their swords and raised them high into the air to shout. They were venting their anger, and they would never show mercy to an invader. However, this was a war. Whether it was offense or defense, there was no need for pity. "All right." The king turned and went straight back to the carriage. After he had said all that was said, it was useless to speak any further. The gold-plated carriage slowly flew towards the army of Jiang country. The millions of citizens of both countries were looking at it. The army of the Jiang country split open to let the carriage enter. However, just as the carriage entered the army, a voice floated out from inside. "Let's go to war." Without much emotion or hesitation, the moment he said those words, the army of Jiang country immediately sounded out a war drum that made everyone's blood boil. The hissing sound spread out like a tidal wave. The battle had begun. Everyone in the two armies tensed up. Thus, the war between the two countries began. Waves of furious roars erupted from the walls of the Han state. Prepare the entire army. Everyone activate your profound strength, prepare for battle. Prepare the entire army. Beep beep. Cry horn. It was as if the people of Han had exploded, and the roar did not stop. As for Jiang Gui, she had already begun moving. Hundreds of soldiers descended to the ground and stood at the edge of the stage that was previously set up. At the same time, the soldiers of Jiang country started pushing forward from all directions, moving very slowly. A wave of murderous intent swept through the valley. The terrifying power directly squeezed through. In truth, whether it was the attackers or the defenders, they all felt tremendous pressure at this moment. Everyone's heart was filled with anger and fear. They all wished to defeat their opponent as soon as possible. The snow falling from the sky was getting heavier and heavier, but it couldn't stop this great war that could change the fate of the Jiang Han territory. Roar! At this moment, an indescribable roar came from the army. It was the cry of their king. It was the unwillingness and desire of their king. Kill! The first general let out a loud shout that was enough to cause everyone's hearts to palpitate. In that instant, the entire army of the Jiang country had collapsed. They were like grains of rice that had leaked out of a rice jar as they crazily pounced towards the valley city. For a time, a multicolored profound technique blossomed in this world filled with drifting snow. Su Yun, who was at a distant mountain, watched on quietly. He raised his hand, and between his fingers, the thick and terrifying devil cheese still rippled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 826. The loud sound exploded on the Immortal Island. The people on the Immortal Island were all startled and turned to look towards the source of the sound. They discovered that the source of the explosion came from the inside of the kingdom of Ziyu, and immediately, discussions broke out. The people of Immortal State were naturally startled. Sun Jiyan led Shangguan Mei Yang and the group of experts towards the origin of the voice. No one knew what was going on. Would there be a small thief coming to Purple Moon Immortal Country to cause trouble? That would be seeking fault. The origin of the sound is from the Forbidden Grounds. If it's like that, then something must have happened inside the Forbidden Grounds. Junior sister, quickly leave, I'm worried something might have happened to Qinger. Sun Xiangyan looked anxious as she whispered. Shangguan Mei Yang's face became serious. She started walking extremely fast, with her pink hair fluttering in the wind. When they got close to the so-called practice Forbidden Grounds, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. At this moment, the practice was already in ruins, the dust was in the air, and a terrifying profound chi rippled in the air. When the group approached, the profound chi was still forcing them, preventing them from going forward. The surrounding buildings were all destroyed by the profound chi, the ground was cracked, the scene was extremely tragic. The profound chi was too strong, and it looked like it would be hard to break away from it. Sun Jiyan looked around and immediately noticed the two guards who were buried under the rubble. She walked over and pulled the two out. My spirit has been damaged to a certain extent. My body is severely injured, but it's not fatal. Sun Xiangyan checked them and took her hand from their foreheads. She then said, Quick, bring them down and heal them. Faster. Yes, princess. The people behind them quickly went up and carried the two of them away. Princess, what happened here? Why? Why is this happening? Before the stunned expression on one of the men's face could fade, he spoke up. However, Sun Xiangyan didn't answer him. She just stood up and looked at the ruins. Shangguan Mei Yang was also like that, looking at the two's focused and nervous expressions. It seemed like there was someone there. This was a forbidden area of the kingdom of Ziyu, and was also a treasured land passed down by the ancestors. With her current appearance, Sun Qian was probably unable to explain herself properly. Miss, this is not something that we expected. However, it is not too late for you to quickly leave, because if you do not leave now and are seen by others, then things will not be good. If someone intentionally leaks the news and fuses the flames with you, it will be extremely disadvantageous for you. Another person stepped forward and said. This person was one of Sun Xianyan's trusted aides, Zhu Wen. Normally, Sun Xianyan had a lot of trust in him. Currently, Sun Xianyan was fighting with many of the royal families of the kingdom of Ziyu for the throne. If she was eliminated because of this matter, it would not be worth it. When Sun Qian heard this, she shook her head. Whoever did it will be the one to do it. A clean person should know his place, why should he be afraid of others blabbering? Moreover, I'm afraid that this matter was caused by me. I, Sun Qianqing, have done the right thing. Since I destroyed the treasure land left behind by my ancestor, I will naturally bear the responsibility and will not avoid it. With that, she strode towards the ruins. Miss, it's dangerous. I haven't figured out why. Please don't take the risk. Zhu Wen walked up and stopped Sun Xianyan. He said, Miss, please let this servant inspect. No need. Nothing. Sun Xianyan shook her head. This time's matter. This is truly out of our expectations. Shangguan Meiyang, who was beside him, also followed up. Hearing that, Zhu Wen was completely confused. What were these two women talking about? Look at them. You seem to know what's going on here? Crash. At this time, a strange gust of wind suddenly blew over, completely blowing away the dust on the ground. Gradually, everything within the ruins appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That place was in ruins and nothing was intact. Broken array diagrams, destroyed artifacts, shattered statues, and so on. But on top of these ruins sat a young girl. The young girl had skin like snow, bright eyes and white teeth, long hair like ink, a graceful and charming temperament, and a beauty that could topple nations. Especially her bright eyes, which seemed like those of an elf, but also like a bottomless abyss. When Zhu Wen and the rest saw that, they could not shift their eyes away. Beautiful women? Spirit Cultivator had seen a lot. Anyone with a bit of cultivation up their body would be able to recover to their best condition. Their looks would not be much different from one another. Whether it was Shangguan Meiyang or Sun Qian, they could both be considered beauties. Shangguan Meiyang was even more so a rare beauty, but in front of this young lady, the two of them would lose their luster. Just what kind of natural beauty was this? Zhu Wen could be considered a person who had seen much of the world, but he had never seen a woman who was able to move his heart like this. Qinger? Shangguan Meiyang was startled, and immediately walked over. Junior sister, be careful. Sun Qian hurriedly shouted. She was not sure what was going on with Su Qinger, but she felt that the current Su Qinger was like a completely different person. Was it her imagination? Master. Su Yun turned and called out softly. The voice was pleasant to hear, like the melodious sounds of nature. However, the eyes were empty, as if one was lost in thought, unable to extricate himself from it. Everyone was stunned. Su Qinger's temperament was refined, her beauty transcended the mortal world, and even Fairy Guang Han was unable to compare to her, especially her dullness, which made her appear even more innocent. Qinger, is that you? At the moment, Shangguan Meiyang still could not believe that the young lady in front of her was her disciple. Although her appearance had not changed greatly, her temperament was still. The difference was like heaven and earth. No matter who it was, they couldn't help but feel inferior in front of her. Master, it's me. Su Qinger pulled Shangguan Meiyang's hand. Qinger. You? What happened to you? Why did you change so much? Furthermore, why can't I see your cultivation? Could it be that you have already broken through to the Spirit Emperor? Shangguan Meiyang looked at Su Yun from top to bottom and exclaimed. A hint of confusion flashed across Su Qinger's eyes, and he shook his head. Master, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I really miss young master. Young master? Shangguan Meiyang's face was filled with suspicion, only to see Su Qinger's exquisite face suddenly turning white, the confusion in her eyes increasing. What was going on? Shangguan Meiyang was puzzled. Junior, I am afraid that Qinger's cultivation has suddenly risen greatly, and his mental state cannot keep up. That is why it is happening. Don't be anxious, we need to quickly bring him to recuperate. Sun Shangyan took a few steps forward and said with a serious tone. Hearing that, Shangguan Mei Yang felt that it was reasonable. For now, it was the only thing that could explain. She nodded her head and did not say much. She pulled Su Yun and walked out. However, the few of them had not even taken a few steps when a group of people aggressively walked over. The leader was a very young man with a mustache. His cheeks were thin, his skin was slightly black, and his eyebrows were extremely thick. His small eyes flickered with a trace of craftiness. The moment he stepped into the place, his gaze casually landed on Su Qing'er's body, immediately becoming deeply attracted by the exceptional temperament and beauty. It was difficult to shift his gaze away for a long while, until Sun Shangyan let out a cry and woke him up. Sun Li. The man called Sun Li came back to his senses. He looked at the ruins and sneered, "Can you tell me what is going on with my beautiful princess?" "What's going on? Do I need to tell you?" Sun Shangyan snorted. "Do you know what kind of place this is? This place has turned into ruins. How are you going to explain this to the ancestors?" Sun Li asked. "How do you explain this to the old ancestor?" "What? When did you, Sun Li, become so enthusiastic? What's more? Why are you telling me this? You mean I did it? Are you saying that you want to use me as an explanation?" Sun Shangyan's face suddenly changed and she angrily shouted. Her voice was full of anger. Sun Li's eyes flashed with a strange luster. His gaze turned and landed on Shangguan Mei Yang and Su Qing'er, and asked, "Who are these two? Why are they here? What does it have to do with you? Get lost." Sun Shangyan said without any trace of politeness. "You? Are you going to scram or not?" Sun Shangyan's face suddenly turned cold. Seeing that, Sun Xiang did not persist anymore. He only sneered, "Good. Good. Sun Shangyan, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're the Grand Princess? I will report this matter to the ancestor, and these two will not escape the punishment." With that, the man called Sun Li waved his hand and led his men away. The few of them watched Sun Di and the others leave, but did not move. Sun Shangyan sighed for a long time. Her expression was not good. Do punishment? Senior sister, who is this person? What does he mean by that? Shangguan Mei Yang asked puzzledly. This person. Sai, there's no use talking to you. It's best not to talk to him. As for his words, it should be very obvious, this guy thinks that this matter of the forbidden area is related to us. But is he so sure, just because we were here first? How can others believe it? If you want to add to your crimes, why bother saying so? Forget it, junior sister, you don't need to worry about this. You should bring Qing'er to recuperate first, I will settle the rest. Sun Shangyan revealed a reluctant smile. Seeing that, Shangguan Mei Yang was quiet for a moment, then nodded and pulled Su Yun away. Shangguan Mei Yang and Qing'er left, leaving only Sun Jiyan behind. She was in no hurry to leave. Instead, she turned around and walked towards the ruins. He stood on top of the ruins and looked around. In the end, his gaze locked onto a few pieces of debris within the ruins. She walked over, picked up the shard, and carefully examined it. Looking at the broken fragments, a circle of weak light was being emitted. These rays of light appeared to be of 7 colors, rendering the fragments into a jade-like state. Miss, what is this? The person beside him asked in confusion as he walked over. These are fragments from the top of the tower. Sun Shangyan said in a serious tone. Fragments from the top of the tower? This. What does that mean? This doesn't mean anything, but what does the profound strength above here mean? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 827. Snow. Blood. It was already difficult for Su Yun to differentiate between white and red. Because at this moment, the two colors had already blended together. The sky was covered with snow and blood. Broken limbs fell to the ground. The people in the sky were like droplets of rain. After going through the colorful baptism of profound technique, they all fell down, filling up the snow-white ground. Once the armies of the two kingdoms started fighting, their battle situation would be so tragic that it would make anyone who looked at them shocked. With a single profound technique, the experts had wiped out dozens, or even hundreds of spirit cultivators. But before the weak could make a move, they were instantly killed, their bodies turned into ashes, and even their souls could not be left behind. This was a cruel world, a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even on the battlefield, the weak were the first to die. Both sides were fighting intensely, and the people of Jiang were rushing towards Valley City like beasts in torrents, while the defending troops around the Valley City looked like they had gone mad. They kept releasing profound technique to attack the invaders. They could not even see if they managed to aim at the opponent, they just randomly threw out their swords. After all, there were too many enemies, they were too dense. Even with profound technique, they could still hit a lot of people. However, the army was limited, but the army continued to rush forward like a steady stream, unable to stop at all. Like a locust swarm. If this continues, it'll be difficult to protect the city. Even my frost arts will be exhausted by the enemy, and it won't be easy to defend. Li Guangyuan looked at the intense battle going on around him, his face darkened. He turned to a soldier beside him and said, Quickly go to the mayor's mansion and ask His Majesty if you can pretend to be defeated and evacuate from the valley." "Yes, sir." The soldier immediately clasped his hands and turned around to leave. Just then, another soldier rushed over and shouted, "Report." Li Guangyuan looked at the soldier. He rushed over to Li Guangyuan, knelt down on one knee, and shouted, "Report." "General Li, His Majesty has ordered me to ask General Li to act according to the plan." When Li Guangyuan heard this, he was instantly overjoyed and exclaimed, "Li Guangyuan accepts the decree." Then he shouted to the soldiers around him, "Everyone, listen to my command." "Yes, sir." "Now, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Get ready, and divide into 3 groups and retreat from the city. First team, second team, cover." "Understood." As his voice faded, the guards on top of the city walls began to loosen up. The lowest row of people immediately retreated and leaped into the city wall. Meanwhile, the top 2 rows were still fighting. The people of Jiang took this opportunity to launch a fierce attack on the Han state. For them, it was like a golden opportunity that only happened once in 1,000 years. The surrounding army swarmed over, pressing directly against the canyon walls, and the soldiers that were left as cover on the canyon walls could not block tens of times the enemy. They could only watch helplessly as they approached the walls. First team, second team, retreat. Faster. At this moment, Li Guangyuan roared again. When the crowd heard this, they all rushed down from the city walls as if they had just received amnesty. If they didn't leave now, they would have to die on the city wall. The overwhelming number of enemies could no longer be stopped by humans. Although the barrier was strong, it was not enough. In less than half an incense stick of time, it had been completely destroyed, and the river began to swarm over, like a tide as it rushed into the valley city. The rogue cultivators in the valley suddenly panicked and fled around like headless flies. They didn't even have time to react. If it was 500 to 600,000 people in the river, there would be at least 300,000 in the canyon. However, it shouldn't be so easy to destroy the city, so why did it become like this? Screams, miserable cries, and brutal roars could not be heard. The entire city was in chaos, the profound technique was scurrying about, the buildings were collapsing, and the ground was collapsing. Explosions and swordchi filled the entire valley city, turning it into an azure hell in an instant. The garrison started to move towards the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion released a barrier and formed 7 huge turtle shell barriers, covering both the garrison and the city lord's mansion inside. A general of Jiang country jumped onto the city wall and gazed at the distant city lord's mansion. He raised his battle sword and shouted, "All armies attack the city lord's mansion, the king of Han is inside. Whoever captures the king of Han country alive, pays their respects to the marquis, has countless treasures. Kill! Kill!" The soldiers of Jiang country seemed to have gone mad. With eyes like wild beasts, they madly rushed towards the mayor's mansion. As they approached the city lord's mansion, the defenders began attacking again. They were like an iron wall, smashing wave after wave of Jianghu. However, even more of the defenders collapsed. The barrier was not omnipotent, and most of the profound techniques used by the beasts to attack the city had ignored the barrier and could not protect them at all. These mechanical beasts were mixed in the crowd. As soon as the attack in front of them weakened, they immediately jumped out and attacked the barrier. The city lord's mansion's barrier had been broken in half. "Ha ha, the frigid nation is like a turtle in a jar, my sons, attack with all you have. Attack!" The roar shook the earth as the soldiers attacked together. Many of the Jiang warriors did not understand why Han Chinese would suddenly give up on the city walls and retreat to the mayor's mansion. There were still tens of thousands of people guarding the city, so there was a chance for them to do so. Crash! At this moment, a beam of light shot out from the mayor's mansion, and soon after, a dozen or so silhouettes flew out and floated above the mansion. When the people of Jianghu saw it, their eyes immediately burned with passion. The king of the Han Empire. It's the king of the kingdom of Han. Kill! Kill his way in, and capture him alive. The furious roars continued unabated. The appearance of the king of the Han Empire was like a spark falling into dry firewood, igniting the entire army of the Jiang country. However, facing the river army that was like a tide, the king of Han state had no fear in his eyes. Instead, he revealed a strong passion and joy. "Your Majesty, we have already decided to trigger the trap. We should leave as soon as possible." The person beside him advised. "No. I want to personally see the army of Jiang country die in front of me," Shu Tianba said solemnly. When others heard this, they no longer said anything. "Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, this move of yours is too powerful. So many of our people will be annihilated in front of us. It's so satisfying, so satisfying," Prince Consort Li said with an excited expression. His eyes were also full of satisfaction. Although the enemies in front of him were like a tide, but he knew, these people were going to be turned into ashes soon. This kind of miracle was rarely seen in 100 years, how could he miss it? Die! Tell them to hurry up and die. These damned bastards, I will not let any of them go. Princess Bing, who was at the side, had an indignant look on her face. She gritted her teeth and said, "Your Majesty, when we defeat them, we will go to Yang City and kill everyone there." "Little sister, don't say anything." The Grand Princess pulled Princess Bing and whispered a few words to her. Princess Bing wanted to say something, but she did not say anything. She looked at the river in front of her, which was like a tide. Her eyes were filled with pride. Many civil and military officials accompanied by the king of the Han state were about to witness this historic moment. At this moment, although it was forged for Gongsun Zhangqing, the final winner belonged to the king of the Han kingdom. Today, I, Shu Tianba, am finally going to be the ruler of this Jiang Han realm. He muttered to himself as he raised his hands into the air. Following which, he let out a heaven-shaking roar, and the domineering aura of a human emperor immediately pervaded the air. "Activate the formation, send the people of Jiang country to their deaths." The angry roar spread throughout the entire valley, entering the ears of everyone present. The people of Jiang country all felt their hearts tremble. Activating the large array? Burial of the people of Jiang? Could it be? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that a trap had been set inside the valley by the Han people? "I will use myself as bait and let you enter the city." For you to die in the valley is the arrangement of the heavens. Die. After Chu Tianba finished speaking, one of the soldiers immediately sent out a fireworks signal spell. The spell pierced through the clouds and immediately exploded, a huge firework covering half of the sky. Whether it was the rogue cultivators or the soldiers of the two kingdoms, both of them were confused. When the people of Jianghan saw this, their faces turned ugly. They felt that something was about to happen. However, after the fireworks, there was no response from the inside of the valley. The crowd was shocked by the words of the king of the Han Empire, Chu Tianba. None of them dared to step forward. They looked at each other, not knowing what else to do. What was going on? Everyone continued to wait for a while, but there was no response from the inside of the valley. The soldiers of the Han dynasty thought that a miracle would happen, but there were still no strange sights within the valley. The army of the Zheng country was still attacking the barrier, the profound technique was still dancing in the air, the scene was explosive, the Zheng was still as fierce as a wolf and a tiger. Clang! At this moment, the shattering of a barrier caused the king of Han State and his men to awaken from their reverie. Looking at the river that was like a tide all around him, his face suddenly turned incomparably pale. What's going on? Why? The annihilation formation hadn't been activated yet? Why? The king felt something was wrong and shouted, "Have you sent a signal to General Gongsun? Why? Why has the destructive formation not been activated yet? This. Your Majesty, your subject doesn't know either. The signal has been sent, but all the civil and military officials were thrown into chaos. The prince consort and the princesses panicked. This was the most critical moment. If something went wrong here, then everything would be over. Damn it! Send it again, send a signal to General Gongsun for him to activate the destructive array formation. The king of the Han kingdom shouted at the top of his lungs. There's no need to post anything, it's useless. At this moment, a familiar voice drifted out from the army of the Zheng country. A few people slowly flew out. Everyone looked and saw the leader. It was the king of the country of Zheng. Hearing the king's words, everyone's expression turned ugly. They seemed to have vaguely guessed something. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 828. Xian-Ao. Did you get all my signals down? The king of the Han Empire, Chu Tianba, roared through gritted teeth. Nope. The king of Zheng country shook his head. I didn't do anything, and I didn't stop them either. The signal you are sending, even the people from Yang City can see it. When have you ever seen me block your signals? Chu Tianba clenched his fists. Then you. What do you mean? You are not fit to be king. Xian-Ao shook his head. Even now, you still don't understand? Your ability is too weak. In your hands, sooner or later, the country of Han will fall. You. Chu Tianba was thoroughly angered. He had already thought of one possibility, but he was more willing to believe that Xian-Ao had purposely said it so that he could break apart his own heart. Immediately, he shouted again with all his might, "Defend to the death! Defend to the death! Kill every Jiang citizen that comes! Kill every pair! Kill every one of them! Kill!" This was not the first time they had fought with the Zheng country, but they also understood their methods. The Zheng country was a country that completely rejected outsiders. They would not tolerate captives. If they were to surrender, most of the people here would be disposed of by them, and there was only one way left for them to survive, and that was to continue fighting. However, there were simply too many people in the Zheng country. The barrier protecting the mayor's mansion was like broken glass, shattering layer by layer. The defenders inside became more and more nervous as they looked at the enemies rushing towards them, their legs trembling. The king had miscalculated, his army had lost its spirit, and outside aid had been lost. There was no way out of the country. Your Majesty! Your Majesty, please quickly retreat. We still have the technique to pass down the throne, so we can still preserve our military strength. Retreat! When the ministers saw that the enchantment's barrier had been broken, they became even more anxious and rushed over one after another, shouting out anxiously. No! If we don't retreat, we still have 100,000 men and 100,000 men. What's there to be afraid of? Fight! Fight again! Chu Tianba did not care about the life and death of his soldiers. Pulling out his sword, he shouted angrily, "Fight to the death!" However, their plans had changed, and they could no longer go on like this. The city walls gave up on their own accord, and with the current defense system of the city lord's mansion, there was no way they could stop the army of the Zheng country. Quick, bring His Majesty away. Using the inheritance spell. Faster. General Li. General Li Guan Yuan. Quickly lead the army and cover His Majesty's retreat. We have to delay them. The subjects did not care too much. Once the enchantment was broken, the entire riverland would be covered in a barrage of attacks. Although there were still over 100,000 people in Han country, if they failed to grab hold of the vantage point and were surrounded by the enemy forces, it would be difficult to break out of this encirclement. However, the only thing worthy of being praised was that the transmission array arranged by the king in the vicinity of the mayor's mansion was very sufficient for hundreds of thousands of people to pass on. However, a portion of the people had to be sacrificed to delay the army of Zheng country. Under the forceful tugging of the civil and military officials, the king of the Han Empire was forced into the transfer array. Not long after, a mysterious golden light exploded within the city lord's mansion. Leave? A sliver of disdain appeared on the king's face as he said lightly, "General Luo. Your subordinate is here. Send a portion of our men to that place to assist. This time, we must capture Chu Tianba alive." General's orders. After speaking, he left. Very quickly, a group of people from the Zheng Han army split up and went around the valley, heading towards the back. The army of the Zheng country had almost completely surrounded the valley city. All the bodies of people were outside the city. They were all swords and sabers, all of them were profound technique, all of them were dead. With the rapid withdrawal of the Han garrison, the canyon city is about to fall. At this moment, a person was silently observing the battle halfway up the mountain. It was a sad end to the war that had come to him. The time for him to be defeated was much faster than he had expected. Suyin took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with fire. Otherwise, with the strength of the city, it would not be a problem for them to endure for a few days. In this cold weather, it was difficult for the people of Zheng country to adapt to it, and they would not be able to hold on for long, yet Zheng, who had entered the city so easily, he didn't know what to say anymore. Of course, these were not things that Suyin was concerned about. He was only concerned about one thing, and that was the position of the king of the country of Zheng. Previously, the primordial spirit that used the imperial battle robe had exited the body and entered the battlefield, locking onto the target. But now, it was time to act. Clang! Clang! A streak of snow flashed behind Suyin, straight into the clouds. He leaped over, and the pitch-black devil chi that was overflowing with him dragged out a long tail. As he stepped on the snow, his black and white reflected each other's light. Carrying a biting cold killing intent, he charged straight into the army of Zheng country that numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Who are you? Kill all those who are not from Zheng country. A few soldiers of the Zheng country who were standing on the outer perimeter noticed this man who was dashing towards them. They all let out angry roars and pounced towards him. Crash! Star! A circle of golden light bloomed on the hillside 10,000 meters away from Valley City. When the light faded, a few figures appeared on the hillside. All of them were dressed in armor, their entire body was covered with profound chi-s, some of them even had heavy injuries, they looked to be in a miserable state. At a glance, everyone's faces were filled with disappointment and bewilderment. These people were all people from the frigid kingdom. Everyone's morale was low and their spirits were low. All of them had sullen faces. Chu Tianba, the leader of Han State, was supported by the crowd as he slowly walked down the hill, looking towards the direction of the canyon. The current him seemed to have aged in an instant. His originally high-spirited appearance was now like a candle in the wind. Golden light was still flickering, and more of the remaining soldiers had arrived at this place through the technique of succession. Although there were more and more people, compared to the massive army of the Zheng country, they were like sand, and in this war, the elites of the Han were chosen, but they were defeated in such a miserable manner. Without the barrier of the city, the Han territory was like a flat plain for the army of the Zheng country, and defending it would be difficult. Is there still a tomorrow in the frigid kingdom? No one could say. The snow in the sky had stopped falling, but the surrounding temperature had turned even colder. The north wind blew incessantly, as if it could pierce through a person's body and strike their heart. Prince Consortly, the Grand Princess, and the others looked at each other. At this moment, no one knew what to say. Your Majesty, now. What should we do? Meanwhile, the Prime Minister walked over with a cupped fist as he asked. His voice was filled with disappointment and dejection, but since things had already come to this point, there was no point in talking too much. The most important thing was to withdraw from the imperial city as soon as possible. Where's General Li? Is he back? The king of Han State asked in a low voice. According to the reports from the soldiers who just used the teleportation formation to enter, General Li and the others are already standing guard by the teleportation formation. They have their array origin under their control, ready to destroy the formation if they lose, and prevent the people of the Zheng dynasty from using the teleportation formation to chase after us. The Prime Minister said. However, as soon as he said that, a putong sound came from the side. Looking towards the direction of the voice, Prince Consortly was already sitting limply on the ground. His fists were tightly clenched and his face was tense. Li Guanyuan's actions were already very obvious, everyone knew what would happen to him. People knew he wanted to cry, and they also knew he wanted to return to the valley, but right now, he was holding back. Crying was not the work of a man. An unnecessary sacrifice was also a foolish act. My father is a hero of the Han State. In the end, Prince Consortly revealed a complicated smile as he muttered to himself, and then shouted loudly, My father is the hero of the Han State, and General Li Guanyuan is the hero. His voice spread far and wide, striking directly at the heart. The king of Han State turned around and walked to the side of Prince Consortly, who was somewhat deranged. He patted him on the shoulder, but did not say a single word. Prince Consortly smiled, but in the end, he still remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking about at this moment. Father, what should we do now? Order the withdrawal of the imperial city? The eldest princess bit her lips and walked over to ask. There's no other way than to retreat. He took a deep breath and said tiredly, Retreat. The crowd was silent. After a long time, a messenger shouted. His Majesty has ordered the withdrawal of troops. The Emperor has ordered everyone to return to the imperial city. Retreat. There were constant shouts. The dead cold began to move. The people dragged their tired steps, and began to move towards the direction of the imperial city of Han. The wind was blowing harder and harder. The people who had gotten used to the cold felt uncomfortable. The coldness grew stronger and stronger. Woo! At this moment, a melodious and heavy horn sound came from the wind, followed by a large number of sounds breaking through the air. Han Yu was shocked and quickly gathered together. Chu Tenba's eyes opened wide as he looked in all directions, only to see a large number of soldiers and horses appearing. It's Jiang Hu. Impossible, all of the Jiang who are in the valley, who would still be able to ambush them here? Furthermore, this place is so far from the valley city and there are 72 barriers along the way. Even if they came to chase after us, they wouldn't be able to reach here so quickly. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the people of Jiang country have also set up a transmission array around here? Everyone shouted in panic. It wasn't Jiang Hu, could it be reinforcements? Available. There were only these two countries in the Jiang Han territory, where did the reinforcement come from? However, when a single person appeared in front of these armies, all of their questions were answered. Everyone quieted down. The king of Han State's face turned dark, his eyes filled with a murderous intent that could not be dispersed. He coldly stared at the person flying over, and these few words practically came out from his teeth. Gongsun Zhangcheng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 829. Your Majesty, are you alright? The armor-clad Gongsun Zhangcheng held his battle sword and stood in mid-air. He stared at the fallen troops of the Han Empire with apathetic eyes. Gongsun Zhangcheng, so you've already sided with the people of Jiang country? Princess Bing shouted angrily at the man, Your Majesty has treated you well. Why did you do this? You traitor of the Han Empire, traitor, 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 you will die a horrible death. Gongsun Zhangcheng. Since you are so young, yet you are already sitting on an expedition general, and the number of magic treasure and profound coin that are bestowed upon you are uncountable. However, you actually tried to collude with the people of the Jiang dynasty and harm our Han nationality. You wolfhound. Gongsun Zhangcheng. Shameless bastard. Ungrateful. The Gongsun clan is so loyal, how come a despicable person like you appeared? The civil and military officials began to curse as they wished they could tear this young general to shreds. His gaze never left the king of the country of Han. Why are you betraying the country? After a long time, the king of the country of Han asked. You finally asked me that question. As if he had been waiting for these words, Gongsun Zhangcheng calmly replied, I had thought that you would avoid this question. Speak. The reason is simple. Gongsun Zhangcheng calmly replied, one person. Who? Yi Hong. He simply said the two words, but the moment those two words came out of his mouth, his body trembled slightly. That female rogue cultivator who roamed the Jiang Han realm? The king frowned. That's right. At that time, she was injured by a vicious beast with the 7th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. I acted to save her, and although it was a coincidence that we met, we were in mutual love. She had already decided to become my dual cultivation partner, giving up on the path of the tides, and live with me in the Jiang Han realm. The more Gongsun Zhangcheng spoke, the angrier he became. As he spoke, his handsome face became even more distorted. In the end, he seemed to be roaring. With Yi Hongxing's beauty, you were greedy for her beauty. You forced her into the imperial city, forcing her to dual cultivate with you. Chu Tianba, don't think that I don't know, the loss of your cultivation was not caused by a mistake in your cultivation. It was Yi Hong who injured your Qi meridian in essence when she detonated it, which caused your cultivation to regress. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The Grand Princess and the rest stared wide-eyed at their royal father. They were completely unaware of all this. Everyone's gaze landed on Chu Tianba in unison, their eyes filled with bewilderment. The soldiers stared at the king they were guarding in shock. This kind of robbery was not something even mortals would bother with. How could the king of a spiritual cultivation country do such a thing? The first princess looked at her father and opened her mouth to speak, but in the end, she found that she did not know what to say. Not only her, the others didn't know what to say either. What is it? As the ruler of a nation, can't I take a woman as my dual cultivation partner? This country belongs to me, and everything belongs to me. Even if I am, what is my fault? Chu Tianba fell silent for a long time before speaking in a low voice. When Gongsun Zhangqing heard this, he nodded his head. Good. Very good. Very good. Since you think that you can do whatever you want as the ruler of a country, then I can only destroy this privilege of yours and give you the punishment you deserve. His words were filled with indignation, and every word was filled with the fury of hatred. Just for a single woman, you are willing to bear the burden of our entire country? Chu Tianba questioned. You don't understand. Gongsun Zhangqing said solemnly, to me, Yi Hong is more important than the Han state. You. Gongsun Zhangqing, if you want a woman, His Majesty can bestow it to you. You can have as much as you want. General Gongsun. There will always be times when people make mistakes. It's better to know your wrongs and not say anything about it. If you disappoint yourself and return to the side of His Majesty will definitely not care about your wrongs. Yes, General Gongsun. If it's only a woman, why do you have to do this? This is someone who will have to live with eternal infamy. All the civil and military officials found a way out and began to persuade Gongsun Zhangqing one word at a time. If they could convince Gongsun Zhangqing to serve the Han state once again, it would be the luckiest thing that could happen to the Han state at this moment. Everyone would have a chance at survival. However, Gongsun Zhangqing gave a series of cold snorts. You all value the righteousness of the country, but I only value the people I care about. Chu Tianba caused the death of my dual cultivation partner. I definitely won't let him off that easily. I will make the whole of Han Nation, the entire Chu family, accompany Yi Hong in death. Gongsun Zhangqing. Don't be so stubborn, it's still too late to turn back. If you admit your wrongs and submit to my royal father will definitely ignore the past grudges, and will still cherish you. The first princess stepped forward and advised. You don't have to waste your saliva. Gongsun Zhangqing shook his head, if you want me to give up, only if Chu Tianba is willing to commit suicide here. Otherwise, I will not stop. No way. Prince Consort Li immediately shouted, the country is now in a difficult position. His Majesty must not let anything happen to it, otherwise the Han state will really be destroyed. I have long since had nothing to do with the Frigid Kingdom. From the moment I decided to avenge Yi Hong, I don't care about the life and death of the Han people anymore. So, I don't care about the fate of the Han state at all. Right now, Chu Tianba, either you commit suicide now, or I will capture you alive and hand you over to Xuanji to deal with. You decide it for yourself. He had issued his final ultimatum. Not with any feelings. There was no leeway at all. Chu Tianba fell silent. He knew that no matter which choice he made, he wouldn't be able to escape death. Now that he had chosen to commit suicide, even if Gongsun Zhangqing kept his promise and allowed these people to return to the country, it would only bring a short period of peace. The country could not afford to lose a ruler for a single day. Once Chu Tianba died, the country would fall into chaos. But if he refused, he could stand up with Gongsun Zhangqing. Although Gongsun Zhangqing's numbers were not many, he could still fight. He just needed to delay the group and wait for the support of the Xian'ao. When Xian'ao's reinforcements arrived, the cold weather would be like a big piece of meat, being eaten clean by them. Chu Tianba was still struggling with his thoughts, but Gongsun Zhangqing was already growing impatient. He landed gently on the ground and stared at Chu Tianba, the fire in his eyes burning more and more intensely. Bastard! Do you really think we can just allow our enemies to be arrogant and humiliate our country like this? At this moment, a general with sideburns walked out of the crowd. One of his arms had been blown off, and blood was staining his robe. The other arm was holding a sword. As soon as he appeared, he raised his blade high and roared angrily at the cold-looking man behind him. We men are 7 feet tall. It's today that we kill our enemies and return to our nations. General Li had sacrificed his life for his country. What are you waiting for? Attack together with me, cover His Majesty's retreat. Kill! The general's roar seemed to ignite the flames of dried firewood. The confused cultivators seemed to have found their backbone at this moment. Everyone roared and rushed forward. Sad. All the citizens of the Han nationality felt aggrieved, especially the soldiers of the Han nation. He did not evaluate whether the king was right or wrong, but regardless of everything, he was still the king of the country of Han. He did not evaluate whether the king was right or wrong, but regardless of everything, he was still the king of the country of Han. Why not the general for the country? In an instant, the soldiers of Han came rushing towards Gongsun Zhengqing like a tide. Although they were all veterans, they no longer had a choice. If they did not fight now, when would they? The one-armed general took the lead and rushed to the front. However, Gongsun Zhengqing's group of rebel soldiers were the first to kill him. A large number of profound techniques blasted towards him, adding onto his body. His broken body instantly shattered, and even his soul was torn apart. The one-armed general's fearless spirit had thoroughly encouraged the chilliness at this moment. General? No. This general had used his actions in life to tell everyone that there was only one thing they needed to do now. Kill all the invaders. Although the soldiers were weak, they were full of vigor. At this moment, they had completely forgotten about life and death. If they fought, they would fight. If they couldn't beat him to death, they would at least take one away. The rebel soldiers were stunned. Previously they were like sick sheep, but now they were like tigers. A large number of soldiers from the Han Empire fell, but even more people rushed forward. Those generals were also infected and no longer continued to hide behind the king. They all roared and rushed forward. Chu Tianba watched silently as one of his soldiers fell to the ground one by one in front of him. In that instant, his hair turned incomparably white, and he turned into an old man. Everything that had happened today had been personally created by him. Your Majesty, now is the time. Let's go. The Prime Minister walked over and wiped away his tears as he spoke in a low voice. Let's go, Your Majesty. Let's go. The other civil officials said. Could it be that they fought for me while bathing in blood, while I abandoned them and ran away? Chu Tianba clenched his fists and said. If we leave this place unscathed, then there will be no chance for us anymore. Prime Minister, please be kind. Chu Tianba fell silent. In the end, he abruptly turned around, gritted his teeth, and shouted, let's go. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 830. Put. A piercing sound came out. One of the soldiers of the Han state fell to the ground, blood flowing all over. He had died, his soul just overflowing his body, only to see a large number of soldiers rushing from all directions, all of them holding onto jade bottles, all of them rushing towards the soldiers of the Han state. In the blink of an eye, the soul of that soldier from the Han state was snatched away by a soldier from the Jiang state and stored into a bottle. Upon seeing this, the remaining soldiers of the Han state all had deathly pale complexions. These fellows were killing people and collecting souls at the same time to use them to craft magic treasures. How brutal were their methods! He was just like a jackal. Li Guangyuan led the less than 100 Han soldiers to retreat in front of the teleportation formation. At this time, they were already surrounded by enemies, and if they used the teleportation formation, they could still escape. But if they did not destroy the teleportation formation, then Jiang Yu could also use it to chase after them, and even if they escaped, they would not be able to escape. General! You can leave first, we'll leave behind the array. One of the soldiers gritted his teeth as he stared at the surging tides around him. Oof! If I were to leave, I would have already left. How could it be possible for me to leave now? Li Guangyuan also had a stubborn temper. Once the soldier said that, he turned his head and shot out a sword chi towards the array origin of the teleportation formation. Clang! The array origin had been destroyed by the sword beams, and the formation was immediately destroyed. Seeing this, the morale of the remaining soldiers was greatly boosted. At this time, there was already no other way out. Other than dying in battle, there was no other choice. There was no longer any hesitation in doing so. Why not kill to their heart's content? To be able to die in battle with the general is our honor. We will die for our country and repay our country with our bodies. The soldiers raised their broken sabers and shouted loudly. All right. Li Guangyuan was also extremely excited, and bellowed, since it's like this, all generals heed my orders. Charge with me. Let those bastards from Jiang country know that we, the frigid country, are not cowards. Kill. The remaining 100 men launched their final charge at the locust-like river. This was a suicidal assault, and also the final retaliation of the Han Empire. However, this power was too weak. After killing 100 men, Li Guangyuan and all the other warriors were completely submerged by the flood of Jianghu. It was impossible for them to survive, and the people of Jiang didn't need to be captured. What they needed more was to intimidate and kill Li Guangyuan. Han State would be shocked and no longer have any thoughts of revolting against Zhanghua. Watching from a distance, the king of the Jiang country, Xian Ao, lightly shook his head. His courage deserves praise. He is indeed a good general, but he is not a competent general. No matter what, in the end, you are still a talent. However, it's a pity that you are from Han. The souls of Li Guangyuan and his men did not escape their doom. They were all kept in bottles by the soldiers of Jiang country and used as refining materials. No one would have thought that the great general Li Guangyuan of the Han State would end up like this. It really made people sigh. After dealing with Li Guangyuan and his men, all the cold weather in the valley had been taken care of. A general of Jiang country quickly walked to the broken teleportation formation and caressed the array origin a few times, then turned to Xianhan and said, Your Majesty, although the array origin has been destroyed, it is not difficult to repair it. Give this lowly general an hour, I will definitely restore it to its original state. An hour? Chu Tianba has already returned to the imperial capital of Han State. If that's the case, then what's the point of the succession formation? Xian Ao said indifferently. Your Majesty is right, this lowly general is stupid. The general hurriedly cupped his fist and said, Your Majesty, this general thinks that since the inheritance formation was able to send so many people away in such a short period of time, the location of the transmission must be close. If we send troops to chase after it now, we'll definitely be able to make it in time. Just then, a general dressed in silver armor came from behind them. This general was tall, but he did not have any profound chies, and could not even compare to the most ordinary spirit novice disciple. If not for the armor he had on to protect him from the cold, he would have been frozen to death by the flying snow. But from the looks of it, it was the great marshal of Zhanghua who had his body destroyed by Su Yun in the young city. That's what I want to hear. Xianing nodded his head, and said indifferently, However, you all do not have to be too anxious, I know clearly where Chu Tianba and the rest are at right now. There are already people who have gone to intercept them for us. Is the person His Majesty was talking about Gongsun Zhongqing? The marshal laughed. That's right. Xian Ao nodded, and then he leapt into the sky. Follow me, all the cultivators above the 8th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, gather the rest, I want to use this place as the basis to start devouring the Han Empire. Xian Ao's voice came from the sky. All of the soldiers in the valley immediately split into two groups. One group went to chase after Xian Ao, and the other stayed behind. The marshal was also left behind by Xian Ao. After all, he needed to prepare a strategy for the next battle. He did not need that many people to pursue Chu Tianba. If Xian Ao succeeded in killing Chu Tianba, then the marshal could attack and devour the entire Han Empire. However, just as Xian Ao was about to lead a group of elites to chase after Chu Tianba, from the periphery of the valley city, a sword hum suddenly came out. Following that, a large amount of pitch-black devil chi came out. "There's an enemy!" A few shouts sounded from the outside, and it started to become extremely chaotic. What happened? The marshal frowned and walked quickly towards the city wall. Reporting to Marshal, a spirit cultivator suddenly rushed to the outskirts of the valley and attacked our brothers. A soldier ran over and clasped his fists. The marshal was perplexed when he heard the voice and asked, "How many people are on the other side?" "Alone." "Alone?" "But his cultivation is very strong and his attacks are very fierce." The moment he appeared, he immediately rushed towards the inside of the valley. From the looks of it, he seemed to be planning to enter the city. Enter the city? The marshal thought for a moment as he stroked his chin, his expression changing slightly. He called out softly, "Stop this man from entering the city, mobilize all your forces to capture him. If we cannot, we shall kill him without pardon." Seeing the marshal's sudden expression, everyone knew that he was not a simple person. They did not dare to say anything else and immediately went on their way. The valley city, which had not calmed down yet, became even more lively. All of the soldiers rushed out of the valley like locusts towards the gate in front of them. There, a figure was quickly shuttling through the crowd. Whether it was a general or a soldier, they could only last a second before being killed by the enemy. Although there was only one person, facing an army of thousands, he could not stop the enemy. The enemy was like a war god, powerful like a hot knife through butter. A few deputy generals rushed over and saw the person holding a sword shuttling through the crowd. They immediately shouted, "Who are you? How dare he behave so atrociously? Take him down, take him down." "Yes, sir." More and more soldiers rushed forward. However, this person was still extremely skilled. On a high platform far away, the marshal was looking at the man. In fact, he had already guessed who this person was. He was the one who destroyed his flesh and blood, Su-yun. He originally thought that this guy would appear when he was no match for Hanyu. However, no one expected him to appear when he was defeated. Su-yun raised his sword and moved quickly. He looked like a dream. No one could even touch a hair on his body, his speed was too fast. The existence of the 7th or 8th stage of the Sky Spirit Master was even able to touch a hair on his body. The current him, the only thing able to hold him back was the scope of the profound technique, but with too many profound techniques like this, he would definitely die. This person's cultivation base is extraordinary. Marshal, our experts have all been taken away by the king. It would be difficult for ordinary soldiers to subdue him. At this moment, a general beside the marshal spoke in a low voice. "I know." The marshal's face tightened. So many Spirit Emperor could not hold him, how could these ordinary soldiers subdue him? He didn't hesitate and directly shouted, "Send a group of people to stall him. You and I will immediately chase after the king and inform him of this." This person had a powerful cultivation. Rumor has it that he was protected by a divine object. The sword and saber would hardly be able to hurt him. Only the Holy Maiden of the Rivers and Rivers would be able to subdue him. If I stay here, it will be too dangerous. The most important thing is to get the virgin. After speaking, he rushed out of the city. However, Su-yun, who was at the gate, seemed to have sensed the marshal's movements. He immediately rushed out with the Lotus Star Sword. "Stop him!" The soldiers roared. An attack that was concentrated like rain directly smashed towards his body. But it had no effect. This person's body was as firm as a rock, and not a single wound could be left on his body by a sharp blade. Moreover, there was a strange aura around him, and anyone who got close to him would be sucked in by this strange aura, no matter how refined they were. Su-yun swung his sword swiftly. The sword's shadows formed layers of shadows. With one slash, he had killed 7 people. These people, who were usually like wolves and tigers, now became more and more afraid. This man was simply an unrivaled existence. What's the use of having more people? The opponent was completely uninjured, but all around, the people who fell were all Jiang Hu. When the marshal fled, the morale of these men plummeted without their commanding officer and without a backbone. Su Yun grabbed the opportunity, he did not hold back and leaped into the air, holding onto the lotus star sword and waved it downwards. The snow-white sword instantly released a pitch-black chi that did not match with it. The chi quickly fluctuated and dyed the white sword with the black sword, and with a wave of his hand, the black chi on the sword immediately rushed out. Like a gale, it swept towards the city gates. Roar! The gale created huge and terrifying tigers, pouncing straight towards the valley city. Dong 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 dong. An explosion sounded, and the wall made from ice directly shattered under this terrifying attack. The people on top of the wall were all devoured by the male tiger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 831. Back then, it was only because of the great number of spirit emperors protecting his soul that he was able to escape. Now, with all of the spirit emperor following by his side, how could they possibly protect him? No one could protect him. With his current strength, he was not strong enough to hold Su Yun's pinky. The field marshal did not think that Su Yun would let him off. Although he did not understand Su Yun, he knew that Su Yun was a cruel and merciless person. The messenger that he met on the way had already informed him of the current location of Xian'ao. As long as he could find Xian'ao, he would be able to find the Virgin of the River, and with the means of the Virgin of the River, dealing with this person would be easy, and he would be safe. Thinking of this, the marshal sped up even more. This is bad. Lord! Behind them, a powerful devil chi was approaching. This aura is very strong. I'm afraid that person has caught up. A soldier's face suddenly changed as he cried out involuntarily. What? The marshal was stunned. Su Yun actually came so fast. Could he have discovered his existence before this? However, without waiting for the marshal's thoughts, an afterimage flashed before everyone's eyes, followed by a large number of devil chi rising swiftly from all directions. As the change occurred, everyone quickly stopped and looked in front of them in shock. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Long time no see. Lord Marshal, where are you going in such a hurry? The figure glanced at the marshal and the others, smiling as he spoke. The setting sun gradually descended, reflecting the snow. It was as if the snow had been dyed with blood, mixing almost with the blood that had been dyed with snow. It was difficult for one to tell if it was snow or blood. The rebel soldiers led by Han Xian and Gongsun Zhangqing were still battling fiercely in the snow. Corpses littered the ground. Although there was a lot of cold, there were also a lot of corpses of the rebel soldiers. It was obvious that Gongsun Zhangqing had underestimated the cold fighting strength. He could not spare any energy to chase after Chu Tianba, who was currently fleeing towards the imperial city of Han Mountain City. He could only focus on dealing with these people. General. We can't go on like this, there are too many of them. If we continue to fight them, I'm afraid all of us will die. A soldier covered in blood flew to Gongsun Zhangqing's side and said with a trembling voice. They have no choice, they can only fight with their lives on the line. Although they are wounded, we do not have as many people as they do. Gongsun Zhangqing, who had killed a soldier from the Han army, said indifferently. Then let's leave. Withdraw? If we don't take down Chu Tianba today, where else do you want to retreat to? If you want to be rich and powerful, then come and kill Chu Tianba with me. The king of Zhang country has already promised us that as long as we complete this task, you all will be rich and prosperous. Anyone would go crazy if they were to be the leader of the prophets. The rebel soldiers gritted their teeth and stubbornly endured. It was as if they had seen a slim chance of survival, and all of them charged forward with all their might, especially Gongsun Zhangqing. He seemed to have become the main target of their attacks, killing one after another and pouncing towards them. In desperation, Gongsun Zhangqing had no choice but to retreat to the rear to command them to fight. General Gongsun, this time's matter was not done well. Just then, a voice came out, following that, a large number of spirit cultivators pounced over. The dense profound spirit chi seemed to be able to stop people's breathing. As everyone looked up, they saw countless Jiang country experts falling from the sky. These people rushed into the army that was left behind, swinging their profound chi and recklessly killing them. Streaks of blood erupted from the cold crowd, causing a great number of them to perish. "You guys are too slow. Let me do it." With a low shout, an incomparably massive dark cloud quickly condensed in the sky. As the dark cloud gathered, it began to pour down a torrential downpour, falling straight into the army of winter. Seeing this, the experts of the Jiang country within the Han army hastily retreated. The heavy rain came and smashed into the bodies of the people, causing them to become riddled with holes. All of them were smashed into a bloody mess, turning into minced meat, and they all died. They penetrated through the human body, smashed open the ground and created an abyss. Then, they turned into light blue water and filled the abyss up. In a blink of an eye, a river appeared before Gongsun Zhengqing. "This is River? The Virgin?" Gongsun Zhengqing's eyes widened. The spirit cultivators all turned and shouted towards the sky, "We pay our respects to the Holy Maiden of the Rivers." "Yes." An ethereal voice floated from the sky, and a young woman in a purple robe flew down from behind the clouds. This woman had a head covered in ribbons, and she stood atop a black cloud. She was beautiful, and her appearance was extremely serious. Her temperament was especially unique, and she was also extremely arrogant, like a delicate flower in full bloom. She was not afraid of anything, nor did she care about anything. Xian Ao smiled when he saw this woman appear and said indifferently, "I knew you were beside me, but I didn't expect you to come out so fast. There are only handicapped veterans here, but the king of the Han Empire is nowhere to be seen. I think he must have escaped to the capital of the Han Empire by now. We have to move quickly. This is a rare opportunity. If we can get rid of him, then you, the king, can rule the entire world and become the realm master of the Jiang Han Empire." The goddess of the river spoke. This position of realm master has long been mine for a long time now. Right now, it's only Chu Tianba who is making a last-ditch effort." Xian Ao was overjoyed. He waved his hand and said, "Burning shadow." In an instant, a large number of spirit cultivators scuttled over from all directions with their fiery red cloaks. Their spirit chi was extremely terrifying, but what was even more astonishing was that their cultivation was all at the first stage of the Spirit Emperor, a total of 50 people. No matter which realm this power was placed in, it could not be underestimated. "I have raised you all for this long and sharpened this blade for this very day." Xian Ao's dignified eyes swept over the people in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "My Jiang country and Han nation have been fighting ever since we created our own country, and today, we have been fighting for over 4,000 years. Today is the day of the fall of the Han state, the day when my country will rule the world and become the king of the Jiang Han realm. Now, the king of the kingdom of Han is on his way to escape from the kingdom of Han. I want you. Take him. Bring him to me. If you cannot complete it, bring your heads to me. I ask you, do you understand?" Speaking of which, Xian Ao almost shouted it out. These 50 spirit emperor existences were all affected by Xian Ao's imposing manner and domineering attitude, and all of them shouted with all their might, "This subordinate will definitely help Sovereign King capture Chu Tianba. I will not disappoint you." "All right." Xian Ao nodded. "I'll wait for your good news." With that said, the 50 spirit emperors immediately leaped into the air and disappeared. Seeing the 50 experts leave, a trace of uncontrollable astonishment flashed across the eyes of the Holy Mother of Rivers. "Sovereign King, is this the spirit cultivator that you have groomed?" "That's right. They were originally talents that were recruited by my father, and all of them had extraordinary talent. After being nurtured for almost 1,000 years, all of them advanced into the Spirit Emperor, and in the past, all of them were responsible for the safety of my body. Today, I will send them to capture Chu Tianba." With so many experts present, even if Chu Tianba managed to escape back to the imperial capital, I'm afraid he'd still find it hard to resist. Our Lady of the River nodded, but her face remained serious. Escape to the imperial city? No, you're underestimating Chu Tianba too much. Xian'ao shook his head. Chu Tianba is the ruler of the Han Kingdom, and the Han nation has fought against our Jiang country for so many years. Chu Tianba is an old fox, and the Cold Nation's imperial city is his lair. How could he not meticulously prepare for it? I believe that once these 50 experts of the Spirit Emperor chase into the imperial city, they will not be able to return. Oh? The Mother of Rivers was slightly surprised. She was about to say something else when she heard a panicked shout coming from a distance. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! His voice was one of panic and indecision. When Xian'ao heard this, he looked over, and saw that the marshal that he had left behind in the valley was currently flying over with disheveled hair. His body was covered in blood, and his armor was broken, making him look extremely pathetic. It's the marshal. Lord Marshal, what's wrong with you? The crowd asked in shock. However, the marshal did not care about them and pounced on Ao Tuo instead, shouting, Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Oh no, that person is coming, he's coming. That person? Xian'ao's expression suddenly changed. Is it that person who destroyed your body? It's him. It was him. He came to snatch the dragon abyss bead again. The marshal's voice was hoarse. How dare you dare to act so arrogantly? The Madonna of the Rivers flew into a rage, leaping straight for where the marshal had come from. Mother of God, come back! Xian'ao hurriedly called out. But before he could finish, the Virgin of the Rivers was gone. Xianhun shouted to the people beside him, Go and fetch the Holy Mother, quickly bring her back. Yes, sir. Everyone called out, and they all flew away. At this critical moment, that person actually dared to behave atrociously. Seeing this, Xian'ao wanted to say something, but at that moment, a strange cold feeling suddenly enveloped his body. He suddenly felt pain in his abdomen, and black chi surged around his body. He twitched, staring at the marshal in front of him with whitened eyes. The man in front of him no longer looked like a marshal. Instead, he was replaced by a man in a black robe with bloodshot eyes. Marshal. It was actually fake? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 832. Xian'ao lowered his head to look. A snow-white longsword had already pierced through his abdomen. Not only that, a terrifying divine force started to float around his body, directly sucking in all the profound strength in his body. With the loss of his profound strength and the sword in his abdomen, Xianyi no longer had the strength to defend, directly falling down from the sky like a kite with its string cut. Your Majesty! The soldiers panicked, each and every one of them anxiously rushing towards Shenwu, but before they could get close, one of them had already stood beside Xian'ao at an even faster speed, while at the same time, a slender snow-white sword was pressed against his neck. Such speed! Everyone was shocked. They didn't even have time to see each other's faces. Don't come over. This person. Su Yun shouted. As everyone heard this, they all stopped in their tracks. Only then did they clearly see the other party, and they nervously stared at him. However, the king of the Jiang country had personally gone to chase and kill the king of the Han nation, Chu Tianba. Helpless, Su Yun could only capture the marshal first and ask about the whereabouts of the dragon sea pearl. Then, he transformed the divine power of the sacred royal cloak into the form of a marshal, before using Wen Tianlin to lock onto the position of the king of the Jiang country. Although his methods were despicable, Su Yun did not care. He only cared about his own life. Being able to live was better than anything. He was not a saint. Good heavens! He actually used a camouflage technique to get close to me, and used it to send the experts beside me away. You're not simple. Jiang Country's king, Ao Duo, said with a pale face, clutching his stomach on the ground. You flatter me. Su Yun revealed a slight smile, then, can you give me the parts of the dragon's abyss now? I didn't expect you to be here so quickly and so skillfully. Xuanao coughed, and his voice was a little weak. Long abyssal pearl is just an external object, I don't need to lose my life because of it. I promise you, I can give it to you. That would be great. Su Yun extended his hand out towards Xian Ao. Xian Ao did not hesitate either, raising his hand to swipe at a golden space bag at his waist. After rummaging for a moment, he retrieved a gold box. Is this it? Lord can read it. Xian Door. Su Yun thought for a moment, but did not receive it, and indifferently said, open it. You don't trust me? Yeah, he said bluntly. A trace of anger flashed through Xian Ao's eyes. Ever since he became the king of Jiang Country, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this before. However, even the king of the country of Jiang couldn't do anything in the face of this unknown spirit cultivator with such a powerful cultivation. Alright, then I'll open it. Xian Ao snorted, he then picked up the box and opened it. The moment the box was opened, the contents of the box entered Su Yun's eyes. There was no gorgeous luster, nor was there any astonishing aura. There was only a very thin needle lying in the middle of the room. This needle was ashen white in color. If there was anyone who was unlucky, they would not even be able to see this needle. It must be the incomplete parts of the dragon abyss bead. Su Yun was ecstatic, he immediately extended his hand towards the box. However, just as his hand was about to touch the box, the scene in front of him suddenly shook. What was going on? His nerves tensed up, he held onto the box tightly, holding onto the lotus star sword, the sword tip firmly pressing onto Xian Ao's body. Who? He growled. It felt as if there was someone hiding in the surroundings. What are you talking about? Xian Ao frowned, as though he did not understand Su Yun's actions, and said, I already gave you the things. According to the agreement, you should have released me. No problem, but I need to leave this place safely. Su Yun said. Then he stretched out his hand to grab Xian Ao. However, just as he reached out his hand, he realized that his hand could not even touch Xian Ao. It directly passed through his body and grabbed onto the snow below. This is fake? Su Yun was shocked. Xian Ao, who was on the ground, suddenly raised his hand and struck towards his abdomen. Bang! Unexpectedly, Su Yun was pushed back 100 meters. With the Saint Ruler's war robe protecting his body, this attack didn't deal too much damage. When he finally came to a stop and lifted his eyes to look, he was surprised to find that everything in front of him had suddenly twisted, and all the scenes had changed. The Xian Ao that was attacking him was no longer Xian Ao, but had turned into a young lady dressed in a purple robe. It was the Virgin of the River. Su Yun frowned. He had already sensed that the strange movement earlier was probably due to someone casting a spell. Everything that had happened was just an illusion, and he had been dragged into the illusion without him knowing. He raised the box in his hand, only to find that it was no longer a box, but a block of ice. What a brilliant illusion technique! Su Yun heaved a sigh of relief, and looked at the Holy Mother of Rivers and Rivers. Behind him was the injured Xian Ao. He was seated at the side, being instigated by a few spirit cultivators and to recuperate his injuries, while the remaining Jiangwei experts surrounded him to protect him. How is this camouflage technique not good? None of us noticed it. The Blessed Virgin of the River said. You're too kind. You are from Han? No, I am just a rogue cultivator. I just want to take a dragon seed bead, there is no other reason, and I don't really want to fight with you guys. If you give me the remaining parts of the dragon seed bead, I can leave on my own. As for the war between you and the Han, I am not interested in it at all. The dragon abyss is mine, everything in this realm is mine. Without waiting for the Holy Mother of the Rivers and River to speak, Xian'ao stood up and stared coldly at Su Yun. Whatever you want, it is up to us to decide, and if we are willing, you can have it. If we are not willing, you can only think. How overbearing. Hearing that, Su Yun shook his head. Although you are the king of the Jiang country, the starting sect is not the king of the Han nation. In other words, even if you become the lord of the Jiang Han realm, what can you do? Can you still control the 10,000 worlds of the heavens? Why not? Xian'ao said angrily. You talk big, but I have to spit out big words as well. Su Yun sneered, even if you can control the boundless universe, don't even think about controlling me. In front of me, it's best if you don't call yourself we. You. Your Majesty, please do not waste words with him. I will capture him first. The goddess of the river spoke coldly, leapt up, and rushed over. Su Yun knew that if he did not rely on force today, it would be impossible to obtain the complete Dragon Abyss Pearl. However, the Jianghe Virgin did not plan to attack directly. As she approached Su Yun, her delicate hands quickly turned, and at the same time, she muttered some words, as though she was activating some formation. Before Su Yun could react to what was happening, he saw a large black cloud condense above his head. Following that, countless raindrops fell from the sky, smashing straight towards his head. Bang 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 bang! These water droplets weighed tens of thousands of pounds, and when they hit the ground, it was like a bomb had exploded, causing the ground to become riddled with holes. However, although it had smashed onto Su Yun's body, it was still like a water drop, splashing water all over his clothes. On the other hand, Su Yun. There was no damage at all. It seems like you really do have a divine object protecting you. The expression on the face of the Virgin of the Rivers became solemn. Su Yun did not have the time to chat with the beautiful Lady of the River. Seeing that the profound technique was ineffective on him, he immediately urged his body to move, his speed exploding, as though he had disappeared, completely gone without a trace, but his killing intent and sword intent were like a torrent of beasts, rushing towards the beautiful Lady of the River. Holy Mother of Rivers was shocked, and immediately activated her magic treasure. For emerald green leaves appeared around her, like shields that protected her entire body. This was one of the 4 newly born leaves of the banana divine tree. It contained a huge amount of power from the divine tree and was one of her main defense magic treasures. No matter what, she would not be able to break through the defense of these 4 leaves. Even if it was a spirit sage, she was confident that she could withstand one attack from her opponent. However, just as she was about to ignore Su Yun's attack and start casting spells, she heard crisp sounds coming from her side. Bada! 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 3 sounds rang out. Following which, the leaves of the 3 bananas that had been protecting the Virgin of Jianghe City cracked open and slowly fell to the ground. What? The Madonna of the Rivers was incomparably shocked. Before she could even react, she felt a pain in her chest. She was directly struck, and a snow-white sword pierced through her chest. She pushed the person in front of her away and retreated. She activated the profound chi to seal the wound on her chest, but with the profound chi, her heart became a lot colder. The profound chi in his body was already so rare? What was going on? The magic treasure did not urge them to do much, nor did they release a few profound techniques. They simply did not use much profound chi. Why did the profound chi in their bodies become so sparse? She raised her head and looked at the person holding the sword. Vaguely, she seemed to sense something. This guy. It's not simple. Holy Mother River murmured to herself. Whiz. At this time, a white bead flew over from the side. Mother of God, quickly consume. The shout came out. The Virgin of the River saw that the pearl was thrown by Xian'ao. She immediately rushed towards the pearl. However, Su Yun was not slow either. In the instant that the Aeolus temple made its move, he took the initiative and rushed towards the pearl. His speed was so fast that it made people's hair stand on end. In terms of speed, the Mother of Rivers was far from being Su Yun's match. But just as Su Yun approached the pearl, his eyes swayed yet again. Not good, it was the illusion of the Holy Mother of Rivers again. Su Yun was secretly shocked. Bada. At the same time, he firmly gripped the pearl in his hand. However, he understood that this was not a pearl, but an illusion. What a powerful illusion technique! To be able to pull someone into it without being noticed. This technique was something that no ordinary person could compare to. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 833. Su Yun was not proficient in illusion techniques, and because of the imperial robes, his resistance against illusions was much weaker than normal, but he was already prepared for it, and the two array seal energies inside his body were already prepared for the illusions. After successfully dragging Su Yun into the illusion, he was frozen on the spot, as though he had lost his soul, and the blessed river virgin took the chance to immediately grab the luminous pellet Xian'ao threw over, and stuffed it into her mouth. Once the pill entered her body, it immediately started to moisturize the spirit core, causing it to produce an unending stream of profound qi, filling up the body of the Holy Mother of River once again. Although she suffered from Su Yun's hidden attack just now and was at a disadvantage, with the help of the pill, she was completely able to recover to her peak state in a short period of time. The re-emergence of the profound qi allowed the Saintess of the Rivers and Rivers to gain confidence in defeating Su Yun. She raised her head and looked towards Su Yun, planning to clash with him again, but to her surprise, she discovered that Su Yun had disappeared. This kid? Where did he go? She was frightened as she looked around. Su Yun's speed was too fast. Now that her magic treasure defense had been broken, she had to ensure her safety. Although she could be said to be an expert at perfection, once the spirit cultivator closed in on her, it would be fatal. However, there were no signs of Su Yun around, and even his aura no longer existed. What was going on? The goddess of the river was surprised and confused, but soon, she suddenly thought of something and quickly turned her head to look in the direction of Xian'ao. At this moment, a figure was already standing beside Xian'ao. He silently approached, and surprisingly, none of the spirit cultivators surrounding the profound Aogu noticed his existence. What? The goddess of the river was shocked. Su Yun was actually able to dispel his illusion technique so quickly? Didn't they say that his resistance against illusions was very weak? Although he was furious, he did not dare shout out because at that moment, the snow-white sword in Su Yun's hand was already firmly held onto his neck, tightly sticking to his skin. As long as he acted recklessly, this sword would definitely cut open his neck and tear apart his soul without any hesitation. Your Majesty! The people around him started to react, all of their faces were pale white, as they anxiously surrounded Su Yun. Too fast. Not only was this fellow's physical body invincible, even his speed was unrivaled. However, Su Yun did not care about them. He stared straight at the Holy Mother of River, and said, "Don't try to use that strange spirit spell of yours again. Since I can remove it once, I can remove it twice. If you can't kill me with your spirit spell once, then the one to die will be your king. Don't act recklessly. Don't even think about harming His Majesty," said the Virgin of the River. "If you guys don't act recklessly, then I won't act recklessly. What do you want?" Dragon Abyssal Pearl. Su Yun immediately recited these two words. However, as soon as the three words were said, the Holy Mother of Rivers hesitated. It seems like the life of a magic treasure is not as important as the life of your king. Since that's the case, then I won't hold back. At worst, I'll just give up on this Dragon Abyss bead. Su Yun sneered again and again, his killing intent flashing. After he said that, he was about to make his move. Wait! The goddess of the river quickly shouted. Su Yun stopped moving. The eyes of the Holy Mother of the Rivers landed on Xian'ao. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Sovereign, this dragon pearl. I never thought that my country would be so incompetent, to the point where it couldn't even protect a small dragon sea pearl. Anger and unwillingness floated on Xuanao's face. As these words fell, everyone present felt ashamed. However, although Su Yun was just one person, he was strong, so there was nothing they could do. Then are you going to give it or not? Su Yun asked. You want it? Then take it. Although it is good, it cannot be compared with mine. This time, Xian Ao no longer hesitated, directly throwing out a box. There are no tricks this time? Since I've said so. Then give it to me. Heh, it was the same before. Your words are like farts. I'll believe you this once. If you take another fake thing to trick me with, I can guarantee that I won't ask you for the Dragon Abyssal Pearl again. At that time, I'll have to retrieve it myself. Su Yun said indifferently. He had lost patience. Xian Ao's heart tightened for no reason. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Su Yun took the box, glanced at the Holy Mother of Rivers and then left. With a swoosh, the person carried the box and fled thousands of miles away. Soon, he disappeared. When Su Yun left, Xian Ao and the others were naturally safe. Although this trip, everyone had already expected that Su Yun would appear, but today, they saw that his strength was beyond their imagination, and fighting against such an existence was not an easy matter. Xian Ao's face was extremely ugly, he coldly glanced at everyone, his fists tightly clenched, the anger on his face was obvious. Everyone was nervous as they lowered their heads. Although there were many experts in Jianghua, but in front of Su Yun, it was like nothing had happened, it did not have any use at all. A bunch of trash are all a bunch of trash. He growled. Please calm your anger, your Imperial Majesty. The Holy Mother of Jianghe said in a low voice, this person has a divine item to protect himself with. It's not as if he can be defeated by just a large number of people. We still have to find his weakness and use some medicine to cure him. Didn't you guys say that since he has the protection of a divine object and is invulnerable to swords and spears, his defense towards the profound technique would be extremely weak? But what about now? Your profound technique of the mind is useless against him. Xian Ao roared. I do not know what his real methods are, and I did not know that he had taken precautions. When he appeared, I immediately sensed that he was shrouded in two sets of array seal. The two forces were extremely mystical, they actually resonated with each other and formed a strong mental armor, enveloping his body. From the looks of it, he was already on guard against us, and he should also be aware of his own weakness. So? Is this why you failed and humiliated me? Xian Ao said coldly. We do not intend to shirk our responsibilities. Zhang He has been blessed with grace and is willing to accept the punishment, but I hope that your Majesty will give Zhang He a chance to make amends. Zhang He will definitely capture that arrogant person alive, take back the long sea beads, and offer them to your Majesty. The Virgin of the River said. However, he has already left. I wonder which world he went to, and how will you capture him alive? If it is used in a place where the yin and yang qi is too heavy, the effects will be greatly reduced. The ruler of the Frigid Kingdom, Xu Tianba, has not used the Dragon Sea bead for all these years, so he knows that the borders of the Frigid Kingdom are not suitable for him to use. Therefore, he wants to take over the cities of the Zhang country and use the Dragon Sea bead to the maximum extent of its effect in order to help him break through the current state of his cultivation. As soon as he said that, Xian Ao's face turned slightly better. He stared at the Virgin of the River, saying in a deep voice, What do you want? Sovereign King, there are only 3 places in the entire river country where the gentle water country resides. We can send people to search for them. When we find his hiding spot, we can send people to capture him immediately and take back everything. But what can I do if I find it? With your methods, can you even subdue him? Xuanao raised his voice by an octave, growling in a low voice. Sovereign King need not worry, previously fighting with this person, I did not know his methods, but now that I know, I have my guard up, this time we will not make a mistake. Furthermore, we can choose to fight with him during this mission, he will definitely not be able to guard against us. Pick a time? Xian'ao raised his brows. When should I choose? Naturally, it is when he is preparing to absorb the dragon abyss bead. The blessed virgin of the river said. When Xian'ao heard this, he fell silent. After an unknown period of time, he finally raised his head and spoke with a deep voice. This time, we absolutely cannot fail again. Otherwise, if you cannot take back the dragon abyss beads, bring your head back here. I will not let you down this time. After obtaining the dragon pearl, Suyun galloped all the way to the borders of the Jiang country. The holy maiden of the rivers was right. Absorbing the dragon seal pearl indeed required a place of gentle water. However, Suyun had also considered that the king of the Jiang country would go back on his word and make a move against him. Otherwise, with the death of the king, Jiangguo would definitely regard him as an enemy, and the entire country would come looking for trouble with him. At that stage, it would only be even more troublesome, so how could he absorb the dragon pearl? In order to avoid trouble, what he needed to do now was to quickly find a place with gentle water, absorb the dragon abyssal pearl, and leave this Jianghan territory. He took out the component and combined it together with the incomplete dragon sea bead. Instantly, the dragon sea bead overflowed with a dazzling light that burned everyone's eyeballs. This beautiful halo was almost intoxicating, making them unable to extricate themselves. Suyun held onto the dragon abyssal pearl tightly as he stepped on his flying sword. Even though he wasn't someone from the Jianghan territory, he had already made sufficient preparations in order to obtain the dragon ocean bead. Once the dragon abyss pearl was in his hands, he would immediately absorb it. After entering the Jiangguo territory, Suyun flew westwards, and after around half a day, he arrived at a small island in the center of the lake. Jiangguo has a warm climate, blooming flowers, and a myriad of rivers. It is filled with rivers and lakes. Compared to Hanguo, the scenery here is much more intoxicating. The island in the center of the lake was a deserted island, surrounded by 1,000 li of lake water. The lake water was very magical. Suyun went onto the island and immediately ran towards the center of the island. There was a white sunflower there. When he got closer, he sat cross-legged in front of the white sunflower, picked up the dragon abyss bead, and put it into his mouth. Gu Dong. Long Dingzhu swallowed her down. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 834. The Jianghan realm was a place filled with blood and gore. The realm was in chaos, and at that moment, the entire place was in chaos. At Supreme Sect. A large number of True Devil sects stationed at the entrance of the Supreme Ocean World started to evacuate. At the entrance of the Supreme Ocean Gate, the Devil Cultivator had already laid down 81 strong barriers, completely sealing them off. These enchantments were all traps and traps. Anyone who approached them would trigger their own triggers. The Devil Cultivator retreated back in an orderly manner, returning to the True Devil realm one by one and using the entrance of the True Devil realm as a base to carry out the arrangements. As for the teleportation bridge at the Lone Mountain, it had long been removed. The actions of the Devil Cultivator caught the attention of many people. Looking at their appearances, they seemed to be preparing for a big battle. Could it be that the Supreme Sect was about to return? Available. On the other hand, the True Devil Sect was just recruiting for troops during this period of time, so they could integrate with the Devil Cultivator's forces. Currently, the might of the True Devil Sect was overflowing, and the battle with the Supreme Sect had completely dragged the Devil Cultivator Sect, which used to be hidden under the eyes of the common people, to the peak. Even if Chi-Go wanted to keep a low profile, he would not be able to do so. As Devil Cultivator returned to the True Devil Sect one after another, it became completely silent. Other than the spies sent by the various powers in the boundless universe, there were no other Devil Cultivator. The actions of the True Devil Sect already heralded the coming of a great battle, and the 10,000 worlds once again fell into an indescribable state of nervousness. However, at the same time, a strange news came out from a small world beside the ultimate martial world. The 10,000 worlds were about to be thrown into chaos. This news was only spread from mouth to mouth, but no one knew where it came from, but everyone knew that it originated from the Wanhua realm. When the news came out, there were people that went to Wanhua realm, but then, the scene at Wanhua realm also attracted everyone's attention. Not only that, she had even personally led the experts of the Wanhua realm to the Linglong mountain to discuss with the main person in charge. A few days later, the group of people of Spirit Cultivator, which consisted of the outside Spirit Cultivator, all followed the Wanhua realm master's orders. Such a phenomenon shocked the world. Not only was it the Wanhua realm and the True Devil sect, many of the realm S, and some hidden sects and powers could not endure the loneliness anymore, and started to gather their strength and take action. Such abnormality did not fail to portend anything. In an instant, everyone in all the realms began to feel threatened, and a bizarre atmosphere pervaded the entire realm. The entrance to the True Devil realm. As usual, Octagon Aniseed came to the entrance to inspect it, where the people of the True Devil sect were doing their work in an orderly manner. Devil Cultivator came and went, and seemed to be extremely busy, but no matter who it was, whenever they met Octagon Aniseed, they would respectfully and sincerely pay their respects to him, and call for the Vice Sect Master. This was not from the rules, but from respect, from worship, from the yearning for the strong and the wise. The Devil Cultivator worshipped strong warriors, but Octagon Aniseed had defeated a terrifying power organization like the Supreme Sect. He nodded with a faint smile on his pretty face, but the tiredness in his eyes was hard to see. Vice Sect Leader. Second Demon led a group of stewards and walked over. Elders, thank you for your hard work. Shigo smiled and said, how is the preparation work going? Everything has been done according to your orders, Vice Sect Leader. We have already strengthened the barrier at the entrance, and have set up over 170 isolation arrays, and when the array opens, anyone who wishes to enter the True Devil sect will need to use force to break through. To break these over 170 formation arrays, an existence of the Spirit Emperor will need at least 33 years to do so, and an existence of a Spirit Sage would need at least half a year. A Devil Cultivator said. Other than that, we have also set up the 9-layered Deathly Trap formation. These traps were all set up using the most terrifying bloodthirsty devil chi, and after they were activated, the bloodthirsty devil chi would envelop the entire array, destroying everything, and not a single blade of grass would grow inside. Even Spirit Emperor cultivators would not be able to last 3 breaths of time after entering the death array. Its power is extremely shocking. Other than that, there is also the teleportation formation. After it is activated, it can forcibly teleport out of the Spirit Cultivator. It can accommodate 190 people and send them into the Dark Abyss. The 100 Demon Eagles are almost finished. They are all 3rd grade Spirit Emperor puppet equipment S. People reported their work one by one, their voices filled with an irrepressible heat. These array seal, enchantments, traps, and mechanisms, all of these could be seen to be shockingly powerful tools, and could not be underestimated. However, the fact that they were gathered at the entrance of True Devil Realm today, gave rise to a spectacular sight and excitement. Who would be undefeated by such a huge trap and formation tool? In the 10,000 worlds of the universe, most likely no power would be able to do this. Very good. Octagon Aniseed nodded and smiled, thank you for your hard work, but this is far from enough. Please continue to work hard and continue to strengthen our defense. Put traps and demon eagles within a radius of 10,000 kilometers from the entrance and seal the entrance. Do not let even a single crack appear. Air. When everyone heard this, they were both shocked and shocked. Vice Sect Leader, we. Who exactly are we going to deal with? A Devil Cultivator could not help but ask. This. You will know when the time comes. Don't be afraid, you aren't very strong. Just do as I say, and you'll be fine. Octagon Aniseed laughed. Seeing the Vice Sect Master's relaxed appearance, the people's nervous hearts relaxed a bit. However, this didn't dispel everyone's doubts. If the opponent was too weak, why did they need to muster such a large force? All right. Everyone, continue working. We don't have much time, so let's finish this earlier. Everyone, hurry up and move. He clapped his hands and shouted. When people heard this, they all went back to their work. Elder RMO, wait a moment. I have a few questions for you. Seeing that the two devils were about to leave, Chigo quickly walked over and whispered. The two demons were stunned, but did not ask any further. They followed Octagon Aniseed to a slope where no one else was. What other orders does the Vice Sect Master have? Oh, nothing else. Chigo smiled, then said, earlier, I asked you to place the vision technique in the Supreme Sect. How is it now? It's almost done. Oh? Is that so? Quick, take me to see it. He hurriedly said. The two devils did not dare to hesitate, leading Octagon Aniseed back to a temporary encampment not too far away from the entrance. There were more than 1,000 devil cultivator guarding the encampment, and they had even built a few rooms for the devil cultivator to cultivate in. The two demon generals led Octagon Aniseed to the largest room in the middle. There was nothing in the room except for two items. One was a cultivation barrier drawn on the floor, and the other was a black stone inlaid into the wall. The stone was square in shape and there were fine red lines as thin as hair on its surface. The red lines were like blood vessels running around the stone. They intersected and densely packed. Demons walked up to the black stone, stretched out their hands, and tapped on it a few times. The stone immediately glowed with red light. After he muttered a few words, the red lines on the stone pillar suddenly expanded and shrank. They looked like living creatures. In a short moment, the black rock turned blood red. Then, the surface of the black rock slowly turned into a list, becoming shallow. He immediately opened his eyes wide, and his pupils turned red. A ray of light shot out from within his pupils. It shot out and hit the surface of the board. In an instant, a strange scene appeared on the board and images appeared one after another on the board. Taking a closer look, the scene that appeared was the scene inside the empty and quiet Supreme Sect. At that moment, there was a golden wind hanging inside the Supreme Sect. The strong wind blew across the entire Supreme Sect, and other than this golden wind, there was nothing else. How many eye contact points were installed? After staring at the board for a while, he asked in a deep voice. 109. Change your vision to another one immediately. Let me take a look. He hurriedly said. The two devils did not dare to hesitate, immediately extending their hands, and once again lit up the black board. Immediately, the surface of the board shook, but there was no change to the scene. It was still that golden wind blowing chaotically. Change it again. Yes. Change it again. Yes. Change it again. He stared at the surface of the board with a serious expression. The two devils breathed out as they changed the pictures again and again. However, there were almost 100 of them. There were no unusual phenomena on the board, only the golden wind blowing more ferociously. He activated the profound chi almost mechanically, and when he was near the end, he could predict the time. Change again. Yes. The two devils raised their arms and touched the surface of the board. However, just as his hand was about to touch the surface of the board, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed his palm. The two devils were shocked. They turned their heads to look at Octagon Aniseed. Vice Sect Master, please behave yourself. Wait. But Octagon Aniseed didn't even look at him. His eyes were fixated on the surface of the board, and an unprecedented look of solemnity floated on his face. The two devils were stunned for a moment. Looking in the direction of Octagon Aniseed's gaze, they saw that this time, what appeared on the board wasn't just an endless golden wind, but a thin figure. On the top of the board, there was a black area. This person was walking around the black area. After walking around for a bit, he quickly entered the black area and disappeared. Seeing this, Octagon Aniseed took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The two devils were still in a daze as they said, "Vice Sect Master, this. What is this?" "This is the impending crisis." He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 835. Gulp. 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 A strange sound rang out from the center of the island. The sound was like the sound of wild beasts devouring food. When the spirit beasts on the island heard it, they all fled in panic. Whoosh! A 7-colored whirlwind suddenly blew out from the center of the island. The wind was divided into two, and started to revolve around the island, like the ribbon of a fairy. It was extremely beautiful. The 7-colored tornado spun for a full hour before suddenly, with a swoosh, it returned to the center of the island and disappeared. At the same time, a loud and clear voice exploded from the center of the lake. It was like a dragon's roar, resounding through the heavens. The spirit beasts around them were all on their knees on the ground, bowing to the island. As for the water around the island, there were also a large number of ripples on it, and the spirit beasts below the lake were all peeking their heads out to look at the island. The sudden appearance of this phenomenon alarmed all the cultivators who were hiding in the distance. The people began to get restless, but no one dared to get close to the island because after the phenomenon had passed, a wave of aura was blown in all directions. All the people who were near the island felt an inexplicable pressure and found it difficult to get near. Breakthrough! It had to be a breakthrough. Furthermore, he broke through the realm of Supreme Expert. Those spirit cultivators were secretly surprised. This was indeed the case. At that moment, on the island in the center of the lake, Su Yun, who was by the side of the white sunflower, had indeed completed her breakthrough. His cultivation was not at the first or second stage of the Spirit Emperor, but rather, he had instantly jumped and stepped into the 7th stage of the Spirit Emperor. In an instant, he had taken a big step forward. This was no longer an ordinary promotion. On his abdomen, a 7-colored pearl was slowly swimming around. Around the pearl was a large amount of pitch-black gas, and even from outside, one could see what was going on inside through his skin. At this time, Su Yun had long ago been moved into another world by the miraculous power of Long Ming Zhu. Here, Su Yun seemed to be unable to sense any sort of hostility from this place. The power contained within the pond of Phoenix was completely affected by Long Sea Pearl, causing it to overrun. However, when it neared the pearl, it was completely absorbed. It was like a black hole, and also like a mixer. Any energy absorbed by it, would be combined by it, and quickly converted into its own energy, giving it as a gift to Su Yun. This was a method that was even faster than when absorbing profound coin. However, as the Dragon Abyss Pearl continuously operated, Su Yun could also slowly feel that its internal energy was being rapidly consumed. This was not a magic treasure that could be maintained for long. When its internal energy was used up, it would lose all of its value and become a normal rock. This was a process that was not long nor short. The amount of evil aura was not small, but if we were talking about the Dragon Pearl alone, it would still be very taxing, but with the power of the Phoenix Pond Saint and the Wutong Tree, the Dragon Abyss could barely contend against it. But in truth, Su Yun did not need Long Abyss to dissolve all of the evil chi in his body, he only needed to fuse it into a single point, a degree that he could accept. The remaining amount of evil chi was slowly adjusting itself, but the current amount of evil chi was too huge. If he was careless, his soul would be devoured into a corpse. After meditating for an entire day, Su Yun enjoyed this wonderful feeling. The power of the Supreme Sect Lord was also being converted by the Dragon Ocean Pearl, and was being absorbed into Su Yun's body. Precisely because of this energy, his cultivation was increasing crazily, and his realm was constantly increasing. Su Yun was immersed in the Dragon Sea Pearl's world, and could not extricate himself from it. Within a magnificent palace, a general was walking quickly towards the central hall. All the guards bowed along the way, but the general ignored them all and walked quickly, as if he was taking big steps. After the eunuch passed on the message, the general went up to the hall. At this moment, the hall was filled with officials. The king of the Jiang country, Xian'ao, was sitting on the dragon throne. Beside him was the Virgin of the River. Upon entering the palace, the general immediately fell to one knee. "We pay our respects to your majesty and the Holy Mother. General Lin, please rise. If there is anything you need, please inform me immediately," Xian'ao said. His face was still pale, but his injuries had not recovered yet. The opponent's profound qi was too strong. Purifying the profound qi would not be an easy task. Xian'ao did not understand either. Su Yun's cultivation was obviously not high, but with the power of the Avalon of 5 elements, he was able to cleanse the place completely. However, the Avalon of 5 elements had to expend a great amount of effort to barely remove a portion of the profound qi. According to the Holy Mother of Jianhe, this profound qi was actually already past the 5th stage of Spirit Emperor. What kind of concept was Spirit Emperor level 5? A person of this level should be the Marshal of Jiang country. This man was only at the 1st stage of the Spirit Emperor, and to have such a profound qi, if he were to reach the 5th stage of strength, how terrifying would the profound qi be? At this time, General Lin spoke up, "Reporting to your majesty, this general has already found the position of the person who snatched away the dragon pearl." "Oh?" Xian'ao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "Where is he now?" "It's on the Phoenix's Cry Island," General Lin said. "Phoenix Cry Lake's Core Island?" Xian'ao mumbled and turned his head to look at the goddess of the river. "It was there, Mother of the Heavens, your prediction was correct. I'm afraid that this person has already been prepared since he obtained the Dragon Abyssal Pearl. My guess is that he also knows that we will still be searching for him. The reason he chose this place is because this place is very close to the world gate that opens the Jianghan realm. Since he was found by me, I definitely won't let him escape this time," Xian'ao said coldly. However, his time was too limited, and even though the speed of his cultivation was many times faster than that of ordinary spirit cultivators, he was still not satisfied. It was said that the Dragon Abyss bead was a divine object that could allow one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and for this reason, Xian'ao had started to fully devour the entire Cold Wind Nation. However, Su Yun had appeared while they were still in the middle of their path to kill. Not only did he injure, he had even taken away Long Mingzhu. Ever since he became king, he had never suffered such an insult. "Your Majesty, we need to have a foolproof plan for this mission. The other party might be prepared, and his strength is not as simple as he looks. If we do not succeed this time, I'm afraid he will leave the Jianghan territory with Long Mingzhu," the Virgin of the River said. "Does the Virgin have a plan?" Xian'ao asked. "His divine object is a defensive magic treasure. Such a magic treasure can protect him, but the defense towards his soul is extremely weak, so it is unable to resist the spirit techniques. However, during the previous exchange, it was a huge mistake for his spirit defense to be there, and he is extremely fast, so if he wants to escape, it is very difficult to catch him. Therefore, we have to use a spirit technique from the beginning. We have to be extremely strong, and not let him escape. Second, find a way to seal him off, slow him down, and prevent him from escaping. But it's not that simple. I heard that when he dealt with the Crown Prince of Han State, Zhao Jiao, and the great General Li Guanyuan, not only did he not lose, he also captured Zhao Xuanzang alive. Both he and Li Guanyuan are Spirit Emperor existences, and that Li Guanyuan is a 7th-rank Spirit Emperor expert. Although Xian'ao wanted to capture Su Yun immediately, but he was not blinded by his anger. If the 7th stage of the Spirit Emperor is not enough, then we invite the 8th stage of the Spirit Emperor. If the 8th stage is not, then we invite the 9th stage. If the 9th stage is not enough, then we invite the Saints of the Spirit Sage. The goddess of the river spoke indifferently. The Holy Mother said, "It's easy, but the Jianghan world is so big, where do you want me to find them in a short amount of time?" Xian'ao shook his head. Spirit sage? It was unknown if there was even one in the entire Jiang country. Your Majesty does not need to worry. Jiang He has already sent a message to the sect. Master, please come to the Jianghan realm to help the sovereign king kill that person and take back the dragon pearl. Master knows that the sovereign king is my dual cultivation partner, he will definitely not refuse. We only need to wait 2 days, then we can go ahead and get the pearl. What? And she's here too? Xian'ao's pupils immediately enlarged, his voice also became softer. This change of his was enough to show the great background of the other party. Master's mana is as high as the heavens. It isn't difficult to subdue this person. Why did you alarm Master? That's not so good, is it? Xuanao's face was a bit ugly, and his voice was a bit late. Seeing this, the Saintess of the River gently shook her head. Sovereign King, please do not worry. Master will only help us and will not monopolize Long Pozu. Long Pozu is definitely yours, no one can change that. When Xian'ao heard this, his complexion finally improved. He nodded his head and said in a deep voice, "Immediately send someone to the border to arrange some guards of honor, ready to welcome the Void Spirit Saint. In addition, General Lin, quickly lead the experts to Phoenix Cry Island, arrange the troops there from the island to the border, establish the sealing line, and do not allow that person to leave Jianghan through the border. If he does not leave, when the Void Spirit Saint arrives, he will definitely die." When General Lin heard this, he immediately cupped his fist and said, "General's orders." After which, he withdrew. Xian'ao got up, his entire body was filled with majesty and tyranny. He swept his eyes across everyone in front of him and said, "The Void Spirit Sage is the Holy Mother's teacher, he is also the state's teacher. You all quickly follow me to the entrance of the realm, welcome the saint, and when the saint arrives, he will immediately take the life of the traitor. With a saint here, who could be so impudent? I want to take his soul and refine my royal sword. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" The officials kowtowed in unison. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 836. Cultivation was a gradual and circular process. Whoever broke this process would have a variable outcome. As for whether or not this change was good or bad, it would depend on the conditions. The Supreme Sect Lord's cultivation had probably already surpassed the Spirit Emperor, and he was an expert of the Spirit Sage, but he was helpless against the fierce sword. Not to mention the Spirit Sage, even if it was an even more powerful existence, they would still be burnt to ashes by it, and Suyun had swallowed his soul by a fluke. His cultivation level had already reached the peak of the 7th stage of the Spirit Emperor, but even so, Suyun knew that he would not be able to stay there for long. The divine object's protection and cultivation speed was also increased by 1,000li. With such a high speed, it was unknown how many spirit cultivator felt that they were unable to catch up. 3 days later, the dragon abyss pearl in his lower abdomen dimmed. The light emitting from its surface was extremely weak, like a candle that had reached the end of its life. Suyun slowly opened his eyes and a wisp of smoke leaked out from the corner of his eyes. At that moment, it was as if there was a cycle in his pupils. The sun and moon intertwined in the depths of his pupils, and an indescribable feeling of vicissitudes floated about in all directions. Suyun stood up, and felt as if every drop of blood and every piece of flesh in his body had come to life, as if he was alive. He lowered his head to feel his surroundings. Everything within thousands of miles of him could be heard. He raised his head to look at the sky. The stars in the sky were all in his eyes. His senses, speed, power, etc., were all undergoing a tremendous change at this moment. This was not a change brought about by leveling up to the 7th stage of Spirit Emperor. Instead, it was a change that had been brought about by the power of the Dragon Abyssal Pearl. Bada! Just then, a crisp sound came out from Su Yun's abdomen, only to see the light of the dragon abyss pearl suddenly dim and stop spinning. All the power inside it had been used up. And the ill intent in Su Yun's body had completely disappeared as well. Supreme Sect Lord's soul had been completely digested. He opened his mouth and spat out the gray stone. What came out was a grayish-black color. Its surface was uneven. As soon as it fell on the ground, it turned into powder and completely disappeared before it could make a sound. This precious treasure that had caused the war between the Jiang country and the Han nation had now disappeared forever from the Phoenix's Cry Lake. Su Yun took a deep breath. He did not move left and right, but sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to recuperate. Although the Dragon Abyss had combined the power of the evil aura and the Supreme Sect Lord, it still used its own divine power as a guide and complemented the power. Then, it poured this power into Su Yun's body. Whether it was the power of the Dragon Abyss or the ruthless aura and the power of the soul, none of these were things that Su Yun could resist, nor were they things that Su Yun could accept. Su Yun originally thought that the Dragon Abyss would be able to help him offset this power, but today, he realized that what the Feng Qi sage had said was not entirely true. It wrapped Su Yun's power into a circle around the evil aura and the power of his soul, and intended to spread it all over Su Yun's body, completely fusing them into his body. At first, he had thought that it was because of Long Qingzhu, but now, he felt that it wasn't the case. However, the divine power of the Dragon Abyss was not like the evil Qi, it could devour a person's soul at any time. Its power was after all due to the feminine power, and it would not affect Su Yun in the least, but right now, it would need time to digest this power, so it could slowly integrate with Su Yun. If the evil aura in Su Yun's body was slow before poison, then, it could be said that Su Yun had taken a medicinal herb now, and this medicine had mixed with chronic. The poison combined and turned into an unprecedented tonic that was applied to his body. The amount of energy given by this tonic was immense, and today's seventh stage of the Spirit Emperor was only the first wave of the effects of the medicine, which would only stop when they were completely used. In other words, the current Su Yun's cultivation speed was even faster and fiercer than before. He did not even know how many times faster he was compared to ordinary spirit cultivator. However, just his cultivation alone was not enough, he needed his mental state to be able to do it, if not Su Yun would be like the princess of Han state, with an empty cultivation realm and a temperament like that of a child. However, cultivating the mind was even more difficult than cultivating the body. Crash. Star. Suddenly, from 10,000 miles away, a strange sound floated in. Su Yun had already felt everything that everyone around him possessed, and their words and actions were all in Su Yun's ears and eyes. However, this voice was especially special. Once he rushed into Su Yun's perception range, he immediately rushed towards the island in the center of the lake. He was in a hurry, obviously he had a goal. Su Yun turned his head and looked in their direction. It was a spirit cultivator dressed in river robe. It seems like Xuanao still won't give up. Su Yun frowned. When he was near the island, he stopped. He placed a few magic treasure on the ground, circled around the island, looked at the situation on the island, and then left in a hurry. Afterwards, more and more Jiang country spirit cultivators appeared from all directions. They surrounded the island in a ring shape and laid magic treasures on the ground. From their movements, it seemed that they were not only peeping at the situation on the island, but also laying down some formation array barrier. Su Yun stood up and scanned the surroundings. These spirit cultivators did not know that all of their movements were all under Su Yun's watch. Although the current Su Yun was not afraid of the Jiang country, he had no choice but to avoid all of the troubles. Since he had already digested the Dragon Abyss, leaving this dangerous place as soon as possible was still the best choice. With that thought, Su Yun immediately leaped into the air and landed 10,000 li up in the sky. He then stepped on his sword and flew quickly, and started to rush towards the entrance of Jiang Han realm. Jiang Guo's eyes only saw a thin line jump into the clouds and disappear. He had no time to tell if it was a person or something else. Su Yun's current speed was extremely fast. If it was before, it would take him at least half a day to travel from Phoenix's Nest Island to the Jianghan realm. But now, in the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he had reached the border. As they approached the boundary, the air rippled like water vapor. Su Yun's face turned gloomy. He sensed that something was amiss and immediately stopped. He took a deep breath and silently activated profound strength. He looked towards the entrance of the boundary, and although he was still thousands of miles away, he was able to see every single blade of grass and tree. They had formed 10 lines of defense lines. Each defense line had nearly 10,000 soldiers of the Jiang country, and there were even close to 100 experts. The Spirit Emperor's existence was endless, and even after being defeated, they were still able to call out so many people, showing the power of the Jiang country. From the looks of it, Xuana knew that he would be detected by his men, and had already made preparations to seal off this border. This place was at the intersection between the Jianghan and Han kingdoms, but after the great defeat of Han, all the land in the city was occupied by Jianggui, and this place was also part of Jianggui's territory. At this moment, Xian-Ao, the Holy Maiden of the Rivers, and the rest of the experts were all standing in front of the cold pond. There were even guard of honor set up around the pond, as if they were greeting something. Xian-Ao and the Holy Mother of Rivers were unable to do anything to him. They had most likely invited some kind of expert to help. If not for this, let alone kill Su Yun, they might not even be able to catch him. Su Yun stared at the pool and thought. Opening the pond would take at least 20 breaths of time. If the Holy Maiden of the Rivers used a mental technique on him, it would be hard to defend, but under such a rush, he had not set up a mental protection formation, but if he tried to set up the formation now, it would definitely be too late. Even an existence like Xian Xing and the Holy Mother of the Rivers would have to personally come to welcome him, so Su Yun was 70% confident that they would specially call for the people who were here to restrain him. He took a deep breath and thought for a while. Suddenly, he thought of something. He turned around and rushed back to the Phoenix's Cry Lake's Heart Island. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the island in the center of the lake. Sweeping their eyes around, the spies were still there. However, they were closer to the island, probably because they did not find any traces of Su Yun. That was why they wanted to get closer to investigate. Su Yun returned to the white sunflower, took out the lotus star sword and injected it with the profound chi. The lotus star sword immediately released sets of beautiful lights that shot into the clouds and arranged all kinds of mysterious patterns in the sky, looking extremely beautiful. Those spies were all attracted by this phenomenon. Some of them immediately turned around and dashed towards the entrance of the boundary. Seeing that, Su Yun did not hesitate and retrieved a few ingredients from the space bag and started to draw on the ground. Immediately after, he took out the white sunflower and injected it with the god power of the imperial battle robe, and in that moment, the white sunflower was enveloped with a rainbow light, which was extremely brilliant. He drew a skeleton pattern on the ground and killed 2 spirit beasts from the 2 islands. Then, he took their blood and imprinted it on the formation. This piece of cloth was too rushed. The materials had been found on the spur of the moment, so its power wasn't great, but it was enough to use. After the array was set up, Su Yun placed the white sunflower in the center of the array, then picked up the lotus star sword and gently waved it towards the array. Fantasy! With that shout, the lotus star sword released a white light that enveloped the white sunflower, and in the next moment, the sunflower changed. It turned into Su Yun and sat on the array seal with both of its eyes closed. It did not move at all, as though it was training. Seeing that, Su Yun immediately turned and flew into the sky, stepping on the clouds, flying straight for the entrance to the realm. At the same time, a large number of Jiang country experts appeared below him. These people seemed to have gone crazy as they rushed towards the island at an extremely fast speed. Anxiety was written all over their faces, as if they were rushing something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 837. Quick! Quick! All of you, hurry up! If we let that brat absorb the dragon abyss bead, you and I will both be finished." A spirit emperor being at the very front roared. "Your Majesty has lost the dragon pearl, so Long Yen is definitely furious. We will not have a good ending, so all of you better keep your spirits up." "But, Master, this person's methods are not simple. It is said that he alone defeated the Crown Prince Zhou and General Li Guangyuan, and even went in and out of the army of the Jiang country as if there is no one around. Can we fight him alone?" One of them asked in a low voice. His voice was still weak. Back when Su Yun had fought with the river goddess, he was actually right beside her, and had some understanding of Su Yun's strength. Back then, he and the other experts were in charge of protecting Xian Ao's safety, so the crowd encircled Xian Wu so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. However, in the blink of an eye, Su Yun had silently passed through the human wall they had arranged, and directly appeared behind Xian Ao, taking him hostage. He knew that Su Yun's power wasn't only because of his shocking defensive power, but also because of his such terrifying speed. He didn't even need to talk about whether he would be able to break through this fellow's defenses. If he wanted to run, how could the crowd stop him? "I heard that his defense is unbeatable, but his mental strength is extremely weak. We can make our move from here. Use mental spells to restrain him," the leader at the front said. "Spirit magic? I'm afraid that it won't do. He even broke free of the spell that is used by the Virgin of the River." Someone beside him shook his head. "Yeah, other people say that this guy's mental defenses are very weak, but they can only judge from his invincible mental defenses. But in my opinion, this guy's mental defenses aren't simple either. If I rely on a simple illusion technique, then I definitely won't be able to do anything to him. What do you think we should do?" The leader turned his head and glared at him. "Ugh. This. Let's wait and see first." "Humph, look, is there still time for me to show you?" Right now, there is already a strange phenomenon on Phoenix Cry Lake's core island, and scouts have come to report it, so it is very likely that the fellow has taken the dragon pearl. Right now, you will follow me over to restrain him. No matter what, you must restrain him." A large group of people arrived? Won't His Majesty and the Virgin come? Nope. The leader shook his head. The Holy Mother said that this could have been a trap set up by that fellow. He must have sensed our spies, and then deliberately acted like this to lure them away from the mountain. Furthermore, even if this fellow did not plan to do so by using the dragon sea bead, the two of them do not need to come. We can hold him back, and once the holy man arrives at the cold river world, the Nihility Spirit Saint will be able to seal the door, and that person will be like a turtle in a jar, unable to escape from the frigid river world. Although my words are correct, but can we really hold them back? He himself was not sure if he could pin Su Yun down, but he understood one thing: this time, a lot of people would die. However, Xian Ao was a greedy monarch. He wanted to obtain all the treasures in the Jianghan realm. If he couldn't, he would do everything he could to obtain them, and he didn't even hesitate to start a war. There were only 300 people here, most of them were Sky Spirit Masteress, and there were only 11 of them. All of them were in the first and second stage of the Spirit Emperor. Although the cultivation levels of these people were usually looked up to, at this moment, they felt extremely insignificant. Not long after, they finally arrived at Phoenix's Cry Lake's Heart Island. The spies spread out around the island immediately came to greet them. "My lord! Did that person make any unusual movements?" "For the time being, there is no unusual movement. However, strange phenomena appear frequently on the island, as if someone is about to break through. This must be the result of that person swallowing the dragon abyss bead. Everyone, do not hesitate. Quickly follow me to the island and capture him. If we lose the dragon abyss bead, everyone will lose their heads." "Yes, my lord." Everyone shouted and rushed towards the island. Nearing the island, all of them took out their magic treasure weapons, activating profound chi, ready to fight. The leader rushed to the island, but right when he was on the island, he was attracted by the strange devil chi. Immediately, the leader quickly rushed to the devil chi's source, flying for a while, then stopped. The people behind also stopped and looked at their leader. They saw him holding a long sword and landing in the center of the island. He was looking forward with a serious face. Everyone was curious and followed his gaze. Suddenly, they understood. It turned out that a person was sitting in front of them. This person was wrapped in a mysterious array, sitting in the center of the array, motionless, as if he had been petrified. Even when these people approached, he did not have any reaction. "Master, what do we do now? This guy seems to be cultivating." Someone beside him said in a low voice. "If he is cultivating, then that would be terrible. This person is definitely digesting the dragon abyss bead. Don't hesitate, quickly come with me to kill this person and dig out the dragon abyss bead from his stomach." The captain shouted. "Yes, sir." Everyone shouted, and then walked towards Su Yunchong. One after another, profound technique after another fiercely smashed onto his body. The existence of the Spirit Emperor did not even have the slightest bit of protection, almost to the point of using magic treasure-s. If they could not restrain Su Yun this time, with Xianao's temperament, none of them would be able to survive. They would definitely be killed by Xianao instead. These people had already been forced onto a dead end by Xianao. If they didn't do it, then the only road left for them was death. But just as their attacks touched the person sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly, bang! The man exploded, and a golden ripple spread out in all directions, striking the spirit cultivator-s, causing them to vomit blood. Not only that, a huge blood-red fog instantly enveloped the entire island, and those who were struck by the golden ripples were once again enveloped by the blood-red fog. Immediately panicking, they anxiously stood up and roared, anxiously looking around, but all around them were blocked, and they could not see anything. "Be careful! Be careful, that guy set a trap ahead of time. Everyone be careful!" The leader shouted at the top of his lungs. "Everyone move towards me. Everyone rush out together. Faster! Charge out!" The cheers did not stop. Following that, a few spirit cultivators rushed out of the island and flew into the sky. However, when he looked at the island, he found that the entire island was shrouded in a blood-red mist, and everything inside could no longer be seen. Whiz! 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 Whoosh! At this moment, a few people flew out from the blood-red mist and clashed with the people who had come out earlier. "Are you guys okay?" The leader rushed over and shouted. "Lord, we are fine. We just took that guy's attack." A person said. "This guy set up a trap in advance, he's too despicable. Lord, what should we do now? This blood mist is extremely peculiar. If we were to be unable to see anything from within, it would be a huge disadvantage for us to be ambushed by that fellow. Yeah, I have to think of a way to purify this blood fog." "Purify this fog? Easy, let me do it." A spirit cultivator volunteered himself. He took out a silver fan that looked like it was forged from iron, and waved it towards the blood mist below. Hua! A terrifying gale that could break a mountain instantly turned the entire Phoenix Cry Lake upside down. The sky and the earth lost their color as if it was the end of the world. However, the terrifying gale from this fan didn't blow the mist of blood away. This blood fog seems to be infused with some kind of strange power. "I'm afraid that ordinary wind can't do anything to it," the leader said in a deep voice. Then, "Master, what should we do?" the others asked anxiously. The leader rolled his eyes and exhaled. He growled, "Send someone back to inform the Queen Mother of you that this person has started to take the dragon pearl. Please help him quickly, the Queen Mother." The saintess technique was mysterious and resourceful. With her exquisite profound techniques, she had only come here for 100 breaths time. "Fast! Go quickly!" "Yes, sir." One of the spirit cultivators did not dare hesitate, and immediately turned and left. Everyone else, prepare to follow me. The leader shouted. Yes, sir. A call rang out. Following that, the 100 spirit cultivator reassembled themselves and stared at the bright red blood mist. With a loud shout, they all rushed in again. The other spirit cultivator used all his profound chi to increase his speed and rushed to the entrance of the Zhenghan realm as fast as lightning. He seemed to have gone crazy, and his speed had exceeded his limit. Very quickly, he was close to the border. Before he even arrived, he already impatiently shouted out loud. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Not good! Something terrible has happened. Xian'ao and the Holy Mother of the Rivers frowned, looking at the people rushing over from afar. That person had already started shouting before he even got close to Xian'ao. Your Majesty! Something terrible had happened. He has set a trap to protect himself, and we are currently holding him back. However, his cultivation is simply too strong, and we are no match for him. Oh? Is that person really still at Phoenix Cry Lake's core island? Xian'ao's eyes lit up as he questioned loudly. Yes, Your Majesty. However, we are not his match, and we do not know how long we can restrain him. Hurry back and have Zhang Yi stall that guy with all his strength. I'll lead those experts to kill him immediately. Xian'ao shouted. Yes, Your Majesty. Soldiers, obey orders. Get ready to go. Xian'ao roared again. The army of the Zheng country began to move. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 838. Therefore, the possibility of him luring the tiger out of the mountain was not high, and there was only one of them, so if Su Yun used the dragon sea pearl, it would be terrible. In fact, if Xian'ao were to go over now, it would only be a delay in time, and the last time he could not subdue Su Yun, and the possibility of him being subdued was not high either. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that he had to go alone, otherwise, it would be difficult to protect himself. Your Majesty, there is no need to be anxious. This time, let me go. You will lead the experts to wait here for Master's arrival. At this moment, the goddess of the river opened her mouth. What is it? The Virgin seems to think that this person will make a profit by making us leave? After all, I have set up 36 layers of enchantments here. If he is unable to break through this enchantment, he will definitely not be able to easily enter the gate, not to mention, there is also an inheritance formation that I have set up. If that person truly wants us to leave, then we can use it to instantly return here. Even after she heard that, there was still a strong sense of hesitation on her face. However, she understood Xuanao's stubbornness. Moreover, if her concerns were wrong, then that person must have consumed the dragon sea bead on the island at the heart of Phoenix Cry Lake. Then, wouldn't that mean that she had lost the dragon sea bead to Xian? After careful consideration, the goddess of the river finally decided to let Xian'ao go, no longer trying to dissuade her. Immediately, Xian'ao led the close to 10,000 elite warriors of the Zheng country, under the escort of the Holy Mother of the River, and majestically headed towards the Phoenix's Cry Lake at the heart of the island. However, what they didn't know was that at this very moment, thousands of miles above them, a person was constantly watching them. This man was Su Yun. The previous few battles had already made many people in Zhenghan and his country fear him. After all, Su Yun was always fighting alone against an army and capturing a leader time and time again. This method was not something they could imagine, not to mention, even the famous Holy Mother Zheng He was unable to do anything to Su Yun. Therefore, these people already had a kind of unfathomable fear towards Su Yun. Xian'ao's movements were quick. He was obviously worried that Su Yun would devour his dragon ocean bead too soon. In the blink of an eye, all of these people had already fled into the horizon and disappeared into the distance. Seeing that, Su Yun immediately dropped from the sky. Who is it? The army sent by Xian'ao to guard the border noticed the strange face and immediately shouted. But Su Yun did not even spare them a glance as he stared straight at the cold pond. The bottom of the wintry spring was the exit to the ultimate martial sacred plane. It's the one who snatched the dragon abyss bead. Just then, a soldier recognized Su Yun and shouted out. As soon as the sound was heard, it was as if a pot had exploded. The soldiers looked at Su Yun nervously, the dense crowd surrounding him and killing him. He had already rushed to the side of the cold pond. The 10 lines of defense were simply a decoration. One of the officers in charge of the defense line immediately roared. All of the soldiers rushed forward like dumplings, surrounding Su Yun completely. There is a path to heaven that you refuse to take, there is no door to hell and yet you barged in. Humph, I didn't think that you would use tricks to trick His Majesty and the Virgin Mary into leaving, but that doesn't matter, as long as we are here, you won't leave the cold river world. The general in charge of the defense said coldly. Brainless. Su Yun shook his head, he did not even bother to look at him, and directly headed towards the cold pond. When the general heard him, he was truly infuriated and his blood was boiling. He shouted, "Kill him! Kill him! Quickly kill that person! Kill!" The surrounding soldiers shouted, and rushed towards Su Yunchong. Su Yun did not want to waste time, he immediately rushed towards the cold pond, the soldiers could not stop him. He was like a god of war, sweeping through everything before him, his momentum unstoppable. Activate the spirit formation and stop him. Quickly! The leader shouted. As soon as the voice fell, the surroundings of the cold pond began to emit clang-clang sounds. Following that, a variety of different colored barriers of light appeared, directly enveloping the cold pond. Su Yun took a deep breath. The god power that had activated the imperial armor was like a raging bull that had charged into the layers of enchantments. Shimmer, 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 shimmer. TL, shimmy, shimmer, 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 shimmer. The enchantment was broken like glass, and Su Yun jumped into the cold pond. Plop! He immediately swam towards the bottom. When the soldiers saw it, they immediately jumped into the cave and continued to chase after Su Yun. In fact, many people had lost all their morale. This was not because of war, not because of the nation, but just because of the king's desire for himself. Su Yun did not want to get entangled with these soldiers. If not with his means, killing these soldiers would be as easy as slaughtering pigs and dogs. Very quickly, he swam to the entrance of the Zhenghan realm and stretched out his hand, pulling the door open. Kill, kill. The leader sent a message using the profound Qi in the water. Although the soldiers were helpless, they had no choice but to do as he said. However, when they attacked Su Yun chose to ignore them. When the profound technique and blades hit his body, it was basically not painful at all. Other people simply treated these soldiers as thin air, and there was no need to talk about whether they were to be killed or not. This was simply blatant contempt, but these soldiers didn't have any temper. If one was strong, then he or she was willful. The door slowly opened, and Su Yun directly jumped in, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, the soldiers stopped in their tracks. Large. Master, should we chase after them? Chase. Chase. We must chase them. The general roared, if this person runs away, we will not be able to explain ourselves to His Majesty. Everyone must have their heads on the ground. Chase after him. The howls didn't stop. The general's orders could not be disobeyed, so the soldiers had no choice but to rush inside the door. Just at this time, a bright light suddenly shone from inside the door, followed by a mysterious aura that floated out. With their might, it was difficult for the soldiers to move forward. All of them retreated in unison. Since when did the gate of the martial world have to be built in the water? An old voice drifted out from inside, and immediately after, an old woman wearing a golden robe, holding onto a cane, walked out. Seeing this, the general was stunned. Who are you? Whom? The old woman raised her head and looked at the dense river in front of her. Her thin old eyebrows furrowed and a trace of displeasure flashed across her pale yellow eyes. Is this how you country of Jiang treated your guests? The way of treating guests? The general was even more confused now, but he vaguely seemed to sense something and secretly gave a meaningful glance to the soldiers beside him. The soldiers quietly surrounded the old woman, and the general cupped his fists as he said, I am Jiang's general, Su Sihu. This old man, who are you? Where did it come from? Su Yun had left. It was impossible for him to return while pretending to be someone else. This general did not dare to be careless. If he offended someone capable, it would not be good. However, his small actions seemed to anger the old woman. She raised the walking stick in her hand and viciously swung it at the general's chest. General, be careful! The others cried out in alarm. However, it was too late. General Su was sent flying by the cane. He spat out a mouthful of blood and dyed the water red. He was also sent flying, bringing along a large amount of water. Several soldiers rushed over to support the general, only to discover that he had already breathed in and breathed out much less. Most of his cultivation base had been destroyed. Seeing this scene, the soldiers couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. To be able to cripple this general in one move, how strong was this old woman? One had to know that he was able to accomplish such a feat. The general's cultivation base was definitely not weak. At the very least, he was not someone an ordinary soldier could compare with. However, this old woman's cultivation base seemed to completely suppress the general. If even a general was not a match for him, how could the others be a match for him? Looking at the shocked faces of the soldiers around her, the old woman seemed to be extremely satisfied. She said indifferently, Go, call your king here to see me. Country. The king? What is it? Do you still need this old one to personally go? Are you people of the Jiang country all trash? Heh, this old one hates trash the most. Since all of you are trash, then there should be a home for trash. After she finished speaking, the old woman was about to make her move. This was no longer a matter of drawing your sword without saying a word. It was a matter of temperamental, reckless disregard for one's life. Although Su Yun was a demon, he would not act in such a way. The old granny's way of doing things was shocking. The soldiers around her jumped at her words. These soldiers were stunned by the old woman's methods. Not only that, a few of them had already started to retreat, preparing to leave the cold pond and escape. They didn't want to lose their lives for some random person. However, just as the soldiers floated out of the cold pond, a golden light fell from the sky and directly landed on their bodies. Crack! The bodies of the soldiers were immediately torn apart. Blood splashed into the cold pond and their souls overflowed. However, not long after, they were caught by a strong wind and flew into the distance. At a glance, the distant mother of the rivers opened her mouth and sucked the souls of the soldiers into her mouth. Seeing this, the soldiers trembled violently. Yet, a figure descended from the skies. It was their emperor, Xian Ao. Those who fear the enemy and flee without a fight, regardless of the reason, will not be spared. Xian Ao coldly shouted. Yes. It's His Majesty. Everyone was shocked. Acknowledged. We pay our respects to you, Your Imperial Majesty. The soldiers jumped out of the cold pond and knelt on one knee, shouting loudly. But Xian Ao did not bother about them. After killing the few deserters, he jumped into the cold pond and headed towards the gate. At the same time, the Holy Mother of the Rivers accompanied him. The two of them walked up to the old woman and immediately bowed. Your disciple greets you, Master. With the presence of the Void Spirit Saint, our Jianghan world is truly blessed with humble presence. We were unable to welcome you in time, we are ashamed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 839. The old woman glanced at the two of them, and her face was filled with a trace of a strange sense of contempt. "It's good that you know it's shameful." She snorted, picked up her walking stick, and rushed out of the cold pond. Xian'ao and the Virgin of the River immediately followed. As the three of them landed, the Holy Mother of Rivers and Rivers immediately held onto the old woman, reverently and attentively. The old lady did not reject, and only said lightly, "My disciple, there are so many places in the 10,000 worlds, and so many powerful spirit cultivator. If you did not choose, how could you have come to such a small world? And even found such an impotent man to be their dual cultivation partner? Don't you think it's not worth it?" When Xian'ao heard this, his face turned ugly, but he did not dare to get angry, or even say a word, and just followed behind. However, she said softly, "Master is right, but in order to find the dual cultivation partner, it is not to find strong people, but to find the right person. I think the Sovereign King is very suitable for me." "What a fool!" The Void Spirit Saint snorted. He turned and stared at Xian'ao, and said, "It's your honor for my disciple to be able to become your dual cultivation partner, but how did you treat me?" "What do you mean?" Xian'ao hurriedly said. "Send the army of Jiang country to surround me and take me down." "Is this how you treat your guest?" The Void Spirit Saint said coldly. When Xian'ao heard this, he hurriedly explained, "Saint misunderstands, this time it was all because of the person who stole the dragon pearl. Our country treats Saint as if he was our teacher, and does not dare to be disrespectful in the slightest. Please calm your anger, Saint." Finished speaking, Xian'ao turned his head, and shouted to the general beside him, "Which battalion was it that went down the cold pond?" "Reporting to your majesty, it was General Su Sihu who led the 7th Battalion. The general answered immediately. "Along with Su Sihu, all the generals will be executed. Draw out their souls, refine them into a myriad soul pill, and offer it to the saint." Xian'ao said solemnly. "Ha?" The general was stunned. "What is it? You want to be refined into a myriad soul pill?" Xian'ao frowned. The general quivered and said, "This lowly general will do it right away." Saying that, he left with heavy footsteps. Seeing this, Xian'ao cupped his fists towards the Void Spirit Saint and said, "Please calm your anger, Saint. For your sincerity, I'll forgive you." The Hollow Spirit Saint snorted. Her attitude was extremely haughty, but the smile in her eyes could not be concealed. The Myriad Souls pill was a high-grade pill that could only be refined with the souls of 10,000 people above the 5th stage of Sky Spirit Master. Although to a Void Spirit Saint, the soul of a 5th stage Sky Spirit Master cultivator was not difficult to obtain, but 10,000 was an extremely difficult task. "Thank you for your understanding." Xian'ao hurriedly bowed again. "Yes." The Void Spirit Saint nodded and then said indifferently, "Disciple, why did you invite me to this small world? That dragon abyssal pearl. What's going on?" "Master, this time, please help me." Of course, she knew her master. If she were to be bullied by him, she would definitely not let him off. This person was extremely protective of her, and it was not an easy task for her to kill him. Sure enough, when the Void Spirit Saint heard that, he immediately became angry and shouted, "Such big guts! You hurt my disciple and even stole my disciple's precious treasure. Who was this person? I will capture him alive and throw him into my Void Spirit battle, so that he can experience the suffering of the Void Spirit's erosion for all eternity. However, he has already escaped from the Jianghan territory. It would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to retrieve him." Xian'ao shook his head and said indifferently. When he and the Holy Maiden of the River had arrived at the island, they had already sensed that something was amiss. Although the entire island was shrouded in a blood-red mist, there was no other presence within this mist. Xian'ao used a divine technique to dispel the blood mist, and realized that the blood mist was only a substitute that Suyun had set up. When he realized that he had been lulled out of the mountain, he immediately rushed over through the teleportation formation with the river goddess, but in the end, he was still a step too late. Suyun had already passed through the boundary and left, and now that he had entered the ultimate martial sacred plane, he had entered the ultimate martial world, which was the central realm of all the realms in the world, and was connected to the countless number of realms, so no one knew where he was going. However, the goddess of the river refused to give up. "Don't worry, Sovereign King, actually, I was already prepared for this matter. When you were preparing the defense here, the river had already entered the cold pond and personally placed a spirit mark on the entrance. Once he passes through, I will be able to lock onto his spirit and use his spirit mark to find his location. However, this person has most likely already swallowed the dragon abyss bead. What is the point of finding it again?" Xian'ao shook his head. "Even if he had a place to absorb it, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. We can kill him, imprison his soul and body, and bring it back to refine the pill. Although the medicinal pill refined from it is not comparable to the dragon pearl, it is still considered a supreme treasure," the Virgin of the River said. When Xian'ao heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. If that was the case, it could be considered compensation. Good. Since that's the case, Mother, lock onto him quickly and find out where he is. I will immediately send experts to capture him. Send out experts? If there was an expert in this little world, would you still need my disciple to invite me here? The Void Spirit Saint snorted. Xian'ao's expression was ugly, but he held himself back. He bowed to the Void Spirit Saint and said, "Saint, although this person's cultivation is not high, he has a supreme treasure that protects his body. I would like to ask the saint to help me capture him." Sure. The Hollow Spirit Saint said, "However, you said that this person can't enter with swords and blades and has a treasure protecting him. Does that mean this person must have a divine object?" Most likely. I can help you capture this person, but you must give me his treasure. In truth, the reason why he was still persevering till now was not only because of the dragon abyss, but a part of it was actually because of the treasure on Suyun's body that allowed him to be invulnerable to swords and spears. With this divine object, the existence of Suyun's spirit emperor could actually ignore the army of the Zheng country. What? You don't want to? Since that's the case, then forget it. Since you can't catch him in the Zheng Han realm, what else can you do to him after we get out of the Zheng Han realm? The Void Spirit Saint sneered again and again. When Xian'ao heard this, he was silent for a moment before he finally chose to compromise. If the saint is willing to act, then everything will belong to the saint. Xian'ao will only take the dragon sea bead. The Hollow Spirit Saint snorted and turned his head to look at the Saintess of the River, saying, "Disciple, go investigate that person's location. We will make our move now. Since he has just left the frigid river world, he must have not gone far. We will move now and chase after that boy. He should be able to catch up." "Yes, Master." The goddess of the river nodded without hesitation. She sat down with her legs crossed and closed her eyes. Her snow-white hands moved quickly, forming a spell. A ray of light overflowed from her forehead and shot straight into the clouds. Following that, the light split apart, turning into 8 tiny streams of light. They flew into the distance, collided with the void, and disappeared. The goddess of the river opened her eyes and looked straight ahead. Her eyes suddenly became transparent and extremely cautious. There seemed to be something flashing in between her pupils. After a while, everything disappeared and everything returned to normal. The facial expression of the Holy Mother of Rivers and Rivers was somewhat dull. After continuing for a while, she suddenly trembled and recovered. "Disciple, have you locked onto his position?" The Void Spirit Saint at the side immediately asked in a deep voice. "It's locked. Master, Sovereign King, this person just entered Ultimate Martial World. He is currently fleeing in the direction of the Demonic Blood Road." Devil Blood Road? Xian'ao frowned. This road leads to the true devil realm. Could it be that he wants to escape to there? It's definitely possible. A trace of malevolence flashed past the eyes of the mother of rivers and rivers. When I fight against this man, I realize that the profound chi he is using contains a trace of devil chi. Maybe he is someone from the true devil realm. True devil realm. The current true devil realm is extremely complicated and hard to deal with, especially the true devil sects inside the true devil realm. Xian Ao hesitated. The Zhenghan realm is not close to the true devil realm. If we send experts there to capture this person, it will be difficult. What is it? Are you scared? The hollow spirit saint beside him coldly snorted and said, with your character, you think you are worthy to be the ruler of a country? How laughable, to be so cowardly, it's better to go into hiding. In the face of the void spirit saint's mockery, Xian Ao didn't dare to refute him, and could only silently endure. He secretly clenched his fists and didn't say a word. On the other hand, the Holy Mother felt that the atmosphere was not right. She could tell that her master did not like the king, so she asked, Master, what should we do now? What else can we do? Go straight to the true devil realm. The void spirit saint snorted. Since Master has decided, I will definitely support you. Sovereign King, what do you think? I will send my expedition team to the true devil realm. Xian Ao took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, I, Xian Xing, need something, but I can't get it. Good, you have guts. This is what a king of a country should say. The void spirit saint finally praised Xian Ao and said, you can rest assured. With this old one here, even if that fellow hid in the true devil sect, I will definitely be able to find him. Sage, when are we leaving? Gather the experts immediately, we're leaving immediately. My disciple's spiritual imprint won't last for long. All right. Xian Ao nodded, and immediately called for the general beside him. Countdown. He growled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 840. When he passed through the boundary, Su Yun had already felt that something had snuck into his mind, wanting to pry into his consciousness. Although this thing was weak and wouldn't last long, it was extremely difficult to remove it. The Mother of Rivers was truly worthy of being a spirit master. Su Yun had never seen this kind of thing before. However, since it couldn't be removed, he could only wait for it to be eliminated. Su Yun did not know what the specific use of this spirit mark was, but after careful consideration, it was extremely likely that it was locking onto him. The energy stored inside was not strong enough to kill a spirit emperor, so this was the only possibility. Maybe Xian Ao and the Virgin of the River would still not give up and would come looking for trouble with him. Su Yun did not think that Xianhun would let him go so easily. With his temperament, he would never give up easily. If he returned to ultimate martial sacred plane now, it would only add to the troubles of his previous master. Once Xian Ao went there, it would only cause chaos in the sacred planes. No matter what, it was still the territory of the devil cultivator. As the demon lord, Su Yun would more or less still be protected. Although he went to trouble Qi Go again, the situation was special. Su Yun was also not willing to get entangled with the people from Zhenghan realm, so he settled the matter in one fell swoop. The devil Qi was already floating on the demonic blood road. The closer they got to the end, the thicker the devil Qi. After walking through the devilish blood road, Su Yun passed through the gate and stepped into the true devil realm. However, just as he stepped out of the door, a hard barrier blocked his path. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air colliding sounded out beside his ears. Su Yun's body seemed to have been blocked by countless of large hands. He was caught off guard and almost fell back. In a moment of desperation, he hurriedly activated his imperial sacred battle robe, spreading out his divine power, and the pushing force dissipated. Swoosh! 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 At the same time, an innumerable amount of pitch-black figures rushed over from all directions. The devil Qi enveloped Su Yun in an instant, but when they came into contact with the divine power, they were completely devoured. "Who is it?" A cold shout came out. Su-Yun looked over to see several devil cultivators standing not far from him. "I am the true devil sect's demon lord, Su-Yun. Who are you?" Su-Yun did not hold back, he immediately took out his order badge and shouted. "Demon lord?" The leading devil cultivator was startled for a moment. He looked at the order badge in Su-Yun's hand, then walked over and knelt down. "So it's Lord Demon Lord. This subordinate has offended you. Lord, please punish me. Those who do not know are innocent. Besides, this is the first time that I have met you too. It is only right that you do not know me." Su-Yun said, then looked around, only to realize that there were dozens of extremely terrifying enchantments placed at the entrance of Devil Realm. Each of them were wrapped in a layer, densely packed, and the spirit chi floating above them was definitely not something a spirit emperor could do. Did something happen in True Devil Realm? Su-Yun frowned and asked, "What's going on? Why are there so many enchantments at the entrance?" "Reporting to our lord, this is an order from the Eight-Tooth Advice Sect Master. 7 days ago, he had already ordered the sealing of the borders. Without his permission, no one is allowed to enter or leave the True Devil Realm." The devil cultivator said. "So it's like that." Su-Yun frowned. Wasn't the Supreme Sect destroyed? Logically speaking, the real Devil Sect should not have any enemies. What was the purpose of making such precautions? And against whom? Where is the Eight-Toothed Grandmaster? Su-Yun asked. "Milord, the vice head just happened to come to the defensive line to inspect. He is in the tent behind us." "A tent? Could it be that the real Devil Sect had formed an army?" Su-Yun was slightly stunned, then said, quickly, "Bring me to him." "Yes, Lord Devil Lord, this way please." Devil Cultivator led Su-Yun to the camp at the back, while the other Devil Cultivator continued to stand guard outside the gates. The Devil Cultivators opened their barrier and Su-Yun walked out. It was only at this moment that he realized what he had seen at the barrier earlier was only the tip of the iceberg. The area around the True Devil Realm's entrance was densely packed with people. They are all Devil Cultivator. Countless tall platforms, countless formations, countless puppet equipment, countless blades. All of this surrounded the entrance of the world and not even a drop of water could trickle through. The murderous aura swayed in the air along with the devil chi. In this pitch-black world, pairs and pairs of bloody eyes were flickering, like stars in the night sky, giving off a solemn and frightening feeling. When Su-Yun walked down, these devil cultivators all raised their heads and looked at him. The tens of thousands of pairs of bloodshot eyes gave off an indescribable sense of oppression. This is the great demon lord of the True Devil Sect. Why don't you all hurry up and pay your respects? Devil Cultivator immediately shouted. With that said, the Devil Cultivators stood up and cupped their fists and bowed to Su-Yun. This subordinate pays his respect to the Demon Lord. Greetings, Demon Lord. As the cheers continued, the surrounding people stood up and shouted. Those who heard it in the distance also stood up, clasping their fists as they shouted out. As a result, the news spread far and wide, and all the Devil Cultivator who were scattered all over the mountain stood up and began to shout loudly. Seeing that, Su-Yun could not help but smile bitterly. He didn't even need to look for Octagon Aniseed, he must have already headed over here. Sure enough. This loud shout didn't last long, and from afar, a grand sound once again rang out. We pay our respects to Vice Sect Leader. We pay our respects to Vice Sect Leader. We pay our respects to Vice Sect Leader. The two kowtowing voices seemed to overlap as the scene was abnormally noisy, and the sounds directly shook the heavens. Su-Yun looked ahead, to see that Octagon Aniseed and a group of True Devil Sect's higher-ups were walking over quickly. There was a trace of excitement in Chi-Chi's eyes, and the elders of the True Devil Sects had blazing expressions, excited to the extreme. After the battle of the Supreme Demon, Su-Yun had lost his trace, and Octagon Aniseed had sent people everywhere to look for him. In the end, he obtained the information from the ultimate martial sacred plane. Previously, if Suyun did not protect Shigo and the rest, the number of people who could stand here would have been reduced by at least half. Seeing that Suyun had returned safely, the demons were overjoyed. They now had a new understanding of Suyun's strength. To be able to face off against so many experts by himself, not only did he successfully hold them back, he even escaped unscathed. Just what kind of strength did someone have to be able to do this? Ha, Lord Devil Lord, your safe return is truly great. Ha ha ha. That unique, girlish voice of A-Tooth drifted over once more. He was a delicate, young, and white like a child, walking in front of a group of devil cultivators who were 3 big and tall with bloodshot black eyes, making him seem out of place. However, he was the renowned vice sect master of a true devil sect, and no one dared to look down on him. A smile appeared on Suyun's face as he walked over. Before he could do anything, Octagon Aniseed stepped forward and gave him a big hug. Welcome back. He chuckled softly. Yes. Suyun nodded his head. He wanted to say something, but felt that if he were to talk about anything else now, it would be more interesting. Clenching Suyun down, he sized Suyun up and down, and his eyes revealed a look of surprise. It's been so long since I last saw you. Your strength has increased quite a bit, Demon Lord. Not bad, not bad. A fortuitous encounter? But it's not a good fortuitous encounter. Suyun laughed bitterly. What is it? What happened? Octagon Aniseed asked. It's a long story, let's go back first. Suyun sighed. All right. Shigo nodded, then led Suyun to the big tent at the back. The tent was heavily guarded, and there were guards inside and out of it. Not only that, there was also a barrier and trap that made it look like a fortress. The more Suyun saw, the more he was puzzled. He contacted the army outside and could not help but ask. Octagon Aniseed, what's going on? Where did the devil cultivator outside come from? The real devil sect doesn't seem to have that many people, right? Unless Octagon Aniseed and the true devil sects that were sweeping the floor were dragged over as well, it would be impossible to gather so many devil cultivators. These are my consolidated army, and many of them are elites from various forces in the true devil realm. I have arranged for them to be stationed here, forming defensive lines to face the incoming enemies. Octagon Aniseed said. Enemy coming? Suyun frowned. Who? The people from Supreme Sect. He said in a deep voice. People from the Supreme Sect? Suyun's heart jumped. He glanced at the people present. All of them were true devil sect elders. All of them were people who were following the sect master, and thus, he trusted them. So he took a deep breath and said, the Supreme Sect has been destroyed. How can there be anyone else? As soon as he said that, the entire tent fell silent. The 2 demons and the others' hearts jumped, their eyes opened wide as they looked at Suyun. He fell silent. He waited for the atmosphere in the tent to freeze to the point that it could turn into ice. Actually, I had already guessed it a long time ago. The Supreme Sect was destroyed by you. I should have told you, but the situation was a little urgent. I understand. Don't want to know how I did it? That's not important. Shigo smiled slightly. I only know that the demon lord of our true devil sect has not disgraced our true devil sect. This is enough. But to destroy this sect, no matter what methods one uses, no matter what kind of experience they had, it was impossible for ordinary people to understand. Furthermore, there was no need for Chi-Chi to care about this. All he needed to know was that it was all done by the demon lord, and that was all he needed to know. What was the meaning of asking so many questions? Sometimes understanding is more important than understanding. The other elders of the devil cultivators were also silenced, but at the moment, they were not only looking at Suyun with respect, but also with endless worship, with their eyes burning with passion. Such a magnificent feat was definitely one that only existed once in all the heavens. Then, who exactly are those people from Supreme Sect? Just then, Su-Yun asked again. This question was what Su-Yun was most concerned about. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 841. If it was only in normal existence, Shi Chigo would not gather so many people and use the power of the True Devil realm. The True Devil sect had always kept a low profile and never became enemies with anyone, but this time it was the Supreme Sect who came looking for them, so they had no choice but to fight. However, the Supreme Sect had already been annihilated by Su-Yun. In that case, who would dare to provoke the True Devil sect again? After all, outsiders did not know about this matter, and everyone believed that everything was the doing of the True Devil sect. If this was the case, then the True Devil sect's voice would definitely be monstrous, and its might would shake the entire world. Actually, I didn't say anything about this. After a long while, Shigo, who was sitting on the pillar, sighed and slowly said. Pairs of eyes looked at him. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. He had always been secretive before, but now that things had come to this point, if he were to continue hiding it from the public, he would only harm the group. The reason why I did not explain it to you all was because I feared that you all would fear the enemy. However, things have already come to this point, and it does not matter whether I say it or not. You all will know sooner or later. As these words fell, everyone tensed up. How soon will he be here? Then who could it be? They don't belong to the Supreme Sect, but their relationship with him is extremely close. Originally, they would not intervene in the great battle between the Supreme Sect and us, but now that the Supreme Sect is gone, and the Supreme Sect is dead, this enemy will definitely not sit idly by and watch. My guess is, they have already started to plot, and are preparing to make a move against my True Devil sect to take revenge for the Supreme Sect. This sect is. They are a sect that belongs to the immortal world. It's called the Immortal Seeking Sect. An immortal sect? All of the elders present were shocked. What? Are you guys scared? He said, this immortal seeking sect is only a power separated from an immortal sect. They don't have a proper cultivation system, so to be exact, they are a half-immortal sect. Back then, my devil sect's great demon Changu and Mastering Mo used their own strength to attack the immortal king's palace. That is true contempt towards the three realms. My True Devil sect has already fallen to such a state, are we not even afraid of a half-immortal? When the elders heard this, they all lowered their heads in shame. Since you've decided, then let's fight. Don't worry about the power of the immortal seeking sect. If you avoid it, then others will become even more arrogant. Moreover, there is no way out right now. If the opponent is an immortal sect, then their methods are as powerful as the heavens. Just then, Su-Yun spoke out. The demon lord is right. The magical equipment used by the immortal is not something that my demon equipment can compare to. It is profound and bizarre, and not to mention the entire True Devil sect, even if an ant were to hide, it would definitely be found by them. Since the enmity has already been settled, other than fighting with them, I have no other choice. So you gathered most of the powers in the devil realm and gathered them together? Su-Yun said. That's right. The deities have always hated our devil cultivator. If I am not wrong, this time, my True Devil sect will be exterminated by the Immortal Seeking sect, and the Immortal Seeking sect will sweep across the entire True Devil realm. Su-Yun said in a low voice. Sweeping away True Devil realm? Su-Yun frowned, is that necessary? They asked if the Immortal sect can contend against the entire realm? Very necessary. Octagon Aniseed nodded his head. There are two reasons. Firstly, the immortal world has always hated us devil realm, because of the formation of the True Devil realm, which is inextricably linked to the immortal world. The person who founded the True Devil realm was someone who came from the immortal world, and the people of the immortal world have always regarded the True Devil realm as their shame. The immortal realm cultivators did not dare to fight each other. There were strict rules and regulations there, and if an immortal were to fall, he would definitely be captured by the law enforcement immortals, and the law enforcement immortals could punish any immortals that violated the rules as they wished, even if it meant that they were alive and well. However, they could find an excuse to justify themselves against the true devil realm, and now, they were using revenge as an excuse to deal with it. The immortal-seeking sex cultivation system was incomplete, and it was all because they themselves were too small, so they were unable to request a high-level expert to explain it. If they were to plunder the true devil realm, it would be enough for them to jump into the ranks of the formal powers in the immortal world. As for whether or not they can fight against the true devil realm, I can't really say. After all, I don't even know how strong the immortal-seeking sex supreme experts are. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. We must not let them succeed. No matter how strong the immortal-seeking sect is, we are not afraid. Demonheart stood up, his attitude firm. That's right, there's an Enemo who fought their way to the immortal world. Today we will follow their example and destroy the immortal-seeking sect, and kill our way to their lair. Right, fight them. The morale of the devil cultivator was high. I know that none of you are afraid of war. Octagon Aniseed swept his eyes across the crowd and said, however, this is already a war. A war. It's not just a matter of whim. It's a matter of brains. His expression was very serious, and everyone who heard him looked at him in unison, as if they were anticipating his next words. Su Yun was no exception. He stared at Chi Go and asked, do you already have a plan? This one isn't. He suddenly relaxed his face and said with a laugh. The scene was quiet for a moment, then all the clan elders of the devil cultivator turned their heads and looked outside the tent, their expressions all strange and different. I say, can you act like the vice head of a sect? Su Yun shrugged, and said somewhat helplessly. I really can't think of anything. Octagon Aniseed scratched his head. Is there any news from the immortal-seeking sect? Not yet, but I've already sent someone to monitor them. Oh? What? You even sent Devil Cultivator to the immortal world? How is this possible? The devil chi is like a drop of chili concoction into your eyes. For immortals, it is extremely stimulating. If I send the Devil Cultivator to the immortal world, before I get too far, I would probably be eaten alive by the immortals. Octagon Aniseed opened his eyes wide. Then where are you going to keep an eye on them? Supreme Sect. In fact, I do know a little about this immortal-seeking sect. There are several spatial rifts within the Supreme Realm, which were transformed into a barrier by the Supreme Sect, and the immortal world's entrance is one of them, so the people of the immortal-seeking sect will definitely enter from the Supreme Sect. At this moment, the true Supreme Realm is filled with my informants, so the moment the immortal-seeking sect enters the Supreme Realm, I will immediately know. The Vice Sect leader has already set up many traps in and out of the Supreme Realm. As long as the people from the immortal-seeking sect enter the realm, they will definitely fall into them. At that time, even if their vitality cannot be harmed greatly, it would at least cause them to lose face. The two demons laughed. The moment he said those words, everyone immediately understood. The reason why he sealed the true Supreme Realm was precisely because of this. It looks like you've already been prepared. That's good. If you're prepared, you have a better chance of winning. Su Yun nodded. Let's not talk about this for now. Shigo suddenly stood up and said, I almost forgot. Demon Lord, Sect Master once said that once you return to the true devil realm, you will immediately follow me to the sect. What is it? Sect Master has something to ask of you? Something's going on, but it's not tape. It's a place for you to go. Where? Su Yun had a puzzled look. Ancient tomb, he said in a low voice. Hearing that, Su Yun vaguely understood something. His expression did not change. He thought for a moment, then nodded and said, time is of the essence. Let's set off. Right. Octagon Aniseed turned around and said to the two devils, "Second Demon Elder, you stay here for the time being. You will be in charge of everything here. If there is anything urgent, inform me immediately." "Yes, Vice Sect Leader." The two fiend gods nodded. In addition, the recruitment must not be relaxed. Any devil cultivator who come to the sect must undergo a strict examination before they can be recruited. Those fiendish demons will form a team and let the evil demon manage them. Understood. Yes. Chigo nodded, then followed Suyun directly out of the big tent. But after walking a few steps, Suyun suddenly stopped. "Let's wait first." Suyun hesitated for a moment, and said, "What's wrong?" It suddenly occurred to me that there might be something more to deal with. "What is it?" Octagon Aniseed asked. Suyun then opened his mouth and informed Big Chi about the evil aura along with the matter of Long Mingzhu. After hearing what he had to say, his expression was one of shock. Then he said, "Do you mean that the people from Jianghan realm will chase after the True Devil realm?" "It should be so. Maybe they are already on their way." Suyun said rather helplessly, "I should take care of these people first, then return to the Devil Sect, in case any trouble arises." A motley crowd, what's there to pay attention to? Hachi-chan was a little confused. Just at this time, a devil cultivator rushed over from afar. "Report." "What's wrong?" Octagon Aniseed asked. "Reporting to the vice head, someone has entered the world and is attacking our spirit formation." "Who would be so bold?" A devil cultivator elder said angrily. "Let's temporarily not know his identity. The spirit formation is extremely thick, and they have yet to break it. Go and ask them who they are. If they're from Jianghan territory, let them in." Octagon Aniseed said. "Yes, sir." The devil cultivator cupped his fists and retreated. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 842. Dawn. 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 Muffled sounds came from the entrance of the True Devil realm. A large number of soldiers surrounded the entrance, frantically attacking the barrier. Sword light and sword shadows filled the air. All kinds of brilliant profound technique were like raindrops as they bombarded the barrier, but the barrier did not move, it was as firm as a rock. Smash! Smash! A general stood behind these soldiers and shouted loudly. Hearing his words, the soldiers gritted their teeth and continued to madly attack the barrier. However, no matter how hard the soldiers tried, they were unable to break through the spirit formation. It was as if it were an iron wall that no human could break through. Damn it! What are you doing eating? Are all of them soft-footed? Go for it, go for it. Fast. Faster. Seeing that the barrier wasn't damaged at all, the general became anxious. What's going on? General Zhang. Why hasn't the barrier been opened yet? At this moment, a voice came from behind. Following the direction of the voice, they saw Xian'ao and the Holy Mother of the Rivers being surrounded by a group of generals, crossing over to the other side. When General Zhang heard this, he immediately walked over and clasped his fists. Your Majesty! What's going on? Xian'ao's face was somewhat gloomy. Your Majesty, this barrier is too thick, it doesn't seem like an ordinary barrier. We spent a great deal of effort but still couldn't destroy this barrier. General Zhang had an ugly expression on his face. Xian'ao coldly snorted, the enchantment cannot be broken? Why don't you say you're the incompetent one? For a piece of trash, I will give you another half an incense's time. If you are unable to break through the barrier, I will take your head and break it. Hearing that, General Zhang trembled and quickly whispered, Yes, Your Majesty. This lowly general will break it in half an incense's time. Xian'ao let out a snort, but he didn't say anything else. He didn't leave either, only quietly standing at the back, staring at those soldiers that were knocking against the barrier. However, even after 10 minutes, the barrier was still motionless. Xian Ao's expression darkened. It was not a normal thing for a barrier to have been laid over the entrance. Normally, only when the realm was defending against powerful enemies would he do such a thing, but only the head of a realm would do such a thing. If the realm was not unified, then it would be impossible to seal the border, because no one would have the right to do so. True Devil Realm had not been unified, Xian Ao naturally knew that. Even though the current True Devil sect was shining brightly, but he had not made his move, the True Devil Realm did not spread the news, so, who set up the barrier? Disciple, what's going on? Why did I see the army stop moving? At this time, the boundary flashed again. The Void Spirit Saint holding the walking stick walked over with a hunched back. Saint. Master. Xuanao and the Virgin of the River saluted. Master, the entrance has been sealed. I'm afraid we won't be able to break through. The goddess of the river spoke with a bit of a troubled tone. It was sealed by someone? The Void Spirit Saint frowned and said, could it be that brat who did it? It might be possible. That person even has a divine object. Maybe they guessed that we were coming here and specially created this barrier to prevent us from entering and to stall for time. Xian Ao said solemnly. Struggling in death. The Hollow Spirit Saint coldly said, you guys get out of the way, I'll break this barrier. Xian Ao waved his hand. Everyone, get out of the way. When the general heard this, he had already begun to view the Void Spirit Saint as a bodhisattva. Since she wanted to go up, why would General Zhang insist? He quickly shouted, everyone move out of the way. Yes, sir. The soldiers quickly retreated to make room for the Void Spirit Saint to walk towards the barrier. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the barrier. Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly looked forward, only to see that the spirit formation in front of them suddenly lit up. Following that, the spirit formation started to flicker, then quickly dimmed down. Such a strange scene caused everyone to be extremely astonished. A soldier quickly walked over and checked it. He clasped his hands together and said, Your Majesty, the barrier has disappeared. Disappeared? Xian Ao's eyebrows twitched. Everything is fine, why did it disappear? The Mother of Rivers did not understand. The enchantment doesn't maintain its energy for a long time and it will dissipate. Moreover, this enchantment is so strong, and the energy it consumes is also abnormally great. That boy will leave this enchantment behind, and he won't be able to stop us for long. The Void Spirit Saint snorted and said, Don't care about that. Disciple, lock onto that brat's position. We will enter the world now and look for him. Yes. Master. The Virgin of the River said. Immediately, the goddess of the rivers closed her eyes and once again activated her technique. The crowd waited silently. After a while, the Holy Mother of Rivers opened her eyes. Her face revealed a look of deep shock. Disciple, what's wrong? The Void Spirit Saint frowned and asked in a deep voice. This. The river goddess hesitated for a moment, then closed her eyes to check on Suyun's location, after which she said with an unsightly expression, Master, I don't know what's going on with this disciple, but that person is right in front. Right in front? Both the Void Spirit Saint and Xian Ao were stunned for a moment. In front? What's going on? Oh, could it be that the boy knew we were coming and came here specifically to welcome us? The Void Spirit Saint sneered. His walking stick clanged against the ground as he said, You guys don't have to be afraid. Come with me and take that brat's body and soul. I'll help you refine pills. With that, she started to walk forward. Although her figure was small and thin, she had an imposing manner. Seeing this, Xian Ao also didn't hesitate and also left. If the Void Spirit Saint says this, then does he still have to retreat? The Holy Mother wanted to say something, but when the words reached her lips, she was unable to utter them. However, General Wen shouted, "Attack!" Following that, countless of Jiang Han soldiers started to rush towards the True Devil Realm's mouth. The Virgin of the River, Xian'ao, and the Void Spirit Saint were surrounded by a large number of experts. The entire army was majestic and imposing. Up till now, the army of my Jiang country has never gone on a cross-border expedition. Today, this is the first time that we have put in such a huge effort to fight for this boy who snatched away Long Po's soul. Xian'ao glanced at the troops on both sides and said, "The Emperor is famous, and in the future, he will rule over all worlds." The Virgin of the River said. Xian'ao laughed, and did not say anything else, and continued to walk forward. Although this was the territory of the True Devil Realm, Xian'ao believed that the various devil cultivator powers would not go against the Jiang Han realm because of such a person. However, the army ahead of them slowed down as they walked. When they walked forward a few more steps, the entire army seemed to have stopped. Xian'ao suddenly frowned. What's going on? What was the person in front doing? Why did he stop? Forward! Faster! The general in charge hurried forward and shouted. The soldiers behind also whispered to each other as they stood on their tiptoes to look forward. They did not know what was going on in front of them. The Void Spirit Saint's expression was a bit ugly. It was obvious that her patience was not good, and Xian'ao had almost used up all of her patience. Perhaps we have encountered another barrier. Saint, please wait patiently. The army will continue to move forward. Xian'ao seemed to see the unhappiness in the Void Spirit Saint's eyes and hurriedly said, "Oof." A voice came from the Void Spirit Saint's nose, but he did not say anything. However, after waiting for a while, the army still had not moved. Not only did he not move, even the general who had been scouting ahead did not return. Xian'ao was secretly alarmed. Feeling that something was wrong, he immediately ran forward, running towards the front of the army. He walked quickly, and the soldiers in front of him let him pass. At first, the soldiers' faces were still filled with suspicion as they kept looking forward. However, when they reached the front, Xian'ao discovered that all the soldiers had stopped moving. They seemed to have been petrified as they blankly stared ahead. What happened? Xian'ao shouted sternly. "Ah, yes, Your Majesty." The general was the first to recover and quickly lowered his head. Why did the army stop? What had happened? Quick, march! Faster! Anger was burning in Xuanao's eyes, and his voice was exceptionally cold. The general lowered his head, but he did not speak. He only waved his hand, and the soldiers in front of him immediately opened up a path. Shen Ning looked over, and at that moment, he felt as if he was struck by lightning, frozen in place. Devil Cultivator! His eyes were captivated by the scene in front of him. The Devil Cultivator that covered the mountains and the plains. Countless Devil Cultivator. It was all around the entrance. Xian'ao blankly stared, his expression completely frozen. That bit of anger and hostility from before had long disappeared without a trace. In the sky and on the ground, there were Devil Cultivator-s. Each of them had a strong and tall body and pairs of blood-red devil eyes. The sky filled with devil chi-s, turning the entire True Devil realm pitch black, as if it was the apocalypse. The soldiers at the very front had their legs trembling. Looking at these Devil Cultivator in fear, they no longer dared to go forward. In this situation, how could they dare to advance? All of you, steady yourself. Keep it steady. Xian'ao came back to reality, gritting his teeth, growling in a low voice. The general was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted, "Keep it steady. Don't panic. Don't panic, you know. Calm down, all of you. All of you, advance forward and let the troops behind you enter. Faster." His Majesty and the general had already spoken. No matter how scared the soldiers were, they would not dare to refute. The army was stuck at this narrow border. They could not retreat, and the situation would only get worse. One after another, Jiang Hu started to walk out of the world gate and arrange everything outside. The people arranged themselves in a rather unorganized manner. All of their attention was focused on their surroundings. Their morale had already been shaken to the lowest point by the unknown devil cultivator S. Although Xian'ao didn't bring all of the army with him this time, at least half of the elite army followed along with at least 100,000. However, compared to the densely packed devil cultivator, Jiang Hu was simply too weak. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 843. The Void Spirit Saint and the Holy Maiden of the Rivers also walked out of the boundary. When the two of them saw what was happening around them, their faces turned serious. How can there be so many devil cultivators? What's going on? When the Virgin of the River saw the scene before her, her face became deathly pale. For no reason at all, why were there so many devil cultivators gathered at the entrance of the true devil realm? Were they resisting something? Or could it be that these devil cultivator were here to deal with Zhang Han? The generals had quickly arranged for the army to come out, but facing the violent devil cultivator from all directions, these Zhang Han troops were nothing compared to them. The Jianghua soldiers looked at the countless of people in front of them with trembling hands. All of their weapons started to tremble. The devil chi of the heaven and earth was so dense, it was enough to suffocate them, but at that moment, they could only muster up their courage and stand here. Xian'ao's expression was extremely ugly, and his heart was in chaos. Although he was here with his own army, he had not even stepped into the border, and yet he already had such a strong advantage over his men. Could it be that the devil cultivator knew that Jiang Hu was here and wanted to spread his power? If that was the case, then the people of Devil Realm were too passionate. It was just that. Xian'ao never knew which power in the Devil Realm had such a large army. The lowest cultivation level here was all at least at the 5th stage of Sky Spirit Master, and there were countless Spirit Emperor existences there. Whether in terms of numbers or individual strength, who knows where Jiang Yu got to? What possibility do they have to contend against him? Don't be afraid, with this old one here, these devil cultivator won't be able to do anything to you. As if sensing the fear of the surrounding people, the Void Spirit Saint opened his mouth. She walked over with her walking stick. Looking at the surroundings in the dim light, she was not afraid in the slightest. Instead, her arrogance was not concealed in the slightest. The Hollow Spirit Saint's words were a comfort to Xian'ao. He cupped his fists and said, "The saint is here." Xian'ao is not afraid of the devil cultivator. Yes. The Void Spirit Saint nodded. He looked at the devil cultivator, which was everywhere, and said, "But this is too abnormal. Why are there so many devil cultivators gathered here? Are they here to deal with us? If that's the case, then these devil cultivators are too cowardly." Her words were full of ridicule, and she did not try to cover it up. Her voice was slightly bright, and it spread far and wide. When the people of Jiang country heard this, their tensed nerves relaxed a bit. Although they didn't know what kind of existence the Void Spirit Saint was, when they saw Xian'ao being so respectful towards them, they also felt that he must be an extraordinary character. "Sovereign King, Master, that person is here." At this moment, the Holy Mother of Rivers suddenly called out in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately looked forward. In the distance, the pitch-black devil cultivator tide suddenly split open, and a group of devil cultivators walked over. As for the two people in the front, they were especially conspicuous. One of them wore a loose and large robe, and his face did not look as sinister as the other devil cultivator, but instead was extremely delicate and pretty like a child. The other person was the fellow who had seized the dragon pearl. Su Yun. The person standing beside Su Yun slowly walked over. His movements seemed somewhat clumsy, a faint smile hung on his face, and when he reached a place not far from Xian'ao and the rest, he stopped, and spoke with a clear and pleasant voice, "Who are you?" "Stinking brat, who are you?" The goddess of the river said calmly. "Me? I am a little devil cultivator." That fellow simply smiled. Who would believe it? Everyone despised him. He scratched the back of his head and said, "Then, who are you? Why are you attacking the barrier we have set up? Are you attacking the true devil realm? I'm so scared to bring so many people." Seeing this child's face filled with fear, Xian'ao felt as if he was being looked down upon. Feeling angry, he snorted and said, "It's fine, I have not come here to find the devil cultivator for bad luck, but for that fellow, to pick up an item." Xian'ao stared at Su Yun. "Oh? You came here for him?" That guy shot Su Yun a glance, shrugged and said, "What did he take from you? Is there a need to gather so many people? That is something that belongs to me." Xian'ao growled. "Me?" That guy widened his eyes and said, "You call yourself Xin? Are you the king?" "I am the king of the country of Jiang, the realm master of Jianghan territory." Xian'ao snorted, his tone revealing a sense of arrogance. "Wow, how amazing! Formidable!" He revealed a surprised look, then looked up and down at Xian'ao, then shook his head. "But if you don't speak, I really can't see that you are the realm master. TSK, no. It doesn't look like it. You." Xian'ao suddenly flew into a rage. "But even though you are the king, you can't break the rules so easily, can you? This is the true devil realm, we painstakingly built this enchantment, how can you act so casually? That won't do. So, what do you want?" Without waiting for Xian'ao to speak, the Void Spirit Saint snorted and said, "If I'm not wrong, then this person is the famous Eight-Tooth Sect Vice-Sect leader, right?" "Oh? You know me?" That guy was stunned as he said. "Outsiders say that the eight-toothed appearance is completely different from the other devils. For example, a young boy, all of the devil cultivator here have extraordinary strength, but their eyes were filled with respect when they looked at you, so I guess that you are most likely eight-toothed." The Void Spirit Saint said in a neither fast nor slow manner. As he heard this, he clapped his hands and laughed, "Good eye, good insight. You guessed right, I am a good judge. Hee, hearing your name is not as good as seeing you again. The eight-toothed sect leader is indeed like that." The Void Spirit Saint chuckled. It was unknown if it was praise or sarcasm. However, he didn't care at all. He stared at the Void Spirit Saint and the others as he smiled and said, "All right, stop with these useless words. Hurry up and give me an explanation." "An explanation? What kind of explanation?" Xian'ao frowned. "Do you still need me to say that?" He revealed a cold face in front of everyone, his voice was filled with killing intent and hostility. He said coldly, "Who allowed you to attack the enchantment laid by my devil sect?" "What? Are you guys selecting our true devil sect S?" His words revealed an extremely domineering aura. As soon as these words were said, Xian'ao's face suddenly became pale white. It was only a matter of time before he would take over the entire Jianghan realm. However, he understood that even if he really did become the realm master of the Jianghan realm, he would still not be able to contend against the true devil sect. This power. But even the supreme sect was defeated. What a big hat. The Hollow Spirit Sage snorted, "We didn't know that you had used a barrier to seal the entrance to the world, which was why we attacked. If you didn't seal the world, how could we have done this?" Eight-Tooth Sect leader, "This old one does not like trouble, but I am not afraid of trouble either. We only request for Long Mingzhu. If you ask him to hand over Long Mingzhu, we will leave immediately." Dragon Abyss Bead? It's been used by me for a long time. Su Yun said indifferently. What? Xian'ao clenched his fists and looked at Su Yun with eyes full of hatred. Did you hear that? Since the Dragon Sea Pearl has been used up, we cannot give you the Dragon Sea Pearl. It doesn't matter if it was used. The Void Spirit Saint said, as long as the Eight-Toothed Sovereign gives this person to us, it would be the same. Give him to you? Hearing this, his eyes suddenly turned blood red. Devil chi and baleful chi surged out from his body like floodwaters. In that instant, his entire being seemed different from before, menacing and terrifying beyond compare. All of a sudden, he was no longer polite to these people. Instead, he was full of hostility. The Void Spirit Saint's expression changed slightly as he retreated. Xian Ao and the rest could not handle the aura and retreated quickly. The soldiers in the front row were already trembling from the aura, some of them even fell to the ground. At the same time, all the devil cultivator who were spread all over the place stood up. Their devil eyes were even redder, and their devil chi was even more powerful. Moreover, within this devil chi, there was a terrifying murderous intent. They walked down the mountain as they walked step by step towards the entrance. Their auras were oppressive and their might was so strong that it was suffocating. The people of Jianghan panicked and all of them moved towards Xian'ao. The formation was about to collapse. Steady! All of you, steady yourselves! The generals ran around shouting. No one understood that these perfectly fine devil cultivator would actually act in such a way, and treat the people of the Jiang dynasty as their enemy. The same was true for the Void Spirit Saint. She had long noticed that something was amiss. His pair of dark old eyes were fixated on the 8 teeth in front of him. He raised his hand. In that instant, all the devil cultivators stopped their movements and stood still as they looked at these people from the Jiang. The 8-toothed man looked at the Void Spirit Saint and said in a low voice, "Do you know who he is?" He pointed at Su Yun, but Su Yun remained calm. The Void Spirit Saint raised his eyebrows. But he continued. "He is my true devil sect's demon lord. Do you want us to hand over the demon lord?" His voice grew louder and louder until the last 3 words were almost shouted out. "Kill!" In that instant, all the devil cultivator who were everywhere in the mountains and sky were enraged, and all of them shouted with all their might. Those blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent that seemed to be able to swallow all these people whole. They wanted the real devil sect to hand over the demon lord. How could the devil cultivator tolerate this kind of thing? The Void Spirit Saint was finally unable to calm down. She gripped her walking stick tightly and looked around with an ugly expression. At this moment, Xian'ao and the others finally understood that the person who had seized Long Qingzhu was actually the demon lord of the true devil sect. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 844. The shouts did not stop. The devil cultivator seemed to be infuriated. They roared non-stop, and the devil chi dyed the entire place so dark that one could not even see their fingers. Jiang Guixing's vision was hazy, and he could only see sturdy figures surrounding him. In terms of momentum, Jiang Hu had already been defeated in a mess. At this point in time, even Xian'ao did not have any confidence anymore. Against the Devil Realm army whose names were spread far and wide, just relying on him was not enough. The Mother of Rivers leaned against him, her eyes staring fixedly at her surroundings. "Heh, so that's how it is. I was wondering who would be so daring as to go to the Jianghan realm alone to obtain treasures. It turns out he's the real demon lord of the devil sect. His origins, it's really not small." At this moment, the Void Spirit Saint spoke, his voice carrying a hint of ridicule. Hachi-chan didn't say anything, but continued to look at her. Being stared at by Chigo like that, the Void Spirit Saint felt uncomfortable. She calmed down and said softly, "But since you are the Devil King of the True Devil sect, then you should at least give me some face. After all, your sect removed the poisonous tumor of the Supreme Sect for the heavens, and if my Jianghan realm becomes the enemy of the True Devil sect, then we wouldn't need to be laughed at. We won't stay any longer, farewell." With that, the Void Spirit Saint turned around, wanting to command Xian'ao to retreat. "Did I let you go?" At this time, She suddenly snorted and said. With that, the Void Spirit Saint's footsteps immediately became stiff. The devil cultivatoress from all directions rushed towards the entrance. The soldiers there panicked and quickly retreated. Those that did not leave were directly killed by the devil cultivator. They had almost no strength to retaliate and were directly drowned by the countless devil cultivatoress. These devil cultivatoress directly cut off the Jiang country's retreat route, blocking off the devil realm's entrance. This kind of scene was enough to express the attitude of a true devil sect. Seeing that, Xian'ao immediately turned around, staring at Qi and growled, Qi, what are you trying to do? Are you going to declare war on my country? Proclaim war? Octagon Annihilation snorted, it's just a small Jianghan world, is it worth my real devil sect to declare war? You think too highly of yourselves. Also, can you afford to give me face in my true devil sect? The sound increased by 8 degrees. You? Today, since you dare to come to True Devil Realm to pick us, you will be humiliating us, the Demon Lords. In that case, he must pay the price. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread out, how would my True Devil sect be able to establish himself in the boundless universe? These words shocked all the people of Jianghan territory. Then Eight-Toothed Lord, what do you want? The Void Spirit Saint said in a deep voice. At this moment, she was no longer as arrogant and haughty as she was before. After all, she clearly knew what kind of devil cultivator this extremely handsome fellow in front of her was. What do I want? He snorted and said coldly, my idea is simple, it is to remove the hidden danger from my devil sect's devil lord, and there will be no future worries. The Void Spirit Saint and the others felt as if their hair was standing on end after hearing these words. They almost jumped up. What do you mean? 8 teeth. You want to kill us? The Void Spirit Saint was also shocked. I am the king of the country of Jiang. If I were to be killed by you, the entire country would see the True Devil sect as an irreconcilable enemy. Furthermore, the people of 10,000 worlds will definitely denounce you as the True Devil sect. 8 teeth. You can't do this. Xian'ao growled. However, Octagon Aniseed didn't care at all. I feel like all of you have yet to recognize the current situation. He shook his head and said coldly, first. Even if this realm wants to become my enemy, I do not care. The more this is not a big deal, but the less this is a big deal. Secondly, we have never cared about the denouncement and reprimand of the people of myriad heavens. In these past few years, have our devil cultivator not suffered a lot? And the third and most important point. Here, he paused, his eyes were red to the point that it seemed as if blood was about to drip out. His pretty face was filled with malevolence. You are provoking my True Devil sect's Demon Lord, how can I let you off? If today, the might of the Demon Lord was violated and no longer pursued, how would my True Devil sect be able to stand firm in the boundless heavens? You kill. A word came out of his mouth. The voice was heavy and dull, but to the ears of the people of Jiang, it was like a thunderclap. In that moment, all the devil cultivator raised their swords and rushed towards the people from Jianghan realm. Xian'ao and the goddess of the river immediately panicked. Suyin said, the feeling of hugging her thigh was not bad at all. The Void Spirit Saint was not lightly angered. Her stooped body was trembling nonstop and her pale yellow eyes were filled with rage. Good. 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 Eight Teeth was truly worthy of being a vice sect master of a true devil sect, you have guts. However, you must be clear, they are from the Jianghan territory, but this old one is not. Shigo, you can ignore Jianghan Jia, but do you dare to ignore the Divine Void Hall? Divine Void Hall? Octagon Anger snorted. I have never heard of this Divine Void Hall before, so I don't even know what you are. Today, I will only avenge the Demon Lord, not anything else. Divine Void Palace, right? Once I finish off all of you, I will leave this place and head towards the Void End. You? Good. Octagon Annihilation, you are so arrogant and condescending to others. Although you are well known for your arrogance, this old one will fight with you for a bit today. The Void Spirit Saint shouted. With a leap, he rushed towards Chi-Chi. Seeing this, he did not hold back and moved, preparing to kill the Void Spirit Saint. But just as he moved, a large hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Shigo turned his head to look, only to see that the owner of the hand was Su Yun. I'll do it. Su Yun threw out the 2 words, and immediately leaped up, attacking towards the Void Spirit Saint. He smiled wryly for a while, but he did not refute her. He understood why Su Yun wanted to help him, because this was his problem and he did not want to always rely on the real devil sect. In truth, Shigo understood that if not for Su Yun, the true devil sect would have already fallen into a perilous situation. Su Yun's movements became even more ruthless and ferocious. When he approached the old granny, he immediately activated the Imperial Battle Robe. It was filled with divine force, like a giant's hand striking down at the old granny. When the god power made contact with the old lady was shocked. She could feel that her profound chi was being consumed at an astonishing speed by this unknown force, and she immediately retreated, not daring to step forward. Su Yun casually threw out 2 flying swords, one was at the divine profound and the other was at the heaven smiting flame. The white and red swords were like 2 streaks of light as they clashed against the old woman. The old woman's eyes shone with a golden light. She raised the cane in her hand and a gray curtain appeared in front of her. Whoosh! The 2 swords struck, directly smashing onto the chi cover, causing a large amount of ripples to form. The chi cover did not move at all, its defense was extremely astonishing. The old lady's mouth formed a cold and disdainful smile. It seems like the demon lord of your true devil sect is only so mediocre. Hachi didn't say anything. Su Yun did not say anything either. Wrestling is actually the most unnecessary thing, because for enemies with poor psychological qualities, it is impossible for you to defeat them. However, for people with strong psychological qualities, using this method will have no effect. Although Su Yun's cultivation was not at the heavenly sacred level, he had experienced a lot, so he understood a lot. If he wanted to defeat this Void Spirit Saint, he couldn't hold back at all. Jiahua and the Immortal Mystical Realm's first round of attacks failed, and did not land on the ground. The sword blade filled with profound chi-s were controlling them to quickly return to the ground. Both swords flew in the air and rapidly rotated. As it continued to spin, the profound chi on the Tribulation Fire Sword's body became weaker and weaker, while the profound chi on the Divine Profound Sword became stronger and stronger. The Immortal Mystical Scarlet Blood Sword was like a windfire wheel, spinning frantically, while the Tribulation Fire Sword slowed down and started to sway. Having lost its mobility, its power was greatly reduced. But at this time, the Immortal Mystical Scarlet Blood Sword suddenly began to strike the Tribulation Fire Sword crazily. The Tribulation Fire Sword that was about to fall down seemed to have been reborn. It rejuvenated into its new position, and its entire sword started to tremble quickly, as though it was strumming on a zither. Upon seeing this, the Void Spirit Saint's heart trembled. She had never seen such a profound technique, and could not understand why Su Yun would do such a thing. However, she knew that once Su Yun finished this move, then she would have to face an extremely terrifying move. Immediately, the Void Spirit Saint no longer hesitated. With a move, he rushed towards Su Yun. As she approached the 2 swords, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. She opened her mouth and let out a "ah" sound wave. The expression on Shigo's face changed. As he shouted, "Su Yun, be careful, it's a mental attack." However, he was a bit too slow in speaking. The sound wave was unable to resist at all and directly swept into Su Yun's ears. In that moment, Su Yun felt that the space around him started to ripple, and everything disappeared in an instant. He knew that he had been dragged into an illusion. The Void Spirit Saint was the Holy Maiden of the Rivers. He had used the profound technique of the Spirit King skillfully. Slowly, the surrounding scene became snow-white, with nothing around, while Su Yun was completely immersed in this empty world. He, the demon lord of the true devil sect, is he such an incompetent person like you? It's really funny, an existence like you, it's better to wipe it away as soon as possible, in case you lose the face of the true devil sect, ha ha ha. The low and deep voice echoed within the empty world. This was the voice of the Void Spirit Saint. Suyun did not make a sound, and took out the Lotus Star Sword S from inside the sword sheath, as this was the only thing he could rely on to resist spirit techniques. He raised his sword and closed his eyes. Concentrating his mind, he activated his thoughts and chanted in his mind, "Break!" Whoosh! A ripple crashed in all directions. Dawn! The empty world trembled a few times. Eh? What kind of sword was this? It can release mental spells? The Void Spirit Saint was slightly surprised. However, it was clear that she did not want to waste any more time with Suyun. Forget it, why do you need to ask? When I take this sword back from you, I will know. With that, a pitch-black dot appeared in the empty space of the world. About 100 meters away from Suyun, the black dot started to grow in size and materialize. Suyun stared at the human figure, the sword in his hand tightened, but after a moment, he was stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 845. The person formed from the black dot was dressed in a simple robe, holding onto an autumn water sword. He looked like Su Qinger. Her dressing was practically the same as when Suyun first parted with her. Her eyes were white and filled with gentleness as she looked at Suyun. She did not display any kind of hostility, and only looked at Suyun foolishly, and walked towards him step by step. "Young master." The familiar voice came out from the mouth of the sandalwood, melodious and melodious, with an endless sense of warmth. "Qinger?" Suyun was startled, and blurted out. "Young master, it's me." Suyun's face revealed joy. He immediately increased his pace and walked towards Suyun. However, just as she approached Suyun, a snow-white sword pierced through her chest. Suyun's body trembled, then he lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Suyun blankly. Her red lips were slightly parted, as if she wanted to say something, but there was no need to. www.uuxs.cc, unspeakable. Good method, you actually managed to see through my memories. I did not sense it, but even so, it is still useless. Just by relying on this, you want to defeat me, then, you will have wasted your energy. Suyun said indifferently, and threw the sword away. The fake Su Qinger directly fell to the ground, blood flowing all over, painting the snow-white world in a rare luster. Less. Elder. Su Qinger raised her delicate hand, and with a tremble, she reached towards Suyun, but when it was halfway, her hand powerlessly drooped down. There was still endless confusion and fatigue on her face, as well as an unfathomable amount of pain. Phantom. Almost no different from a real person. What a brilliant, profound technique of the spirit. Suyun's expression became ugly. He did not dare delay any longer, picked up the Lotus Star Sword, and continued to instigate his will, wanting to quickly destroy the Void Spirit Saint's profound technique and leave this place. However, this time, due to the activation of the Lotus Star Sword's will, it did not cause the world and the void to waver. Not only that, the scenery around them changed once again. The originally empty and snow-white world gradually began to take on colors. There was red, blue, green, and purple. Next, they began to take form. There were mountains, water, flowers, and grass. An iron gate appeared in front of them. An iron door was chained with a thick chain. There were also many exquisite houses around. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. A gentle breeze was blowing. This was the main entrance to the divine cloud immortal palace that led to the ultimate martial world. After that, there was no other phenomenon. The Su Qinger that was stabbed to death by Suyun was lying right in front of the metal door. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at Suyun. Real. Everything was so real, it struck at the heart. Suyun felt that he was no longer able to concentrate. Even though he knew that all of this was fake, this strange scene continued to wreak havoc on him time and time again. He felt as if his thoughts were in chaos and his consciousness in chaos. He felt as if he had forgotten something, as if he had made a mistake. These were all the techniques of the Void Spirit Saint. In the void, a person's soul would be thoroughly toyed with within the palm of his hand. Outside, Octagon Aniseed was still watching. The Void Spirit Saint was still trying to move, but Suyin was like a statue, standing in front of the Void Spirit Saint without moving. He held onto the Lotus Star Sword, and far away, the immortal mystical Scarlet Blood Sword and the Tribulation Fire Sword were still clashing. If he were to attack at this time, the Void Spirit Saint would undoubtedly die. However, but Octagon Aniseed didn't attack. He was still standing on the spot, quietly observing everything with an incomparably solemn expression. Actually, it was not to say that he did not want to help, but rather, he could not. He understood that this was a bottleneck, and if Suyin was not even able to overcome this obstacle, then his future path would be extremely difficult. If Octagon Aniseed could help him survive this ordeal, what about the next time? Who would help him? A person's good fortune could not accompany them for a lifetime, and the protection of others could not accompany them for a lifetime. Only relying on one's own ability could solve all problems. In the distance, the beautiful Lady of the River and Xian'ao were surrounded by the experts of the Devil Cultivator, protecting the two of them and repelling the wave after wave of demon army. How did they know that the person who seized the Dragon Abyss bead was the true Devil Sex Demon Lord? It was also impossible for them to know that the person they had been chasing for thousands of miles to capture was actually surrounded and attacked by the Devil Cultivator army. Your Majesty, there are too many Devil Cultivators, we can't even fight back. Even if we kill one of them, countless other Devil Cultivator will rush forward. Our people will not be able to hold on any longer. A general miserably ran over and shouted at Xian'ao. Kill! Kill him! The Devil Cultivator is too many, kill them all for me! Kill! Xian'ao was anxious, his eyes were red, and his voice was hoarse, as though he had gone crazy. However, just as he finished speaking, he was stopped by the Goddess of the Rivers. Your Majesty! Don't be rash! At the same time, she activated a bit of mental cultivation technique to stabilize Xian'ao's temper. Xian'ao was forced to calm down. He turned his head and stared at her. Don't be impulsive. Are you just going to watch these Devil Cultivators act presumptuously in front of us? Your Majesty, these are just Devil Cultivator, they are just a bunch of unenlightened existences. Why would you need to get angry over them? Our enemies are way more numerous than we are, and our strength cannot be underestimated. We must leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise, if these Devil Cultivator hurt His Majesty's dragon body, then it would truly be the misfortune of the Jiang Kingdom, the misfortune of the Jiang Han world, and the misfortune of all the 10,000 worlds. The Blessed Virgin of Jiang Han had coaxed him diligently and earnestly, but she had also coaxed him appropriately. Xuan'ao seemed to be waiting for her words, waiting for her to come back to the world of Jiang Han. He could also tell everyone that it was the Holy Mother urging them to retreat, and not because he was afraid of fighting. Since the Holy Mother has said so, I shall not refute her. Xian'ao said solemnly, pass down the order, break through the siege and retreat. Return to the martial world. Yes, sir. The general clasped his fist and immediately passed down an order. Xian'ao took a deep breath and looked around at the battle. The coldness in his eyes became even more intense. When I unite the Jiang Han territory in the future, I will definitely avenge this blood grudge. True Devil Sect, just you wait. He gritted his teeth and growled. The Sovereign King is mighty and invincible, this wish of mine will come true. The Blessed Virgin of the River said. Let's break out of the encirclement first. Xian'ao took a deep breath, his gaze suddenly turned to the Void Spirit Saint, and asked, then, if we leave, what should your master do? She seems to be stuck in a tight spot and won't be able to leave for a while. Master's mana is soaring to the heavens, these devil cultivator definitely cannot keep her here. Let's just leave first, Master will definitely understand. Good. Since that's the case, let's set off. Xian'ao nodded, then berated the armies for breaking through with all their strength. The soldiers of Jiangwu did not want to stay there any longer, as they all retreated towards the border as if they were crazy. However, there were also a lot of devil cultivators there. They were like an iron wall, blocking the people of Jiangwu's retreat. Your Majesty, these devil cultivators' cultivation is too high, It's hard for us to break out. When the commander saw that the attacks had been blocked, he immediately turned his head to shout at Xiande. It's very difficult to break out? Xuanao's face changed. You pieces of trash, why do I raise you all in the first place? If we can't even handle a few small devil cultivators, what's the use of us asking all of you? But, Your Majesty. Sovereign King Mou, a mere devil cultivator is nothing to worry about. Just wait for me to tear an opening and help the army retreat. Cried the Mother of the Rivers, and with that she sprang to her feet and ran for the border. When she was in the air, her body rippled with a large amount of spiritual undulations, covering the entire area. The devil cultivators that were attacked by the sound waves retreated a few steps back, all of them clutching their heads, their faces showing pain. Humph! A motley crowd. Seeing this, the Holy Mother of Rivers said coldly, "Retreat!" Xian'ao took advantage of the situation and shouted. Seeing that, Jiang Hu was ecstatic and immediately rushed towards the entrance. Withdraw? Is this a place where you can come and go whenever you want? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly drifted over from the distance. Hearing that, the facial expression of the river goddess changed. She suddenly turned her head, but before she could react, a blood-red chi wave rushed over. Bang! The Holy Maiden of the Rivers and Rivers didn't have enough time to defend herself as she was struck by the force of the impact on her chest. She was sent flying and crashed into a mountain not too far away. But before the Holy Mother of the Rivers could stand up, she spat out a few mouthfuls of fresh blood. She struggled to stand up and saw a black figure floating in the sky not far away. She immediately asked, "Who is it?" "True Devil Sect's second elder, second demon." That person said indifferently. "So you're a true Devil Sect expert."